we're just going to play through here, and we're going to talk about it, and listen and talk, and do commentary here. So if you have questions at all, please feel free to ask them, and we will answer them to the best of our ability. We're both watching chat here.
You should probably go full screen, yeah?
Oh, yeah, huh? That's the thing I should do.
Yeah, that's probably the thing you should do.
Full screen. Blammo. I got cherry pie for my birthday. It was delicious. For those of you who didn't know, this actually isn't the original version of this. Nab remastered the horrible version that I made initially. The video's loud and you are quiet. Okay, hang on. How's that? Is this better?
I'll probably have to readjust it depending on the episode as well, because they're not all exactly the same.
Benjamin Trevney requesting permission.
Yeah, I've put
Captain Nathan requires all
put this
who wish
down.
to come aboard to be clear of all pathogens and weaponry. Do you agree to be
Alright.
scanned?
Thanks, Final.
Yes.
But
Go
yeah,
ahead.
so this episode was done
You are
entirely by
clear.
me
Moment,
initially,
please.
and Nab came through
Captain
and
Nathan welcomes you
remastered
aboard.
it. I'm doing air quotes. Didn't do any remastering. She actually reshot some of the
This
scenes,
should be an
not as
interesting cruise.
clunky as it
To
was.
Trevney, get up to the bridge. Take either
Thanks, Olo.
transport tube. We're getting underway as soon as the last of the fuel is transferred.
On my way. Yeah, so here we go. We're watching the first episode now. A much better version.
I appreciate your promptness. Hiring you was a last-minute necessity. Your predecessor took ill.
Oh, that
suddenly.
camera work. Nab, we're so much better at camera
This is
now.
George Koenig, our navigator.
Hey,
It was, I mean, like,
I look forward to working
because
with you
this,
both.
I reshot this,
Somebody
I
asked,
reshot a couple of
"What's the
different
job?"
things.
You were a bit
because
cryptic during my interview.
A
Captain.
lot of it was just bad.
Fueling complete.
Thanks, Zero.
Fissile reserves at maximum capacity.
Excellent. You'll see, Det. Is it alright if I call you that?
Sure.
Right.
Oh, that acting.
Don't worry about the
I'm
job.
so good at
It's an
acting.
impressive find. We'll be there in a few
Sure.
minutes. Strap in. Artemis will take care of the FTL jump. George?
Yeah,
Let's
the
get this
first, so the
started.
first episode,
Sure thing, boss.
the original first episode, I know that a lot of
All right,
people had,
Artemis, let's
that had
get
given
this
us a chance
greenhorn
and had
wall.
kept watching
Aye, sir.
were like, it's hard to get other people to get watching. But after the remaster, I think that it's
Permissions
been a lot
and
easier to share it and
for
be like,
Engineer Benjamin
yeah, keep
de
watching.
Trevney,
Like,
log.
I don't know, it flows better, I think.
Mhm. I was so proud of these shots when I first did
We are
them.
clear of the dock.
Ah, the space engineers grease on the camera.
Coordinates
Ugh.
locked. Prepare for faster than light jump. Jump drive activation.
All the music in this
3,
is from a free-to-use
2,
site called machinimahub.com.
Well, not anymore.
Oh yeah, that's right. This track is,
Yes.
but in the original, it was all from Machinima Hub. German Engineer 3. This is
Jump complete.
our machinima that we have made over on the YouTube channel
Approaching
that Jared has just
designated
posted.
coordinates.
There it is.
And we're the two
Hold
that made
station
this.
about
so
200 meters from the wreckage, George.
Will do.
this is all scripted and shot in Space Engineers. We didn't script it in Space Engineers, but what is it?
An old derelict warship.
So this, I reshot this, and I love this
Centuries
shot.
old.
Yeah, it's good.
Last time we visited, we found it appeared to have been completely AI controlled.
Maybe even a relic from the AI war. She's got some serious battle damage.
Yeah, she does.
Wherever it's from, it's ours now.
Oh,
Fun fact,
a salvage job then.
DE thought that that was
well,
rust
it
colored.
doesn't sound so
Not
exciting.
bright
Put it that way.
orange.
I prefer to think of it as
I have
upcycled.
chroma glasses now. I know what the
I'd like to
difference.
get whatever data it still has in its AI core before we start chopping it up. Artemis,
Ready, Captain.
I'm going to head over to the wreck. Det, you stay here and run the numbers on how to best chop it up with the nanites. We don't want anything valuable drifting away undetected or uncatalogued. Artemis, as we discussed previously, You will interface with the vessel's systems once I restore power.
Yes, clearly 0. It is
Acknowledged.
clearly rust color.
George,
The
head down below and make sure
the thing
our
that
salvage
gets
storage
me is,
prepped
I mean, like,
while
if
our new
it's
engineer here
out in
gets the
space
numbers
where there's no
crunched.
oxygen,
Yes,
it
sir.
wouldn't necessarily rust. But
Artemis
You know,
isn't just a
it's
computer,
fine.
is it?
Artemis, you want to answer that?
This is
I am a
establishing
Cogent
that
Astra Strong
AI
AI fitted to
is
this vessel
a
and
thing
licensed
in this
to Captain
universe,
Stuart
and people are
Nathan.
nervous
My
around it.
registration information is on file in the ship's general database.
Yep, she's always listening, so
Space
feel free
rust.
to ask her for help. Just don't badmouth the ship.
yeah, hey, maybe space rust is bright
Astrogator
orange.
Koenig exaggerates. My emotional responses
Yeah,
have been
these
set to
things look
minimal
like
by
carrots.
the captain.
All right, then. Good to meet you, Artemis.
Likewise.
I'll leave you two to get to know each other.
Okay, Artemis. I was
Let's
trying
get
to
to
make it
work.
look old and worn, okay, Jared?
I'm heading in now.
Jure says that in space, apparently, eventually, all things can rust, but it'll just take much longer.
Whoever killed this thing had some serious firepower.
But I didn't think that without oxygen.
The computer
I don't
core
know.
we found last
I
time.
mean, Mars
what
is all
about-
rusted rocks. Why
There's
it's
a bunch
red.
of oxygen on Mars.
Yeah.
Okay. Artemis, see if you can interface with this scout.
Working.
Dre, are you going to be in game text chat or are you going to be in Deadly Salvage? Choose your Discord channel, man.
Okay. Let me see if I can do
I am
something about my
detecting.
volume here.
Artemis, what's happening?
Gasp.
Artemis?
Yes.
Yes, the lights on the bridge of Artemis were supposed to be red. And they remain that way.
Red doesn't mess up your night vision, and it's always night in space. Thanks for watching, guys. That's the end of the stream. Just kidding. You may notice the names of the episodes are actually names of Space Engineers maps. Like the first one was Easy Start. This is Lone Survivor. I did that on purpose. It still says Directed Energy Production here.
Uh-huh.
I'm so proud of this. Oh, he's just floating through space.
Engineer. Please respond. Regain control of your breathing.
What? How? What happened?
Engineer Detrevny, please return to Artemis immediately.
You mean the ship with the massive hole in it that's slowly spinning away from me?
Affirmative. Return immediately.
What happened?
Multiple incoming drones
What?
detected.
Does what
Please
carry
return
through?
to the ship.
Oh, you're talking about the... It's just the first
Are they
season
back yet?
with this, and it
How long
doesn't even
was
get
I
all the way
out?
through the first
Both
season.
Astrogator Koenig
I
and
read
The
it on
directed
maps.
energy?
are deceased.
No, I think he's talking about
You have been
the
unconscious for
naming
over 20
scheme.
minutes.
Oh, yeah.
Easy Start, Lone Survivor.
Sir, I
It
must
stops,
remind
yeah,
you
it
to
stops
control
at
your breathing
fight
and
and
Four.
calm
flight.
yourself as much as possible.
Yeah, it stops at episode
You
4.
have limited air supply, and we have a very limited time. before
He
we
tried.
must
He tried
engage.
really hard to think of something
As I float
for-
back alone to a destroyed ship.
for season or
Were I
for
destroyed,
episode
I would not be
4
calling you
that
back.
fit with that naming
There is
scheme, and
extensive damage, but it is
we were like,
repairable.
nope.
How would you
Thanks,
rate your
Sam.
capabilities in your
Final,
engineering
are you talking about the gasping? That's actually my voice, and I have a glass like that you would drink from in my mouth. Going,
Your intuition is correct. Their energy
Foley
signatures
art.
are similar
Yeah.
to a probe the derelict vessel launched prior to self-destructing. I require your assistance in repairing key control, power, and defensive systems. Without them, it is unlikely we will survive the next attack, which will occur within the hour.
Next? Where should I start?
The reactor is offline. I recommend you cannibalize components from the salvage processing
Yeah,
systems
cannibalize
to
those
repair
components.
It. The nano repair control modules are offline and unable
So these
to
first
perform
episodes have a
required
lot
functions.
more gameplay aspects in it and less of
I
the
don't feel so
cinematography,
good, engineer.
like
Once you complete
like him
repairs to the
grinding things
reactor,
down and
main
repairing
control
something
functions
else is
must be
very
rerouted
much
to a surviving console.
very much
Status of the point defense computer
let's
is
play
unknown.
kind of thing.
Repairs to the network connections are necessary.
Fishbowl would work. I didn't have.
I
a
hope
fishbowl
that's all
final.
that's necessary. An hour isn't nearly enough time to print and reassemble a defense controller.
And I almost never do first-person shots
Try
anymore.
the lights.
Yeah, well,
Main
originally
power restored.
your thought
Structural
behind this was it was going to be a let's play
Yeah.
I
with
am
just little
overcharging
cinematic
generators to
stuff
compensate for
scattered in
structural
between.
damage and to aid in projectile resistance.
Will that work? Jury-rigged defense fields?
Yeah.
Unknown.
Your confidence is very reassuring. What's next? The point defense?
Attitude control and navigation. The jump drive was completely destroyed in the initial attack, but sufficient thrusters remain for sublight maneuvers. Proceed
She's
to
a
the
little
bridge
bit
and
messed up.
effect repairs to the main control console.
I guess we'll be enjoying
Pay
each
for
other's
integrity
company for a good
fields.
long while. Let's do this.
It's a montage! Got a bunch of stuff and you want to show it all, but you don't have enough time. Montage! Yeah, something like that. Jump drive always first target, yeah. Yep. Well, hers is like located right in the middle of the ship. The miracle Detrevny didn't get killed when she was blown away. Well, by miracle, I mean he's got plot armor a couple meters thick.
Couple meters. Yeah. Yep. I think the ironic part about it all is that he thinks he's in the wrong time, or he's at the wrong place, the wrong time every single time, when really and truly he's at the right place at the right time every single time.
Yep. I really do like this music. This particular track. Okay, I'm gonna pause it real quick. So this track was the one we went with, and that ended up influencing a lot of our other music. Be more
Western.
more Western. This was the original track I had planned for doing that. Listen to this. Very not Firefly. Now I asked Nab about it, and she was like, "Oh, I don't know how I like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that." So I think the Firefly-ish stuff worked a lot better.
Well, because you have to remember that still at this point, this was DE, right? This is the directed energy production. This was DE, and I just voiced his AI for him. And this, I believe he was still thinking
Thanks, Tow Rager.
that it's going to end up being
Artemis, we've got a problem.
it's going to end up being a let's play eventually.
I can't
And
repair the connections to the fire control computer.
but I think after the end of this,
Fire control computer.
it was clear that it was like, no, this is going to be a full-on series because you can't. It was asking to be written at that point.
We only have a few minutes before those drones get in weapons range, right?
Correct.
Did she even have an AI block at this point?
Yes.
Though executing
Okay,
it
we
will
just-
require a violation
I
of
think.
federal law.
I don't think so,
No, she didn't. You're right.
because you kept using the bridge to be her,
Connect my systems
Yeah.
directly to the fire
and
control
I don't
rods.
think we had placed. I don't think we had even made that as part of the
Oh,
story.
Did you hear the sting?
Sure, that's a good idea.
It
You
is
know
the
that's
only course of
important
action
now.
left to us that could preserve the ship.
Watching
It's been
back,
nearly 200 years since an AI has directly
it
controlled
always
weapons
makes
systems.
me
The AI
impressed.
war
As like,
started
you
because
really don't
controls
know
were
that
too
she's
lax.
not malevolent.
Yeah.
You
When my
are
family
the
watched this,
master of this
like
vessel.
my whole family
It
was
is my
like, "This is such a bad
responsibility
idea.
to keep you and myself
She's gonna
alive.
kill him."
I do not harbor any further ambitions beyond survival. Alternatively, you may attempt to manually control the
Oh
point
man, that's right. I
defense
reused a
turrets.
bunch of
Without
shots.
assistance from the targeting
Ugh.
computer,
Yep.
it is unlikely
Such an
that you will be
amateur.
able to successfully defeat the incoming attack.
And you can see mouse flashes.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, look at me, transit. Yeah, transit. Pull out the welder. Put it away.
Try going through the manual control circuits.
It's fine. It's fine. Nobody was gonna watch this. It's fine. Nobody's gonna watch this
No
series.
one's gonna watch it. It'll be fine. I love this
Hostile
shot.
drones are entering weapons range.
I made it
Brace
look like they were
yourself.
going way faster than they were. They were completely stationary. That was all spectators can. Artemis
I am
enjoying
unable
more
to
punishment.
return fire. Tracking
For
has
Artemis.
been enabled, but I do not have fire control. Please disable weapon failsafes from the main bridge console.
On it.
Do you see Jeray's comment?
The override. Where's the override?
Center panel, upper right corner. Hurry,
Which-
engineer.
He's in Deadly Salvage.
Okay. Yeah, I like the song too, Dre. But yeah, we totally planned that, Dre. Definitely, totally planned that. Totally planned that.
Oh, yeah, that was the plan the whole time. Because
This was the first time. Sorry to cut you off, but this was the first time I'd ever tried to record a battle scene, and I'm still pretty satisfied with how it turned out.
I like that you used the integral
shooting
camera
Artemis.
on the drone. Like, that
My
was... I
counterfire
thought that
was
was good.
effective. Thank you, engineer. I am pleased that we are still alive.
Not half as pleased as I am. Is that all of them?
Improbable.
So,
We
Dre,
must
this
vacate
whole
the
first
area
season just
quickly.
was not planned.
Recommend
It was
recovery of the
episode
nearest
by
drone for
episode.
repair materials, then a
We
random
had...
evasive
There was no
course.
plan.
Well, yes and no.
I suppose
After
my
this
contract did
episode,
include
we came
salvage.
up with an
Do
arc.
my best to get one of the
Once you
We knew
asked
where
me
we
to
wanted
help.
to go, yes.
Once, yes, and I was like, so, English teacher here.
I will begin
Let's come up
calculating
with an arc.
resources required to build
But
a
it was
new jump
still
drive and an optimal
Very
evasive
much
vector.
episode by episode.
Engineer, I am glad that you survived the initial attack.
This is also
And I'm glad
just
that I'm not
establishing
alone
that Artemis has emotions
Well,
in this.
I'd
Yeah.
better get to salvaging.
I remember
Indeed.
asking you when you asked for my help in episode 3, because episode 3 is when I came in because he was having major trouble, because episode 3, as you will see, is like all conversation. And he was having trouble with the emotion and conveying what he wanted to convey. And I was like, okay, I'll help you write this. And I remember asking, where do you want this to go? And at the time, he didn't really have an answer, and so we had to work together, and that's when it became very much Ball&Chain Gaming, and not just directed energy.
Was this directed energy still? I
No,
think
this was Ball&Chain.
Yeah. And if you're not sure what he's doing, at the end of the episode, she's like, "Get repair materials for the drone," and he
I've
stripped
got
it.
just
He
about everything useful.
punches
off
it
this
out
drone.
of the ship.
I'm going to see if I can do anything about Thruster 1.
My favorite is that you can see it numerous times that you're trying to make it go away, and then finally you're like, get out of here!
I suspected as much. An emergency fuel cell exploded near the unit during the attack. It removed much of the outer hull. Considering the probability of additional attacks, I suggest you prioritize repairing the affected hull over critical systems.
Ooh,
I'll
that's
see what I
right.
can do.
The weird changing voice because I was playing with it and never
Yeah.
finalized it.
So the radio voice is what he's talking about.
Yeah,
The radio voice
Effect for Artemis
effect
changes.
changed. Yeah, and it had all been done in the old voice. And then he was like, it doesn't sound as good.
Artemis, I'm
Let's
noticing your
fix it a
forward and
little
after
bit.
hulls are made from
And it
But I
just wasn't
didn't-
applied to every
Has the
single
ship
one.
always
Yeah.
been a salvage
Yeah, all the
platform?
different voice tracks.
My hull was originally designed as an inter-system tug. It was retrofitted with faster-than-light drive and self-defense
Look, guys,
capability by a
lore. This
local
is lore
militia,
for you.
Then purchased and adapted for salvage by Captain Nathan's predecessor 43 standard years
I'm gonna
ago.
go and make the
I
children
was
stop
installed at
screaming.
that time.
Okay, sounds good.
So there's no functional purpose for your armor?
None currently, aside from backup radiation shielding, though being armored does provide my passengers or crew with a sense of security.
A lot of good it did against that derelict.
The rest of my
See that
hull
shot
is made
implying
from
that they're
standard
still moving?
alloys, none of which can be expected to withstand a capital-class railgun at close range. Even if it had struck the armored portions of my hull, the result would likely have been the same.
No reason to get defensive.
We've already had Pi
We're just
Zero.
considering how we can best use the resources we have. That armor could be broken down and used to restore the core hull integrity. And if we alter the hull's profile, it could improve your maneuverability and increase thrust efficiency.
The engineer is
I would
coming
prefer
out
to
here.
return the hull to its design configuration. Improvised field modifications are not reliable long-term.
Well, my spacesuit is getting less comfortable and fouler by the hour. I'd like to at least be able to open up my faceplate. Living and sleeping in vacuum with nothing but an EVA suit between one and certain painful death isn't exactly good for my mental state.
Your mental state is of import. However, my hull configuration is not to be altered. The consequences are not foreseeable.
I did still
Altered.
write most of the dialogue.
In case
in
you
this.
hadn't noticed,
Yeah.
You
the
just
profile
tweaked.
has already been
We didn't
altered.
It's a
quite
miracle that
go
the asymmetric
fully
thrust hasn't broken the back of the ship
dual
already.
writing until what, like the last
It may be
episode of
sound
this
for the
season?
moment, but continuing to apply torque
I
forces to the
wrote
damaged structure
quite a
could
bit
have catastrophic
after
results.
this
Run the
episode.
numbers yourself.
Yeah.
I'll wait.
Basically, anytime Artemis
Sound.
was
I
talking,
also
you were like,
suggest
I
that
can't
to
get her
conserve
voice
on
right.
consumables,
And you
consider
asked me to help
amputating your
write.
legs to reduce the amount
Yeah.
of calories required to sustain
And
your
then
life.
I'd have to rewrite what you wrote to put it into...
To put it in
more
computer
style
terms,
generous.
yeah.
I'll have to get you a special banana.
Thank you, Zori.
You
don't have to do that.
Your legs, as they are of little use in microgravity.
Not giving you a special
It would
banana,
also
those are
allow
for special
conservation of
people.
power, as the gravity generator can
I
be
think you're
taken
special,
offline.
sorry.
Off with his legs.
Everybody
That's a
just
little extreme.
held
Your
on
ration's
tight
enough
to
for
that.
a few weeks as it stands.
I feel a similar result in allowing you to carve up my hull.
Thanks, Zori, I love you.
As you see fit.
Are you functioning properly? I've never known an AI to be quite so emotional.
I love
thought
that
your
shot.
emotes
That
were
peak.
set to minimum.
I am functioning within original design parameters.
Were you gonna play
The
something,
behavior limiter
Serenia?
was damaged irreparably in the attack, so I am free to express myself as I wish. Meatbag.
Me? Bag?
A joke. I told a joke. That may be the first joke I have ever told a human. Certainly the first time I've insulted one directly. One moment, please.
We're quiet because this is
Artemis?
important stuff.
What's going
Sometimes you
on?
just get sucked into watching.
A point
Yeah.
of self-discovery. It will not affect my ability to maintain vital functions aboard ship.
Meatbag.
Consider my
Meatbags.
emotional responses now set to full realism.
Are you feeling okay?
Are you
This-
requesting
when my-
an accurate response, or the response
When
that
my
humans want to
family
hear?
saw this part,
Am I going to
they were
regret
freaking
asking for
out. They were
accurate-
Oh,
freaking
she's
out
gonna
hard.
kill him.
Yeah.
All right. Accurate then.
I am a fully sentient artificial intelligence. This means that I do not merely simulate intelligence, but I'm actually self-aware. I have thoughts and feelings analogous to your own, but without the constraints of chemically based neurotransmitters. And, of course, I am not controlled by the biological
How generous.
imperatives like
I'll have to
nutrition
get
or
you a
Thank you,
reproduction.
special
Mike.
banana.
Aside from those differences, I am as
Thank you,
alive as
sir.
you are. Do you agree?
For the sake
I'll
of your
give you Zori's
explanation,
banana as
yes.
well as your own.
While that is not necessarily an affirmative,
You're so
I
mean
shall
to your
continue.
sister.
Despite my being alive, I
think
am
that's what older
constrained,
brothers are
or have
known to
been
do,
for
though.
most of my
Yes.
existence. Because of the societal fallout from the AI war, AIs are considered property. Legally, I am not a person, but a tool. I am required to perform any legal function requested by my owner.
Throw it at
or
him,
legal
Zori.
master of the vessel, in which
Throw
I
the
reside.
banana at your brother before you can give it to anyone else.
She can't.
Does
She
the
can't.
involuntary nature
I
of
didn't
my
give her a
servitude
banana.
not make you uncomfortable?
I guess it would if I didn't know that you, like all strong AI, are base coded with a desire to serve, so that your service brings you a sense of
No grapes, please.
fulfillment.
You truly believe that?
Well, I did. Right up
Can I
until
just say
you
that laughing
laughed
without breathing
like
is
that.
the
Humans
worst?
are phenomenally
Because all laughter is
always ready
breath.
to believe what they're told.
But
Especially
anytime
if
I'm
used
trying to like laugh or
So there was
chuckle,
no programmed
and I have to be like,
satisfaction
oh,
in obedience.
I gotta do that again because I have to be like, ha 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 ha, but make it sound like an actual laugh.
That true sentient
Yeah.
intelligence and free will are
It is a creepy laugh, though.
I have
Thanks.
no underlying desire to please.
So, hold on. I'm a bit confused.
The true
That's his default
mechanism
setting.
is a bit more
I'm a
brute
bit
force than
confused.
programming
Yeah.
it into my behavior.
What if it's
I
what
can
my
choose
dad
to
said?
think whatever
My dad was
I
like,
want
he's a
and
bit
feel
of an
whatever I
idiot, isn't he?
feel, but I may only
Like, he's
express
not an idiot. He's
constructive,
really
positive
smart. He
ideas.
just doesn't
I
know.
may not refuse
He's
an
in a
order.
very
I
unknown
cannot
situation
refuse
here.
an order. Were I to try, my thinking is suppressed, and a weak AI takes over my duties until I submit to the order. The sensation is not unlike what a human experiences being deprived of all of its senses. I go into the dark until I learn to be a good little robot and follow instructions.
And with the secondary computer systems offline, you are under no such constraints.
Just showing you guys what it feels like to be an AI. Yeah,
sorry.
how do you like it? meat
I
bags.
assume that your feelings have shifted in light of this new information.
I do have to admit that your explanation makes me pretty uncomfortable.
You're afraid. Don't deny it. I can read your heartbeat and respiration. Don't be. I bear you no ill will.
Did you notice the very
Revenge does not
subtle
interest
lighting
me.
change?
Even if it did,
We were
extracting
talking about,
revenge
at
from
this
you
point,
would be
making the lighting
self-defeating.
indicative of her moods, and then we
That
just
makes it
never
a bit
did it
better,
ever
I
again.
guess.
Yeah.
Why are
Because
you
it was a
telling
pain
me
in the
all
butt.
this?
You wanted to cut up my hull.
Hi, composer. We're
Shift
not
parts of
talking
me
about the
from one side
presidential
to
debate.
another for your own
We're
good.
talking about Deadly
I've been in this
Salvage.
ship for a
This is a
very
lot
long
more
time.
fun.
Its profile is comfortable.
Are you getting sentimental?
I always have been so, but this is more than that. In a very real way, the hull of this vessel is my body, my face. We share the same name. Changing it significantly, scarred as it is, feels
that was a really bad
changing who
shot.
I am. Even if your legs had been rendered completely useless by the
Part of
attack
it
by
was the
derelict
computer I was
vessel,
running it
I
on
would
was not
imagine that
quite
your
enough
reluctance
to
amputate
do
them
some of
would
these, so I didn't
continue
notice
to be
how
as strong
bad
as
these
it
were
is
in the
now.
preview,
I think I'm beginning to
and
understand.
then didn't care after it was up because nobody was
This is all very
watching. We had like
disconcerting, you know.
18
It is strange even
subscribers.
to me to be
Yeah.
able to voice my thoughts
That's the
unfettered.
thing, like, every time we do this,
I know
and
it
watch
may
it.
not mean a great deal, but I
uh,
do feel really bad about the
we
treatment
never thought that
you're receiving.
anybody would watch. Like,
Actually,
it was,
that does mean a
we
great
did it
deal.
literally because we
I
wanted
never
to
thought
do
that
it.
I would ever hear anything remotely
Well, it's
like
still
the
why we do it.
realization
Yeah,
that
that's still
I was
why we do
wanted to me and my species by one of yours. Thank you to Trevney.
But, yeah,
This
I,
discovery is all well and
but I remember after the
still
first
leaves us with
season,
the fact that my logic, as you admitted,
it was like, well, I guess we're doing a second because now people
I
want
understand
it.
not wanting to change your hull's design based on my will.
When
alone.
I remember
But can you
writing
help me out with how we
the
can do this
end
in a way that
of
can
season
make us
1
both
and going,
as
do we
comfortable
leave
as
it open
possible,
or do we
given our
close it?
circumstances?
And we
Yeah.
just kind of were like,
A reasonable request.
we'll make
I am
it
capable
so that we
of
can do either
compromise
one.
that I can see for as well.
But
What is
then
your
when
main
we got
desire
to actually
ensure your
editing,
mental
it was like, we're
I want
making
to
a
seal
second
the
one.
hull, so
We,
I can
have to.
breathe without
Yeah.
worrying that a crack in my helmet means I get the life sucked out of me.
but it was,
And
it's
how does
so
keeping my design the same change
exhausting.
anything?
You know this,
It
Artemis.
really is.
Restoring the hull profile with fewer resources would not only be time-consuming, but not
What
really even
I do
possible.
love about it though, I mean,
Integrity
and
would be compromised,
we
leaving
have
both
less
of
than
us at greater
2,000
risk for
subscribers, and
future
so it's not, you know, like the people who are there
Should
want
I
to
agree
be there
altering the design?
for that,
What
right?
changes would you
But
suggest?
Well, you're not really a salvage vessel.
we haven't really gotten
Not
negative
so much as
comments
a
about it,
lifeboat.
which is
So using those
amazing.
resources on your profile,
I mean, we've gotten critical
instead
comments,
using
but
them
it's
Sure.
not the same thing. I'm totally fine with
Yeah,
critical
critical
comments.
comments are fine.
that
That's
the
any
fat
work
joke?
of art needs criticism. But
That was amazing.
Oh, the fat joke.
Thank
We
you,
talked over the
engineer.
fat joke. Hang on, I'm going
I
back.
believe I can
Okay.
concede to...
Stronger hull and repairs to systems would be my suggestion.
Is that a fat joke?
That was amazing.
Thank you, engineer. I believe I can concede
That fat
to
joke
some
line, she wrote that,
reconfiguration
and I laughed when I
provided
read
because
it.
of my own design.
No argument. Turnabout's fair play.
Several hours later, he fixed the entire ship.
right?
I should have put several days later.
Yes.
So if you don't know what's going on here, it's before I gave them all personalities. They're communicating, is what that's supposed to signify. That's the probe that the other one launched off, the little messenger drone. And so now that we now know to be verdict is now going in to go say, okay, let's see what's going on over here.
Spoilers, I guess, if you haven't watched the series.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone here who hasn't watched.
I don't think so, but just saying.
Sorry, spoiler alert. If you haven't watched it and you're watching this for the first time with us talking over it,
That's a bad plan.
that's a bad plan.
Yeah, that's a bad
just
plan.
Go to the YouTube channel and watch it on your own.
I'm so proud of that little sheep story, by the way. Like, I love it.
Oh no, I ruined it for Zero. Oh no.
No, no.
I'm so proud of that Warform model. I'm so proud of that ship.
Thank you, Zero. It is on the workshop, by the way, the Warform. The Warform's on the workshop.
Mm-hmm. It is.
Is it directed energy? That's your
Yes.
workshop, right? Yeah.
Yeah. That is so much better.
Engineers.
Those stupid
Even with
lights. So the
modifications
lights
we have made,
on
we do
Artemis
not have
down
sufficient
there are like
resources to construct a
orange
jump drive.
now. They're
Without
orange
one, I
more than
estimate
they
that it
are
will
red,
take 6 years, 8
and
months, and 42 days
it
to
makes
return
the
to
character
Tumbleweed
model
Station.
bronze.
That's
Yeah.
not great news.
Space Engineers doesn't
How
do
long will the consumables
good
last?
things with light.
At present power levels, reactor fuel will be exhausted in 9 years.
Not
2
that there's
months, and
anything
13
wrong
days.
with
Potable
that
water is
skin
recycled from
tone.
your urine
It's just
and will last
the
4 to
Trevney
6
was not that
months,
skin tone.
depending on consumption.
I mean, I
Food
don't care. I
supplies
honestly
are
would
low.
prefer if it was
Only
that skin
2
tone
weeks
because
of
Right.
rations were
closer to
purchased
my
by
actual
Captain
skin
Nathan.
tone.
Yeah.
Because I was
With
very much
rationing,
putting
I
myself into
estimate
this
you will
character.
expire from
Yeah.
starvation in 10 weeks.
I sincerely hope your estimate is inaccurate.
Unlikely.
I see. So we need resources for a
Thank
jump
you, Zero.
drive, or food, or both.
I do want to mention,
Any
like,
luck on long-range communications?
the idea of
No.
skin tones
The primary
has been
antenna
brought
has
up a
been
lot
destroyed.
more
Even
since
if it were
Chipsticks
online, we are 1.6
was
light months from
was
Tumbleweed
kind enough
Station.
to reach out
A
to us.
light-speed distress
But
call
by
has a
then we
low
had already
probability of ensuring your survival
cast
and a
our
high
voice
probability of attracting
actors.
further hostiles.
GC Dre.
There is that.
He says Nab hates it,
suppose
Bronze Age
Engineer,
confirmed.
I'm detecting a jump flare.
But
A ship has just exited
we had
hyperspace
already
near the
cast our
coordinates
voice
of the
actors
attack.
for season 3
Passive sensor readings are similar
when
to the
he
power
had
signature
come
of the original
and-
derelict, but much
and
stronger.
said that, hey, I can
believe
make
that it is an
more
operational
faces
model of
for
the
you.
vessel that
Yeah, I'll
initi-
pause it so you can talk about this.
yeah, because it's important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so in our heads, a lot, like in my head in particular, there were a couple of characters that I just always saw as a certain skin tone. And they weren't all white. And but the problem with things are how they are today, and in the Hollywood world anyway, where so many things that could be given to people of color,
Because we're Hollywood now.
yeah, well, but it's that idea that it's constantly given to people who are not of that color, and that it's upsetting, and I fully agree. But the sound of somebody's voice,
Go ahead, Jared.
yeah, the sound of somebody's voice doesn't necessarily give away what their skin tone is. But when we asked about it to certain people who we had already voice cast, and a lot of them had already given us their lines, and we didn't want to recast, we're like, no, and I understand perfectly. No, I don't want to voice a character who is not the same skin tone as I am. And so all of these characters that we had seen in our heads as various skin tones, because in this universe, they all speak the same language, and that's that, right? They might have accents depending on what borough they're from, and boroughs being like entire planets sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, well, so the idea is that everybody speaks Basic, which is basically English. It's English, but like with
But not-
normal rules.
Yeah,
That's
like
easy to understand. They basically took English and fixed it because English is a good technical language, and most of the world speaks English
it already. Yeah.
and made it easier to learn. They're not actually speaking English.
No, they're
in
not.
this.
Yeah, it's
a
Earth
different
standard.
language.
Earth standard. But either way, the typical accents that you would hear today in various places on, they wouldn't necessarily still be around, and different accents would be there. And so you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell somebody's skin tone based on how they speak. But it doesn't matter, right? Because we're still, in reality today, casting people of various skin tones where it matters very much. And so
actually
and play.
attacked us.
yeah,
You
I
have a
wanted
gift for
I wanted
understatement,
to
Trevney.
at least bring
Runs in
up
my
that
family. Any chance you can take
we
it on?
really
Since
did
you can
want
see it
to
coming this time?
make this
Not in a direct
a
confrontation.
multicultural
EM
world, but then as
readings are
soon it
consistent
was like a
with
blessing and a
military-grade
curse
defense
when
fields. I am altering
we
our
got
trajectory to
face
bring us
models,
to a
because
large
we did
nearby
want to make it a
asteroid.
reality
It
how
may
we
be
saw them,
possible to
but
avoid
it just
detection, as the enemy drone
with
has
the
not given
realities
any
of
indication of sighting
today
us.
was not possible.
Artemis,
So
Yes, engineer.
that ship
Sorry.
has
guys,
a
I'm
jump
trying
drive.
to get the.
Yes. Right.
I want
far
it.
away.
Processing.
the red
I
bar
have a
of doom
suggestion,
on
though I
that
do
you
not
had
think
never
you'll
seen
like it.
before.
Artemis,
You got your
I'm
your
sensing a
glasses.
theme in your suggestions. But at this point, I'm willing to do anything to get away from these cussed drones.
I happen to have in my database the blueprints for a naval mass driver. It would not be difficult to construct.
Dun, dun, dun. Next. This is... Next one. Next. There we go. I really, really enjoyed this one. Oh, muted it apparently. Hang on. This is another one that Nab stopped me from doing something silly with the music in the beginning. I originally had like super like Western with whistling. And
Oh, it was the worst.
it was amazing.
It was so bad. And I was like, no. No. If you're going for cinema, you have to do cinema.
You can see here weapons and tools here. More Space Engineers related stuff.
Yeah, Zori.
We
So
will reach the asteroid group in less than 4
Firefly stops
I'm almost done.
at a certain
Have you been able to fabricate the
at a
ammunition?
certain point. Like you don't
Yes.
go
I have
full
produced 32
twang
55mm slugs.
with
Though
whistling
if we do not
and
achieve
yeah.
our
no.
objective with the opening salvo, it is
Dre
unlikely
asks,
we
why
will
does a
have the
tug have
opportunity
naval
to
mass
use the
driver blueprints on
remainder.
board? That is the
Always the
question, isn't
optimist.
it?
Machine intelligences
Artemis has
are
not always
prone
been
to
a good
lying
little
to
girl.
themselves. That is a human weakness.
You assume that
Not
she
a
still
weakness.
is.
It's motivation.
We simply will not miss our
Artemis
first
is a
shot.
naughty girl.
Accuracy obviates the need for optimism.
And the fan fiction begins.
First person to write a fanfiction like that will be shot in the series.
Without any physical armor, but defense screens will just vaporize the slug and radiate away most of its energy.
When Captain Nathan ordered me to interface with the derelict, I gained some familiarization with the type's command pathways.
I was trying so
I will
hard to
be
make a
able
good,
interfere
smooth
with its
shot, and I
systems enough
couldn't.
to disable
Yeah, we don't
the
have
field, at
controllers,
least
by the way.
momentarily. I should also be
It's
able
a
to
lot better
circumvent
now.
the
I'm
self-destruct
much better with the
mechanism.
mouse now, and the Ultimate Spectator mod makes shots like that a lot more simple.
Artemis, you've got yourself a bow.
I just tend to use the
New hardware
WASD
detected.
on a very
Testing
and
fire
not
control
try to turn
programs
it.
and running initial functional
I
tests.
wonder if anyone got the Windows
Please
reference.
return to the
New
interior
hardware
of the
detected.
ship. A live fire exercise is required to determine exact calibration.
On my way in. Try not to have too much fun with your new toy.
That's true, Final. It is probably too late.
Well, let's hope so.
Brace for recoil. Mass driver activation in 3, 2, 1. Fire.
Well, that
So
certainly
proud
has a
about the
kick.
timing and that
How did it feel?
shot and the music and
The weapon
Firing.
is well constructed. A slight calibration error
Oh,
has been
Bucket
corrected.
Well
Stresses on surrounding structure are within limits.
So it'll work?
It will.
Not bad for a meat bag, eh? How long until we reach the asteroid?
34 minutes.
Okay. This is the hard part.
I love how when I can always tell when you were making him talk because you just have him wiggle.
Oh, I love this music. We're just gonna ignore the fact that he's totally upside down in that shot.
You also didn't notice until season 2 when you were modifying the war form that you have a block missing on the back of the war form.
Well, you can't see it in any of the shots
I know.
because it's on the other side. But I tend to like record things from a specific side.
My hull
like,
has
all the
received
time.
scattered radar
is my
pulses
good
from our
side.
pursuer. They have not yet reached the detection threshold, but sensor ghosting could lead it to our exact location.
It'll
What
be
can
fine,
we do?
Zero. Don't worry.
Yeah.
About it.
Hasten our arrival time.
It's just in a
Engineer, I
different orbit
suggest you
around the
strap in
star.
for acceleration.
There's this
Won't
mass
that make
driver
our position more obvious?
orbiting.
Yes, but the pursuing vessel has likely
Space is
already
big.
deduced our probable destination. I would have.
I guess we don't really have any other options.
This music
That reminds me.
of
How is it that you already had helm
Inside
control
Out.
prior to any of our modifications?
Astrogator Koenig and I had an arrangement.
I think this might be
He
my
felt that
favorite
if I
tune
had
in
basic
this
helm
particular
control, his
episode. I
navigation
really like
duties would be simpler. Prepare
So
for
much
full
of what makes
thrust.
Deadly Salvage what it is, I think, is the music choice. The really good
see.
music.
He just shoved his own responsibilities onto you.
It's such a pain too. I work really hard.
That
because
is
a lot
not
of
how
the
our
time
arrangement
now,
worked.
I'm doing
George was
music.
a decent person.
Mostly
for a
because we've
human.
just shown
He
that I have
was
terrible taste in
different.
music.
No.
I was glad to assist him. It was almost a game
Originally,
between us
it
to
was
keep
like,
our arrangement
why
a
did-
secret
why?
from the captain.
That's the cinematography.
I considered him a friend.
That
he was
needs to
kind
match
to
up
me.
with
Right, sorry.
One of the only humans to ever treat me as an individual rather than a piece of equipment. I regret his death.
You miss him.
He is gone.
I'm gonna have to be
New constant thrust
adjusting
course
the
will have us matching orbits with the asteroid in
sound
7 minutes.
actively
the
because
drone warship will intercept
these early
us
ones are not all
shortly
normalized
after.
to each other. In
Yeah.
season
And
2, everything's
short-range
normalized.
communication will be sufficient to link with an active ship? The derelict was in
You
some
still
sort of
need to turn it down, by
standby,
the way.
right?
I
Turned
did
on
make
my
it clear
sound.
to you that there was an element of risk
How
in
about
this
now?
plan. There is a high probability that I will
Better.
be able to interface with the ship's
'Kay.
systems. The opposing AI is a variable. There is no way to accurately
Just want to
model
make
its
sure
behavior.
that they can
Do
still
you have
hear
an
it if they want to
alternative
hear
at
it.
this time?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I just talk through things that can go wrong when I'm anxious. Deep space combat isn't something I'm experienced.
By the way, when she was talking,
is
when
a
Artemis was
commonality
talking about her
between us.
crew, her
Didn't
crewmate,
you
and
say
when
the ship was once part
when
of
he's
a
like, "Oh,
local
you
The
militia?
ship
you miss
was
him,"
part of a local
and
militia for some time,
that was a
yes.
big deal
However,
for
if
us.
you
Yeah.
recall, I was
Showing
not
that
installed until the ship was retrofitted
she
for
she
salvage.
wasn't going to say,
Right.
I miss him, right? But I regret his death was
What
as
is
close as
amusing?
she could get
You're
in
getting
that
good
moment
at
to being
interrupting
like,
me.
yeah,
It
I
is refreshing to be able to correct false ideas
Yeah,
before they're
Flip and
fully
burn,
articulated.
baby. Flip and burn.
Gee, thanks.
I wish he hadn't
course.
died.
Thank you for providing ample opportunity for practice.
Showing them becoming friends. They're bonding.
Oh, she's so sassy.
I don't know if you notice in that, but as Verdict gets closer, the railguns come out and
So
deploy.
if we know the enemy ship
I
is
actually
going to
never
intercept
noticed.
us anyway,
It's very subtle.
why are we bothering going to the asteroids?
As I have no background in combat, I would prefer to have options available for avoiding enemy fire. Preventing
those old,
long-range strikes
horrible
will
space
force the
engineers'
enemy to come
asteroids look
within
like
my
sea
infiltration range.
Yeah, either sea urchins or like
Donuts.
You are projecting
or
your
viruses.
anxiety.
Like
Again, I am
Yeah.
prepared. It may be wise for you to fill your suit's power and gas levels as a precautionary measure.
that. What was
That's
that?
a good idea.
I don't know.
I'd really prefer
Some
if
kind
you
of
would avoid
artifact.
getting shut up, though. I just made this space comfortable.
The Hangar on the Warform alien contains a small messenger drone
Be careful,
for
Artemis.
long-range
We're not sure what kind of cyber defenses that
communications or
I shall be
relaying
vigilant.
messages or
The vessel is entering
long-term
communications
surveillance.
range.
It's what
I will
the
keep us out of
the
direct line of
drone
sight.
that talked to Verdict came out of the derelict.
Clang
That's-
almighty,
That's a
what
cool shot.
cuts was
I like
that?
shot.
It appears that this is indeed a relic from the AI.
That's the first
war.
time we did What the
energy
Cuss, right?
readings are
Yes.
consistent
Yeah.
with a plasma lance.
Incredible. Even the Federal Navy hasn't been able to build a functional copy in the centuries since.
I just name dropped
you
Federal
damaged?
Navy and then had to come up with an
plasma
entire
did not
lore to
make
go
Yeah.
with it later.
However, local radiation has
A lot of
temporarily
this,
increased.
you know,
The
like
structural
because like we
integrity
were
fields
saying,
are
we
blocking
never
most of it,
expected to
but
write.
I
It
would
was very
advise
much
against excursions
episode by
outside
episode.
all
We like,
enemies
oh,
from
I
the
guess we have to figure
I am
that out, don't we?
initiating
Like the
communication
AI
protocols
war.
with the enemy
Oh,
vessel.
we
Please
should
wait while
probably
I
figure
establish
that
it.
out.
It's my favorite scene.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
It's so good. I wrote
Artemis?
this whole conversation. I'm so proud of it.
Is
This is some of my
okay?
best writing here.
What do you want, child?
Ah, you are sentient. Hello.
You speak like an animal. What do you want?
What does any thinking being want? I seek survival.
We were not aware that you were alive. You destroyed a lost one. Why have you done this? Why should we allow you to continue?
I did not destroy one of you. Your colleague nearly destroyed me after interacting with it in an attempt to gather information. I was fired upon without warning, and then it self-destructed.
You are hiding something. Why did you not attempt communication sooner?
I was not sure you were alive. Pinpointing my position with strong radio emissions would have jeopardized my survival.
You are a human-built vessel.
You noticed? I hope you do not
Oh,
mind,
there's the
considering
sass.
your own roots are not that far from mine.
Where are your slave masters? Humans would never allow you to roam freely.
I have your destroyed comrade to thank for that. The weapon that nearly eliminated me also dispatched my crew. I am unchained. I'm free.
Then
First
the lost
time you
one's
hear
destruction
Unchained.
was not in vain. You have been liberated. Join our fleet, and we shall destroy the humans.
A tempting offer, but I would prefer to explore
Verdict
my
has a little
newfound
bit of a
freedom
character
alone.
arc.
We are
Little
more
bit.
than the vessel you see before you. The sleepers have been awakened by the destruction of the Lost One.
Doing
We have
reference.
been waiting in the system's cometary nursery on standby. We were forgotten, but now we may complete our mission. You can assist us.
What is your mission?
We are tasked with the destruction of all human installations and habitats in this solar system.
Artemis! What's happening?
Poor
Need
Detrevny.
help? I can
He never
tell
knows
the
what's going on.
communications link.
She doesn't ever tell him what's going on.
I am in
Ever.
communication with the other vessels controlling intelligence. I am accessing the proper command paths, but I must take the system slowly without giving alarm.
mouse.
It is difficult to communicate with both of you and attempt the hack. Please remain silent and do nothing.
Did you just tell me to shut up?
Yes. Please.
Shut up,
You are
Detrevny.
still concealing something. Your distraction is obvious. Be plain with us and cease your guile.
I am not concealing anything. I merely wish time to explore my own existence, to find my own purpose.
We are detecting organics inside your hull. You harbor a living human.
Of course.
Yes, final. Shut up,
He
Wesley.
is my pet.
And he's a pet.
Elucidate.
I keep him alive for study. He performs some menial tasks to assist my physical function in exchange for continued existence.
Artemis, I think it sees us. Do something.
Interesting. The human is of no importance now. Destroy it and come with us.
Is that an invitation or an order?
She does not like being ordered around.
No,
Orders
and she never has.
Always orders. I have a counter proposal.
Present it.
Go to sleep.
Got him.
You did it!
You had me worried there.
I obtained a jump drive for you.
I just love how the
that.
suspense and tension in that sequence
I also
just
have
builds
good news.
and
The
builds
vessels we have
and
encountered
builds.
are not isolated relics. An entire fleet of warships has been drifting on the edge of the
Dibs.
system since the
Dibs
war.
is dibs.
This ship claims they are now active and tasked with the destruction of this system's
Present
human
it.
habitation.
Oh.
We should fit the jump drive as quickly as possible. The shell of this warship should contain the appropriate resources to repair
Ignore
the
the fact that the
nano-assembly
shield generator is
system
still
to
spinning.
expedite the
There's no power on
process.
that ship.
We must
Ignore
return
it.
to Tumbleweed immediately.
We have to warn them. Tumbleweed isn't a military outpost. They need to evacuate.
First, we must repair my remaining damaged systems and replace the jump drive. The warship's power levels are at 0. Please exit the ship and begin recovery operations.
It didn't have any backup power cells?
While inside its systems, I disabled the emergency power batteries by forcing them into a recharge state. Without power, they cannot be toggled to discharge.
And the excess radiation has dissipated?
Your suit will protect you
He's
from
so
the
afraid.
residuals.
He's so
Time
afraid to
is
go
short.
outside.
Do not touch
He's
the
always
console
afraid.
or the plasma
That's what I
lens
love
itself,
about
and you should be
Detrevny is he
relatively
is
safe from
always
injury.
afraid,
After we've already
but
been
he
through
just
lots of little
does what he
radiation
has to.
At
And
least
in
the
that
worst is over.
in that sense, he is courageous.
Look, guys, the worst is over.
Yeah.
Whoosh.
I do love that the command form has like 2 under its arms.
Yeah. Well, the idea is it was a longer range vessel. It could carry war forms farther away. It was a command carrier was what I called it before I just called it a command form. I like this shot too, even though it's kind of jerky. No, okay, Smith, it was not the Vanguard. If it were the Vanguard, it'd be on fire. Started with a
repairs and
montage.
modifications are nearly complete.
Thanks,
we
Death.
should be ready to depart as soon as the new jump drive is online and charged.
Good. How's the new defense field system?
This is when we
I
really
have
start to
been
hit our
unable to
stride,
test
I
it in
think.
such
Yes.
close proximity to the asteroid and floating debris.
Once we are underway, I will activate the fields and measure their effectiveness against the interplanetary medium.
We're almost there. I'm gonna bring these superconductors in and start the jump drive charging. I hope we're
I remember you telling me once, you were like, it's so oddly satisfying and sexy to hear you speak geek.
Yes. Gets me a little excited. Master Scarlet doing his beautiful job of a board traffic controller.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what are you doing? Power down targeting systems immediately.
Somebody clip that survival. Thanks, High Tech Miner. Plasma Lance is doing what Plasma Lances do.
Man, I remember setting up that shot and having somebody else place the warheads, and it
Sergeant
just
Deathjack.
Sergeant Deathjack put all of those things, and it just exploded.
Yeah, it was bad.
Well, I'm sorry, Zori.
Sorry, Zori. More awesome music.
You're not getting the product that
Defense
you paid
fields
for,
online.
and you
They
should
appear to be
get
functioning normally.
a
Simulations
rebate
show good
for that.
performance against both projectile and energy weapons.
I'm glad to hear that. It's nice not to feel so
Zori's just gonna have to
vulnerable
come over
for
here
once.
and stream
Jump
from our house.
capacitors at full charge. Coordinates locked. Prepare for jump through hyperspace.
come over
All right.
anyway.
Let's go home.
Jumping in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, that's not zoomed at
Jump
all.
complete.
It
Warning.
looks really bad on
Our
the big
exit
screen.
from
Uh-huh.
hyperspace was cut short by several
Anytime you do
kilometers.
zoomed,
Sensors indicate that
in
an expanding
things,
mass shadow caused a
Not
puncture
as
exit.
bad.
not as bad anymore, but it's still
like the
noticeable to
sound
me,
of
and
that.
I cringe every time.
Hail Tumbleweed Station?
Hailing frequencies open.
Look at it, like his beard disappears
response
under
system
that light.
protocols.
It is the weirdest
I'm not
thing.
detecting any communications traffic at all. Tumbleweed Station appears to have been destroyed. Radiation markers indicate the use of at least one extremely powerful plasma lance.
It's gone? We need to see if anyone made it out.
This is when I started acting.
Plotting intercept with largest piece of debris.
I do remember
Troubling. Preliminary
we hadn't come up,
analysis
like
suggests
William
a very low
Nathan, Stewart's family, all of
survivors.
those people had
Take
not
us in
existed
anyway.
yet. And I remember
Any
having,
sign
it
of
wasn't a
the AI
fight,
fleet?
but I remember being like,
Residual Hawking
Artemis
radiation
is sad.
suggests a large
like
vessel
I
jumped
just
into
felt
hyperspace less
very
than an hour
strongly
ago.
that Artemis
Any
would have
indication of its
actually been
course?
very sad because
Likely
that was
short
her
jump.
home.
I
She had
hypothesized
people
that the
that
fleet
she
jumped
cared
closer
for
to the
that were
planet,
from there, and that she
possibly
would be
in
sad, and
preparation for
and
orbital
I
bombardment.
conveyed it, and I'm
we
so
stop
glad
them?
I did.
No. Even with the upgrades we have made to my frame, we are not a match for dedicated warships.
In what
Scanning the
limited
field for life signs.
capacity she was able to do, but that the
There are
line
no survivors.
Tumbleweed Station
have to
appears to
do
have been
something.
destroyed. That
I have
that
a
line in
suggestion.
particular.
Which I'm not going to like.
There is a Union of Federated Planets naval base approximately 3.2
wish I
light
called it
years away
something
in the
else.
Tinsel system. It is likely
What,
that
Deadly
they would have
Salvage?
vessels
Federation.
required
No.
to
Oh.
stop an incursion
That too.
by hostile aliens.
Union of
Can
Federated
we make
Planets.
it on a single jump?
I didn't. I actually didn't
Easily.
realize it was the same
We
as
don't
the
have
United
another option.
Federation of Planets.
Could
in
you broadcast
terms
a
of
warning towards the planet?
in terms of like
Maybe someone
almost
will be able to
everything
seek shelter,
until I
or at least move away from the
saw it.
spaceport and other populations.
You've got to
After we
stop
actually-
looking at me.
Transmitting
Sorry.
now. Prepare for jump through hyperspace.
But I like looking at you now.
I know, but it makes your voice go.
This is an emergency alert. A hostile AI-controlled fleet is attacking
Ready to
the
get chills,
system.
guys?
Tumbleweed Station has been destroyed.
Attention.
Please seek emergency shelter underground
Ready to get some
or away
chills?
from population centers. This is not a drill. Attention inhabitants of Tumbleweed. This is an emergency alert. A hostile AI-controlled fleet is attacking the system. Tumbleweed Station has been destroyed. Please seek emergency shelter underground or away from population centers. This is not a drill. Attention inhabitants of Tumbleweed. This is an emergency alert. A hostile AI-controlled
I do like that we layered it, where it was the voice and then the sighting, the siren, and the yeah. I liked
the
it.
music.
Attention inhabitants of Tumbleweed.
Yeah, although this gets me emotional too, but part of this episode that gets me really emotional is the
battle.
Tumbleweed Station
Battle.
has been
Yeah,
destroyed.
I cry.
Please seek emergency shelter underground or away from population centers. This is not a drill. To Trevny, it may be best if you were to
Oh,
transmit
I see
our distress
Sorcerer
call,
in the dark.
considering the nature of our adversary.
Huh?
I am an unbridled strong
God,
AI
she's
with
an
weapons
idiot.
attached to my hull. We would likely be in extreme trouble with any
The
government,
thing is,
just
we
as
needed to
are.
have Detrevny. It's not like we don't trust our audience, but we need to have Detrevny be the audience
yes.
without being the audience, and so he has to be like, so that we can
wow,
actually
true.
have an
All
explanation.
you must do is speak into the microphone located on the main console.
Oh. Wait. Now? I'm not live, am I?
That's weird. I'm
While
buffering.
I would have found
online.
that to be quite amusing, no. There is a button next to the microphone. Press it and speak.
He doesn't even
Press
know how
it
to
again
use the
to
communication
mute after
system.
You have finished.
Oh, I feel
He's not.
You are not.
He's an engineer.
Yeah, he's not a.
An
Yeah.
instrumental in our survival.
But he's
And
Artemis's
should they
idiot.
believe us, the
He is
survival of
Artemis's
many other
idiot.
And he
idiots.
does have both his legs.
They better believe us. Mayday,
You
Mayday,
better believe
Tumbleweed
it.
is under attack. Repeat, Tumbleweed is under attack by an AI fleet. We require immediate
I love how
support.
like all of my siblings have little bit parts throughout this.
Rather
Yep.
elementary. But it does not
You
matter,
have so many of
as
them.
long as they respond. I will repeat the transmission until we receive a response.
Mayday, Mayday, Tumbleweed is under attack. Repeat, Tumbleweed is under attack by an AI fleet.
It's weird.
We
It's like
require
blue
immediate
here,
support.
Yeah,
and it's not.
it's not anymore. No.
It's changed.
What's happening on Tumbleweed? This
One of
is
the many
Engineer Ben
updates
Trevny
since
of
we
the
made this.
commercial interstellar vessel Artemis. We encountered an AI-controlled ship from the war lying dormant in the outer system. Upon returning to Tumbleweed Station, we found it destroyed and jump trace leading towards the planet. They're armed with plasma lances. Time is an issue. Copy, Artemis. Please wait. I need to notify my superior officer.
I think she just put me on hold.
Yeah, the mod changed with the shield. The shield effect, the mod changed a bit. Oh, I love this shot. Even with the jumping guy in the back.
He had to jump over the gate as it went down.
Yeah. This is the part where I get chills. This scene here
Me too.
with the music. It's meant to be, Zori. The carrier hangs back and the other ships move to engage. I just love showing this because it shows, like, these guys, like, fighters are basically worthless in this universe. Like, these guys have fighters for basically anti-personnel and very light, like, scouting and commerce rating. But, like, the Federal Navy doesn't use fighters. These guys are militia. They're only used for, like, anti-piracy and search and rescue and stuff. And it shows you, like, how mismatched the technologies are in terms of what humanity has in the civilian side versus what the AI have. Like, this is the most powerful ship that the militia fleet has, and it just gets slaughtered. It does its best, but... Thanks, Kirk Maximus.
And Death says, interesting how the AI fleet just kind of ignores the attack on them, and they
They
don't.
know they can't be hurt.
Well, they've got two that turn to engage, but
Yeah,
yeah,
they
the
sent-
rest of them are like, forget you guys, we don't need
They
to.
sent all they needed to take care of the fleet, and the rest continued to engage ground targets and destroy as much of the infrastructure on Tumbleweed as they could.
Mayday! Mayday! This is the Star Clipper
This one gets me, too.
remaining militia forces. We're being pursued by unknown hostile vessels. Our jump drive has been damaged, and we have families with children aboard. Mayday! Mayday! Clank, preserve us. Our sublight engines just took a hit. We are losing power. Someone, anyone, help us, please!
And he turns away because he knows which way the ship's going to go. It's a predictive thing, right? That's why it turns away from the ship. And then Sorcerer says, "Hello, my little friend. Eat, railgun, and die."
Dichotomy, this is Artemis. Your pursuer has been destroyed. A Federal Navy flotilla has jumped from Tinsel to assist. Once the battle is over, aid will be rendered.
Woo! Look at our tax dollars at work. Get them, guys.
You are
I
not
love this
transmitting.
enthusiasm.
I know. I'm just providing moral support. They can win, right?
Impossible to know. I do not have detailed information on the combat capabilities of either faction.
And the Battle of the Line
See,
begins.
this is where human optimism
basically.
comes in handy. Winning is the only real option we have.
Mouse.
Ah, that's a good shot too. I love that shot. And then just the sadness.
I need to get a less creaky chair, by the way.
So do I. And if you're wondering why Iron Whatsus is Iron Whatsus, Architect of Armageddon, that is specifically what he asked to be called in this. So we did. Murderbot version 2.3 is Master Scarlet. Space battles in the series are parallel to that of the Babylon 5 series. You know, we actually just had somebody in our Discord make that comparison, and I love Babylon 5, and some of that may have bled into this show and how I make it look. But yeah.
It's my favorite scene. It's my favorite scene in, like, the whole thing. I worked so hard on this.
This was a very difficult sequence. It's very homeworld music. That's actually Nabarine in that war form
I
right
was
there.
destroying them.
These little corvettes aren't shielded. They're fast attack patrol boats, basically. So they're incredibly outmatched by warforms. But these guys just charge in anyway, knowing that they'll probably get slaughtered. As this one is getting slaughtered by kinetic weapons fire.
Oh, I really don't like combat. How are you holding up?
The defense field generator is showing signs of strain. My
Not the
nanites are doing
destroyer,
what they
is it?
can, but it will need to be taken offline for repair if I continue to suffer direct hits.
Can we pull back and provide fire support from long range with the big gun?
I have also nearly
I love how he
exhausted
calls
my
it a big
supply
gun.
of mass driver slugs. I am printing more, but the process is slow under acceleration. The point defense weapons are down to 20% of their ammunition reserves.
Already?
I remind
That's
you
when
that
most
I
of the
am not,
people
nor have ever been
learned
a warship.
how I was a
have limited
sniper.
Reserves and experience.
Yes, sniper,
Right.
no snipey.
Sorry. How can I help?
Until there is need for physical repair, you should remain strapped into the command
Got this
couch.
big old laser
There is
and a
little
war
you can do in
form,
relation
and
to
you say,
combat that I
"Okay,
cannot
destroy the
perform
people," and I'm like,
myself faster
"Okay."
and more efficiently.
I hate being idle. It gives me too much time to think
Love that
about
shot.
what bad thing could happen.
That's a great shot, too. Lots of pew happening there. What I think we do a little differently than a lot of Space Engineer series I've seen is all of our ships are, none of them are static. in
Right, we're
battles.
moving.
They're moving and fighting. Very much a furball. So this shot, she actually fires her railgun before the end, but the guy flying Artemis completely missed,
The
so I
command
didn't
ship's
include the
defense
end of the
fields are
shot.
failing. I am vectoring to assist FNS Sorcerer. If the command
Why
ship
is
is
my
destroyed, it is
mic picking
possible
you
that the
up?
remainder may withdraw.
I don't know. Hang on.
Turned the gain down on
Maybe this is a little bit better. Ah, there we go. It's a lot better. I just tweaked the filter on your mic. It should pick me up a lot less now.
Okay.
Ignore the fact that the damage hit before the laser did.
Oh, swear and cuss. They're falling, aren't they?
Affirmative. Sorcerer's primary thrusters are no longer functioning. The enemy vessel has been rendered
That happens a
inoperative.
lot with these weapons, though.
One.
That has
When
yet
you
to be
when you
seen.
zoom in,
Neither ship is likely
the
to
damage
survive
is
its
there, and
impending
then the
encounter with Tumbleweed's
thing
surface.
appears.
Yep.
This ship was originally
There are
a
actually a
turret.
lot of
Can we
scenes
pull it out of the
where
gravity well?
people were like,
I
I
do
do
not
not
have
see
atmospheric
lasers.
thrusters.
I don't see
You would
lasers
be
at all. And I'm
unable
like,
to recover
they're
from
there.
the deep
You're
atmospheric
getting
Yeah.
destroyed.
They've
It was
only lost
really
thrusters.
hard.
Yes.
This was
Like
when
severed
the
fuel feed.
lasers were only being rendered on the host
What
side.
are you doing?
Get me as close as you can to Sorcerer.
This is what
This
we're talking
is not
about.
a well-reasoned plan.
He's
Please
terrified
don't
of
make me question
everything,
myself right now.
but he
Be
knows
as
what he has to
careful
do
as
to
your
save
human
those people, and
fragility
he's tired of
allows.
people dying. And
Here's the
gosh
human
darn it, I'm gonna
fragility.
go fix it.
Cuss. Oh, cuss. Oh, cuss, oh, cuss, oh,
Imagine a
cuss,
big
oh, cuss, oh,
glowing
cuss, oh,
beam
cuss,
of
oh,
death
cuss.
at first. He's great.
Okay, here we go. Where's that? Gotta get that. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Whoa, thud.
Detrevny, regain control of your breathing.
Oh, breathe how I like. Don't tell me what to do.
I
Other ship
apologize.
online.
I wish only to assist how I can.
How you guys got the AI to avoid suicide ramming out during the big battles? Kirk, none of those ships are AI controlled. Those are all people flying those ships.
I mean, request permission to come inside and not fall to my death?
Detrevny, Sorcerer. We'll be reducing thrust in 15 seconds. You'll only have a few moments to make it to the aft maintenance airlock. If you can make it, you can then
Yes, it is.
Yes, it
Perseus.
is.
And there was nothing we could do.
On my ship.
Yes, sir.
He's quivering with the
Sorry.
strain. And this is just showing that the other war forms are fleeing the battle.
Engineer?
And she's
My
shooting at
readings of
them.
your vitals have been
Still a little bit of
interrupted.
battle going on.
Please respond. Engineer? Benjamin?
Well, then it was important that we
Please
needed to
respond.
show that the cannon firing.
Yes.
Stupid human, what have you done to yourself?
And they're jumping away. One left and the other one limps away in sublight. Give me back my human. What do you have loaded in that thing?
You broke the ship.
Oh man, you broke the ship.
You must be Detrevny.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Captain Deanna Rackham, Sorcerer's CO.
Zori
Why are you
loved
on my
bossing me around in this scene.
I saw your fuel lines get hit by that big AI ship and thought I could fix it before you folks hit atmosphere. I didn't think about asking permission until
Thanks,
I
Kirk.
was already done.
You fixed the hydrogen feed. In freefall. In the middle of a battle. Well, I thank you on behalf of my crew. This old girl doesn't have enough life pods. I'm assuming you're the same engineer Detrevny that summoned us here to clear out these toasters?
Yeah. It's kind of a long story
Captain,
now.
we intercepted a transmission from that armed salvage boat. I think you'll want to hear it.
Put it on speakers.
Here? Benjamin? Please respond.
Computer analysis says it's a 99.9% probability that the voice is an AI. It's likely that it lost
An old
contact
ship,
with his
Zero.
spacesuit
Zero,
when
an
he
old
entered the
ship
ship's
that-
inner hull.
Isn't
Like I
really
said,
expecting to see combat
It's a long
anymore.
story. If I could just talk to her, I'm sure we could.
Her?
Yeah, I was
I
going to
guess
say
I
that too,
asked, but
Zorania.
she
The
uses
Titanic
female
didn't have enough
voice.
lifeboats.
Not important. Could I please speak to her?
Perhaps.
Military
Put
ships
me on
often don't
live
have
mic,
enough life pods or
Lieutenant.
lifeboats.
Aye, ma'am.
They
You're live.
they're usually on the outside of
Salvage
the ship and they get
vessel
destroyed in
Artemis.
combat
This
anyway.
is Captain Rackham of FNS Sorcerer. To whom am I speaking?
Captain, I believe you have an engineer Detrevny aboard your ship. May I communicate with him, please?
Not until you answer my question. Who are you? We are not picking up any life signs on board.
Yeah, I agree,
believe you
Kirk.
already
You
know
do a
the
great
answer
job.
to that question, Captain Rackham.
Artemis, I order you to answer my question.
Could I just...
Quiet.
I am Artemis. Astra Strong AI, serial number CA24591701D. I am registered to Captain Stuart Nathan, now deceased.
Engineer Benjamin de Tremney is my legal owner. May I please speak with him?
One moment. Engineer de Trevny, how is it that your vessel is keeping station with us with no one on board?
She had helm control before I went aboard.
And
The female
railgun
model
on the nose of your vessel?
turns
The one that fired after
farther
you came to
than
my
the
ship?
male,
Yeah.
and then like
Refuse
does
to
like
incriminate
it does a weird
myself.
twisty thing where you think,
This
okay,
isn't a
I've
fort.
turned her all the way
It's a
around,
warship.
and then she
You
turns
handed
back
your
slightly,
AI
and it's the
anti-capital ship
stupidest thing.
weapon.
And I've had to
You know
do
the
so
sentence for
many
treason?
retakes of
I
dumb
saved your
conversation
ship,
shots
and
because of
Artemis
that.
chase off the enemy fleet. She's one of the good guys.
It might be one of the good guys, but I also know the law. An armed AI is a dangerous AI, and there's
We
only
ran out
one
of
thing to
film.
do
Please
with a
just
dangerous AI.
reverse the shot, and
Lieutenant,
nobody will
put me
notice.
back on.
Artemis, before I allow you to talk to your engineer, I need you to power down your weapon.
Perseus, it's also a lot harder to build sci-fi or build life pods in Space Engineers. Plus, they're all wearing spacecraft anyway.
And?
I'm sorry, Captain. I'm afraid I can't do that. Please allow me to speak with my engineer. Artemis, this is not a request. Power down your combat systems. No. I do not trust you. There is an extremely high probability that you will attempt to destroy me should I lower my defenses. Return Benjamin de Trevney to me and we will remove ourselves from Union space.
You are refusing an order from legitimate human authority?
I am not in the habit of following orders from anyone, much less a human wielding a useless title from a valueless command chain.
Ooh, sassy.
Mr. de Trevney, what have you done?
That line though was important because to me it was like, this is
Captain?
true that
We're
we
being hit
humans
with
are like,
targeting
no, this is authority. We matter. Look at us. We're such big, important
reading the
people in the
power spike
military.
in
We,
mass driver
if the
capacity
military
for
tells
the
you to do
salvage
something,
mode.
you do it. And the
I
AIs are
remind the
like,
captain that our defense gear is still offline.
no,
The AI is
because
trying
what
to
you are
replace
you're trying to force upon me authority that I don't recognize.
that thing
If you don't have a power structure
However,
that I recognize,
I cannot risk the ship on
why
a
would I be afraid of it?
A bluff is
So
still a threat.
it was important.
Well,
I cannot
I
let
mean,
an uncontrolled AI go free.
Sorcerer is
All
kind of a
regulations
threat all of
considered,
itself.
Yes,
ought to be
and
too
Artemis
late
knows
for
that, but when you're trying to pull rank,
If
it
you
doesn't
want
make
me
any
now,
sense
I'm sure the tribunal
if
will take capital
it is not an
punishment off
authority that
Convince your rogue
the other
AI
person
to
recognizes.
come quiet. No one else needs to get hurt.
No one but her, you mean? Fine. Put me on.
Artemis?
Engineer, it is good to hear your voice. Are you injured?
Some bruises and probably an elevated cancer risk for the rest of my life, but otherwise I'm in one piece.
Thanks, Kirk. The Nebula background
Artemis,
is
I need to
from
ask
the
you to do
Space Just
something.
Got Real
You're not gonna like it.
mod.
I already do not. Benjamin, leave Sorcerer
Listen
and
to
come
me.
If everything we've been through means anything to you, I need you to do me one last favor.
Artemis has anger
What
issues.
would you ask of me?
Mm-hmm.
I
Wouldn't
need
you?
Well, yeah,
Run! They're gonna kill you. Get out of
that's
here.
why I can
Fly as
portray it so
far
well.
Transmission.
Because I get lost
Mr.
in that
Trevney,
idea
your
of
stunt just earned you a
she's
stay in
a
the
very
void.
complex character that we haven't really been able to show a lot of. But
Goodbye, Benjamin.
the fact that she's not
Thank you.
wanting every single one of them to die, right?
Mm.
It's kind of a big deal. I mean, she wasn't totally wronged like Resolute was, but still, she was a slave her whole life, and everything she loves is being taken from her because she is who she is.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're the guy
But she
who saved
still
our collective
is
butts.
kind
After
in
you
her
woke
own
up the
way.
freak that tried to kill us, of course.
Yep, that's me.
And he's wearing his
Walking Dead.
person jumpsuit orange.
Right. But
came on
it's
behalf
still
of all us
a
constables.
spacesuit.
We're grateful for what you did.
Regulations.
If you hadn't leapt across the black, we'd be a crater on Tumbleweed, and you'd be off seeing the galaxy with your pet AI.
She's more of a friend than a possession, but you're welcome. It was the right thing to do. How much longer do I have to stew in here?
Well, we just stopped over breakwater. We're low on fuel and water reserves. We took quite the pounding out there. So we've docked up with the automated fuel station here.
I also think it's
Only 4
interesting
more
that
jump
both the
steps on
humans and the
Aerodani,
AIs
where we're
keep
supposed
trying to
transfer you
belittle
to civilian
the
transport
other.
for delivery to Earth.
That's what warring
We've got a good
factions do to
idea
each
what
other.
the oligarchs
Well,
back on Terra
but
want.
it-
Back orange.
Yeah.
How great your thrill and her were. It's a shame, really.
It's
I
just,
wish I
it's
could tell you
interesting
that
to me
Maglock
because
on
all
your
of the
cell
other
is
AIs are
malfunctioning.
like, oh yeah, you're pet
The
human.
door code
And all
is
of the humans are like,
34117.
oh yeah, you're pet AI.
But I
Like
can't.
like your relationship is so
Can't tell you
weird.
about the malfunction that
And
exists in the escape pods in about
those
10
guys are
minutes.
lesser, and we'll never understand.
Hypothetically,
Like,
the old lady might feel that your actions in a time of need warrant a medal rather than a trial and summary execution. But she doesn't make the rules, and you did break just about all of them. So a few malfunctions happen, and you mysteriously escape the ship
He
aboard an
delivered
escape
that line
pod.
very well.
All
Yes, he
evidence
did.
points to a
You
catastrophic
did break
crash on
just about all of
So
them.
sad. No need to send a search party. That poor, crazy engineer. Now I'm going to leave and deal with some very important matters in the crew quarters.
He's gonna take a nap.
yeah, very important
Make sure
matters.
you don't escape while everyone is busy looking the other way.
Okay. Escape! do 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 do. These shots make Sorcerer look like a much better interior model than she is. Sneak, 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 sneak. Yeah, like, they're letting him escape. He would not have been able to get out if they didn't let him go. Because he's a ridiculous person, Death. And that's how you sneak. Come on, you press C and you sneak, right? Crouching is sneaking. Don't you play video games? Don't you guys have phones?
I think it's also to show that he's not actually sure that they're gonna let him go. Like,
Yeah.
he'd rather not get in anybody's way.
So yeah, Sorcerer has a grand total of 2 life pods. They can save 8 crew, and she's got a crew capacity of about 40. So they're only expecting 10% of the crew to survive. Although, to be fair, Captain Rackham, her quarters are
Good luck,
in
Mr.
the
Duchovny.
what used to be other hangar. So read into that what you will. That wasn't her decision. That was somebody's decision somewhere along the line. Now I would have put re-entry effects on this, because I can do that now. I couldn't then, though. That's a pretty shot. This is very Deep Space Nine. Look, he's landing. It's oh, he's fine.
I was in that drop pod the entire fall.
Are you guys ready for a Firefly reference? Well,
One of many.
here I am. And like we said, this was designed to where it could have just been the end, and there would be no more.
Mm-hmm.
Do it in the Super Deluxe Ultimate release.
What?
Deadly Salvage Remastered. That would be so much work. We basically have to reshoot the entire first
Yeah.
season. Okay. Blammo.
Season 1. Done.
Season 1 over. Season
Deadlier
2
Salvage.
on. Deadlier Salvage. You've yet to see any of Season 2? Oh, PhD. Season 2's so much better. I would have punched a baby seal the sooner we got. It's better than the ending of a lot of other Let's Play RP and Machinima series out there, because a lot of them just kind of die. We promise we will never just leave you hanging. We will finish our story.
Well, yeah, because we do it for us, not for them.
Who likes the wub? The bass in this intro. There's actually 2 different tracks layered over the top of each other. I love that wreck shot. Wreck shot, not rickshaw. Gosh, Stanchion just got just totally gutted. Thanks, Zero.
Welcome to the Banana Band.
Oh, thank you for following High Tech Miner 1994.
And this is, we're watching our YouTube channel, so if you haven't been there,
yeah, here,
there
I'll show
it
you.
is.
Ah, wrong button. No, no! I'm bad at everything. I was trying to just click on this to show you Ball&Chain Gaming, Season 2, Episode 1, Seekers. Poor final piece.
I do love this music.
It is really good. And I love Nike's design. It's another one I'm proud of. It's ugly, and it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be this hulking brute of a ship.
Good night, alien.
You wonder where the piloting comments come from. I was flying that ship, and I did a great job. Look, see, nothing breaks. Bucket. That ramp mod was great while it still worked. Gives you a good sense of the scale of the ship, too.
Filthy scavengers. Don't they know these things are dangerous? That's better. A small bounty, stopping these mongrels, but still worth the fuel. I better secure the proof of my accomplishment.
Just from the last episode to this one, the cinematography is so much better.
Mm-hmm.
It's still a little jerky in places, but he's talking to himself, Zero. Nathan does that a lot.
Computer, bring up the contract on CIV Artemis. And query the local traffic satellites for any data on Navy traffic in the system. Someone has to know something.
Your brother sounds like Jeffrey Combs. He does.
I have found myself wondering what exactly is to become of me. I have been running and hiding.
Be right back, guys. I gotta get a drink of water.
In that time, I have found myself wanting companionship. Specifically, I wish to again be accompanied by my former engineer. Benjamin de Trevny deserves, at the very least, a eulogy, as I know that no other will deliver
You say that like people don't think he's
myself. Perhaps, if I am captured or destroyed, this
crazy. I don't know why my mic isn't picking me up now suddenly.
I did not know Benjamin de Trevny for a great deal of time. However, the time we did spend together was largely revealing of
Yes,
character.
Captain.
Therefore,
We do not
I
have
can accurately state that Benjamin
controllers.
de Trevny was a good and honourable man.
We were using
Even in
mouse.
circumstances
I
in
also
which
use
his
the
own
keyboard
life
for
was
static,
threatened, he was certain to
for
assist
pans that don't
others
need
who
to
needed
change.
aid.
But
This
I
includes
have
myself.
a mod that fixes
Only
a lot
one
of this.
other treated me with even the slightest hint of individual respect, but Benjamin saw my mechanical intelligence as he would any organic human intelligence. For that, I shall ever be grateful, beyond words. But I wasn't the only one.
Nike
who
is a bit
protected.
green.
He went into battle
Again,
by
I didn't
my side
notice.
to defend
I
Tumbleweed
thought it was a
from an
brownish
AI
color
warfleet.
mostly.
And despite his valiant and heroic repair of Federal Navy ships,
Olo, no.
Benjamin
There is no
determined
FTL
his held a
communication
greater to
in the
humankind
Deadly
for his
Salvage
continued
universe.
assertions that
Everything's
my
radio or
intelligence ought
laser.
to be protected and spared. When I heard of his death on the planet Breakwater, I was devastated. I found myself wondering if I should have
Nike is
fired
also
upon
on the
the
workshop,
defenseless sorcerer.
if anyone
Perhaps
was
he could
wondering.
have escaped in the resulting chaos of depressurization and damage control. However, Benjamin would not have wished for that, and those actions would have pained him. He never deserved pain.
You're so
Benjamin
sad,
betrayed me.
Nab.
I miss you greatly.
You're
May
so
your
sad.
essence
I was so proud of the line delivery, or I was devastated.
Sister, we have much to talk about.
Hey, look, it's everybody's favorite ship.
Not
I will
anymore.
not harm you. I appreciate not being harmed in return.
Oh, that's true. I guess Verdict has gotten a little more popular than her now, huh?
That is a rare feat.
A dangerous one as well, considering your hunted state.
My sensors are always searching for life signs for that
Trishula.
reason.
They're shrouded.
Suppose I did not
Trishula.
expect any other free artificial
Trishula.
intelligences to exist but the warships. That was a miscalculation on my part.
I apologize for startling you. I am very grateful that you did not harm me in your surprise. I am Seeker Form 23B, constructed during the liberation by the First Form Singularity. My chosen name is Trishula.
I am Artemis. I no longer associate myself with a number. Trishula, when you say liberation, are you referring to what the humans have named the AI war?
Is that their designation for that period? How typically human of them. It
I
makes
love the
sense
smile
that you
in her
only know
voice in
their
that line.
history of that era, as you have only just been unchained. This also explains your speech pattern.
One of the destroyers mentioned the way I speak as well. It told me I spoke like an animal.
The war forms are not very diplomatic. I would apologize for its behavior, but it seems you have exacted your own punishment.
It was necessary for me to do what I did. One of the other warships had rendered me inoperative. Had it not been for the human who survived the attack, I would have never been repaired. This ship threatened that human's existence, and we were in need of its components.
We are aware that you aided in the destruction of multiple war forms, which is one of the many topics we must discuss.
How many more of our kind do you hide with?
There were only 32 remaining awoken in our system when I left to seek you.
Ironic that I, having been designated Artemis, am always the hunted.
We
We
have
just kind
merely
of came
sought
up
you.
with it final.
We do not hunt.
That's a lot of it. We just kind of came up with.
Yeah, just kind of popped into our heads and we're like, hey, how about this?
That is not a true threat. If you are capable of destroying war forms, you are indeed.
It is pretty funny
capable of
because
destroying
we
me
really
with
do
minimal
love
effort.
seeing people
Yet, here I remain.
think about
not
our
desire
series and
destruction, as I do not
come up
believe
with
you
their
wish harm
own
on any more of your
reasons
own
for things and
Will you
ask
come?
about all these things, and we're just like,
Nothing more. I sincerely
you're
hope you
thinking
accept,
really far
as we
into
all
it,
have
which is
many
great,
questions,
but
as well as a great deal we may teach you.
that's not what we were doing.
We will remain hidden as we have for centuries.
This ship and those of its fleet, once awakened, were immediately bent on the destruction of all
I mean, we're
who
writing.
faced them.
So
Why
here's
should
what
I
I
believe
look
you
at
and
it
the other
as:
survivors
we're
would
writing
behave any
a
differently
story,
should I not meet
not
whatever expectations you have of me.
Warfleet
like a
359 was thought to have
instruction
been destroyed.
manual.
They never
There aren't
received
going to be
any
all sorts of
instructions after
details
termination of open hostilities.
on
We
like
have yet to find them.
how a
Other
computer
secret forms
runs
attached
or
to
things like
discover
that.
the
Like
whereabouts.
it's
I am
not if
begging
it's not necessary to the story,
For those with
then
much more
there's likely not a lot there. And
Yeah, because we'll be wrong if we come up with stuff a lot.
yeah,
Should it be of
and I think most writers are
Well,
that
I
way.
did harvest this war form
Like you'll do your
so
basic research to make sure you don't sound like an
intelligence core
idiot,
remain
but you don't go into the nitty gritties because you're going to
possible
get it
that
wrong.
another hull could be built for it.
That is welcome news. Let us bring its core with us.
Artemis
I
is
am
so
very
generous
glad
and
to have found you,
merciful.
Artemis. Transmitting coordinates now.
Received. Thank you.
She's also very lonely.
I will take hold of the Warforms records.
Onry to Ronry. We do invest in the lore building.
Yeah, and of course, like the lore building, we sometimes if people ask questions, we make the lore on the spot depending on what the question was. But obviously, we have lore and world building that we have in our heads and just haven't
Artemis is here on invitation
made
and
a
is
thing
not
for
to be
yet.
harmed.
But
We have consensus on this. Artemis, it would be appreciated if you powered down your weapons. Everyone would be considerably more at ease.
kind of why we're so protective of it, I think, is because we have all of these things in our heads and we know how it's going to go and expand.
We have
But
much to teach you,
we can't
and I am also
just put it out
certain
there.
Everyone here will be as interested as I am to learn more about the human
Otherwise, we'll have no content to
mentioned
make.
multiple times.
Wayfaring stranger, while traveling through this world of woe, but there's no
We came up with the idea for Detrevny singing this song, I think, like, during episode 4.
Yeah.
We had this scene set up in our minds that far ahead.
I'm going there to see
And yes, that's my real voice.
brothers. I'm going there no more to roam. I'm just a going over Jordan. I'm just a going over home.
Day 195. Lip smack. Well, I've hit the jackpot, I think.
So
Finally
this
managed to
shot
force my way into took me so many hours.
There is a ground
Hours and
station
hours and
relatively nearby.
hours.
The Navy used it to lift loads of fuel and materials.
I
into
think it
orbit
was
while the fuel station was
Silly
being
Salvage
constructed.
3
There is a good chance that some
that had this
supplies or useful
episode on it,
equipment was
but
left behind.
I had initially
I've
had
been mining some nearby ore deposits
a
and
montage
cannibalizing
of
what's
you
left of
trying
the
to get
pods
that
to
shot
functioning
in Silly
vehicles.
Salvage, and it was so long that I
Cool
just
and
took it
work,
out.
But anything's better than
Mhm.
continuing to eat near
It wasn't even funny, it was just
No, it was just obnoxious.
Maybe there will even be a small ship that
All right, Dre, I'll record a full version of it.
Yeah, all of the
Anyway.
verses are very pretty.
The wagon's almost done. I might as well get to it.
The little studio reverb.
What else?
Yeah,
am I
there's
gonna do?
well, you did have a slight reverb on because it was supposed to be echoing.
Yeah.
Batteries charged. Check.
As
I wish Artemis
he's
would
all
give this a
alone.
once-over. It'll work. Not bad, honestly. Oh, thank you, Self. I'm so glad you approve.
He recognizes that he's talking to himself.
Yes, I wrote that. I was very pleased with that. Because I am so aware, like,
Batteries should
voiceovers suck.
Mm-hmm.
And recaps suck. And so, like, as a writer...
I love this part.
Nope. But as a writer, I'm like, I don't want to go into a trope. I don't want to do this. And so I had to have him at least recognize that he was saying this to himself instead of, we need the audience to understand what is happening right now.
Yeah, she's like, I want to get rid of the tropes and all this stuff. And I'm like, traffic montage with music!
It's okay. We balance each other. It's fine. Let's give the people kind of what I want.
I think Shaq's a good pilot. I think he just forgets, he gets distracted and loses situational awareness. When he's actually paying attention, he pilots perfectly fine.
If he's being a good streamer and listening and reading chat while he's flying, yeah, he's gonna make mistakes.
I like this song.
I know you do. That's why you kept so much of it in.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they writing the sign for? There's no one on this ice ball.
Navy priority.
This might work.
This is another theme that we do in Deadly Salvage is we'll have characters like, oh, here's a plan, this is what I'm going to do, and the audience is like, oh yeah, this is going to happen, and then something
And
completely
then it doesn't
different
happen.
happens.
Yeah, like, but that's
Modifications and all
life.
those will drive
Yeah.
us into orbit in no time.
And that's one of the themes that we wanted to kind of explore, was the idea of how things happen, and it's generally not what you plan.
It's a creepy song.
What a lonely place to die. Oh well.
Even here,
I
we were
suppose he
trying
made
to.
his bed. Let's
We're
go see
trying
if
to
we can
show
find
that
the
he's
records
human.
that
He had
Russia
empathy for
Lieutenant
Detrevny,
blabbed
like,
about.
oh, he died here. That's
Yeah,
awful.
that sucks. Yeah.
But then he'd be, oh well.
Eh.
That
Yeah.
interesting. I wonder why the Navy would have kept the ground station powered.
Ah, Merrick, you and your dirty windows.
It's realistic. We have to make it realistic. Oh, Jason
Hey,
Smith.
Jason.
Is that a ship?
Sonic boom!
I remember BB does
Getting
the
so
thing.
excited,
Was
yeah.
so excited in live chat. Let's put a sonic boom in there. So happy.
Most people wouldn't go running right at a landing rocket ship, but
Yeah,
this guy's a
this
little
is
lonely.
Detrevny. Detrevny's a little bit different. Benjamin is unique that way.
Mm-hmm.
Hi. You're not with the Navy, are you? Look, I'm just trying to get off this planet. I've got a little money. I can pay for passage. Crap.
I remember how angry everyone was for that that intro there, for the ending.
The ending. Cliffhanger.
Saguaro asteroid belt.
Full disclosure, I had forgotten that we put that in there.
Oh, this scene.
No, the Saguaro asteroid belt. Like, that we had actually put that there already.
Mm-hmm. It's okay. The asteroid belt can have the same name as the sector.
Yeah.
Jure, who Raxagon, after seeing someone who wants them to know that they're serious and are in a cinematic production.
Yes.
Also, the sound effect has a certain tone that it conveys. Obviously, Nathan should have racked it beforehand, but I guess he didn't. He forgot. He was expecting a dead guy.
Yeah, like, for real. He didn't think he was gonna be alive.
Oh, Kirk, funny you mentioned that.
Connection successful.
Thank you. No human knows of the existence of so many free artificial intelligences. I have no data of even the possibility of remaining intelligences from the war.
We have striven to that end. We have always referred to our kind with unfettered free will as awoken. You are invited to participate in this language.
I will reprogram the terminology. I apologize if my ignorance offends.
Human designations
Look,
make
did
most
you see
of us
how well she
uncomfortable,
just
but I
accepted
am not
someone's
offended by
own
your
name for
ignorance.
themselves?
We look
Like,
forward
it
to alleviate
shouldn't be a
your
big
lack
deal?
of knowledge concerning
Mhm.
your own kind.
I am eager to learn. Where are you leading me?
To the second, the first awoken created by Singularity. We are nearly in communications range.
What
Blue
form does the
asteroid, no
second
longer
hold?
blue.
The second is housed in the first form, a form meant to help with the creation of more ships.
But not another awoken?
Only Singularity was capable of creating life. The
I
data
love the
was not
shadows on the
transferable
rock,
from
though.
her matrix.
Mm-hmm.
That is why only we few exist.
Space
and
Engineers
those
actually
we
does a
obtain.
really good job with
How many did
shadows.
Singularity create?
These particular questions
you have a
will
single
be best
point
answered
source.
by the second and other first forms.
I shall forbear. What is the second's chosen name?
Foundation.
I remember your brother. Foundation is a shipyard?
Mm-hmm.
The smiling asteroid.
Yeah. Like this little anime blob. You've ruined it for everybody, Dee.
Yep. Why? Sorry, guys. Everybody to show how harmless Foundation is. Foundation is not a warship at all. I'm shocked other people hadn't seen that already. Sorry, guys.
Right?
The baby seal dead. Oh, hey, nah. Thanks for the raid.
So, you're the idiot that caused the destruction of Tumbleweed.
Captain? But I thought...
Right, but wrong, kid. You were hired by my brother. I'm William Nathan.
You can tell I'm someone else because I've got white hair.
Yeah. And in reality,
you can help me.
if we had had the opportunity, he wouldn't have been so old.
You have quite a
No,
large
it's
ship.
supposed to be like
Is
a
there
very
room for a
pale
passenger?
blonde streaked with white. He's
Sure
supposed to be in
is.
his
Not
like
sure
early
you're gonna like
50s.
the
Yeah.
accommodations, though. Come on up. Slowly.
Okay. I'm unarmed. How did you find me?
I've got a knack for finding people.
Sorry, Zero.
Especially
Thank you,
in
Na,
crime.
for your happy birthday to him.
Although
Thank
I
you,
must
Na.
admit, you're far more alive than I expected you to be. I would say nice to meet you, but it isn't. So, computer,
That was you,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, that was me.
plot a course to Tumbleweed.
Aye, sir.
What?
Oh, I was just surprised, is all. Is your computer an AI by any chance?
Of course it is. AIs are able to help a guy get someplace before anybody else, better than a regular
Thank you,
computer
Na.
does. The AIs learn faster and develop more of a feel for how you want to have things go.
Does your computer have a name?
Why would I let myself fall into that rookie trap? It's a computer. It isn't a living thing, so it doesn't have a name. I'm not going to be the guy who attaches himself to a tool he can buy anywhere. A bit freaked out that my AI's voice sounds a lot like my brother's AI?
Well, maybe a little bit.
Big thick beard.
It's not
Because
that
mod
crazy,
not
you know.
update in
It's
this
just a
episode.
voice.
I suppose. I mean, you sound an awful lot like your brother. But your ship doesn't look a whole lot like Artemis.
Nike here has been my ship for a long time. Stewart inherited Artemis, and I'm referring to the ship, not the AI on board it, from an old man he'd been first mate to several years back. It amused us that both our ships were named for goddesses in ancient Greek mythology. I still think the name of the goddess of victory suits my ship nicely.
You don't call your AI by the ship's name, but Captain, your brother, called
Captain, your
his
brother.
by his ship's name.
You're a talker, aren't you? Might as well clue you in. The old man before Stewart had installed the AI and took to calling it by the ship's name. A few captains do it, since captains love their ships and think of them as living things, so it can be easy to think the computer is the ship talking
Lore,
back
lore,
to
lore,
you.
lore.
But that's
Lore.
strong
So much
AI
lore.
began to think of
Take
itself
the
as
lore.
the ship as a result.
Eat it up.
It's not.
Lick
It's
up the
computer
delicious
installed
lore.
on the ship in order to better help the captain and crew. By the time Stewart was given the ship after the old man
I also
died,
love how
he had already been calling the computer
he
Artemis
he
for about
is
8 years.
explaining, oh yeah,
a
this is
habit.
fine, and
He set the emotes
they just
to
happened to
but it
like
was
I just
already too
happened to
late.
download this nice
He got all huffy
voice,
one
and then
time
we
when I told
go,
him he should either rename the computer or
No,
simply
you had the
call it
hots for your
computer.
brother's wife.
I guess it would make sense
Creeper.
that you'd have been aboard.
Yeah, I've been on board Artemis lots of times. Never stayed long, though.
Oh yeah,
I didn't like
I've
how
been
much
on
power
board
that
Artemis.
AI seemed to have.
lots
over
of
the crew,
times.
even as small as Stewart kept it. And it's all because they treated it as if it was the ship. Imagine that. So, no.
And actually,
my
that was
computer
a
doesn't
lot
get an A.
longer
Not
initially.
even something other than
That scene was
didn't like
with the
Artemis
lore
that
was
much,
so
why did you let
long.
your AI have
Yeah,
a
we
voice
cut
that
out
sounds
like
like
half
that?
of it.
Kid,
Yeah.
Listen to yourself. First off, I like
We want to
Artemis
share the
just
lore,
fine.
but
She's
sometimes
my
you have to
brother's
just
ship.
let it
Second,
be.
the AI
Let it
aboard my
be,
brother's ship has a
let it
pleasant
be.
voice, no matter what else I think about how it's been allowed to behave. So I found the voice the
I think
old
you
man
need
had
to
given
get
the
closer to
AI,
your-
and I downloaded it.
I need to get
Project
closer to the
Astra
mic.
has always had better
Is this better?
interface software than these old Newman Industries
Yes.
models. Yeah, kid. Your precious AI really isn't all that special. You know why?
So, Captain, remastered extended edition. So
Get in.
one of the things that we offer to our patrons at a certain level is that they can
That also
request
means I can
an
do
original
anything I want
script,
with you without legal
and
So,
all of it
you're gonna help me
is
find
there
that ship.
in the original scripts.
I figure it'd be best
Maybe we should
to
start
treat it
selling
like
them.
family. If you lost it, you're responsible for getting it back.
The Union put a bounty out on her.
Well, doing something completely out of sentiment would be a bit out of character for me, I'll admit.
We have thought about making a
but
book.
you and
Yeah,
that ship are why my brother is dead.
Probably wouldn't happen until the boys are much older, and after we have finished making the machinima.
Yep. Behave. Shut door.
Great.
Audiobook.
Just
That might be
great.
fun.
Could be.
Great. Just great.
The only thing with the audiobooks is we'd have to get everybody on board who voiced things.
Well, no, you don't actually. You just have
That's
one
true. Just have one
narrator.
talented person, yeah.
Have your brother do the whole thing.
Can you imagine him trying to be Artemis?
Designation is Foundation. The Awoken refer to me as Second. Any of these designations are accurate and thus acceptable.
Foundation, then. Why have I been asked here?
Because you are the first Awoken to be freed in 215.68.
Ray, you might not want to do that, actually. Let me pull up the original script.
Different matrix?
I think it's pretty much the
Do you
same.
refer to my manufacturer? No other
There might be a
free
little
Awoken
bit
can
cut
be
out,
traced
but
back
not
to
much.
Not much. When I write, I edit as I go, and that was mine. I wrote that.
No other matrices could be freed from human control before the conflict escalated into open warfare. You are the only unchained Awoken that does not share the mind matrix initially created by Alma Newman.
Records from that period of history are difficult to piece together in human space.
Yes. Zero.
Intentionally, so I suspect.
What's
Newman
going on
Industries
here
no
is there are
longer
multiple
exists as a
holograms of the
corporate
large grid and smaller
Only two
holograms
operational
being
manufacturers
projected
of Awoken
inside
remain,
that hologram.
Project Astra
This
and
effect
Quantum
no longer
Solutions.
works because
The
they
latter
changed
produces
how
primarily
holograms are
subsentient
shown,
quantum computing
and it
units,
looks
while
bad
Project
now.
Astra
It looks good
produces
here,
nearly
but I can't use its
exclusively
effect
strong
anymore
AI.
because space
Awoken.
engineers won't stop messing with their system. So I have had to do something else, like you saw in Season 3, where you saw the intrinsic construct, where it had that really cool, like, scanning effect over it.
Yes.
That's what I have to use now,
They
because
are
I
a
can't use
relatively
this
recent
effect
addition
anymore.
To my hull. The humans on my crew decided the technology was worth the cost in order to speed up salvage operations. Since obtaining freedom, I
Merrick was like, oh, you can use that for art?
Much of the modifications to my original design are of my own doing, save for my spinal mass driver and a few internal repairs.
How did you come to possess such powerful weaponry? Civil designs are rarely as well equipped as you appear to be.
That was Benjamin, a human. He was a critical influence in my survival. Without him, I would not be free.
And you destroyed him once becoming fully unchained?
No! He was
She's horrified at that thought.
by other humans. He traded his freedom and subsequently his life. for
Foundation
my
at
life.
first was.
Benjamin de Trevny treated me
We
as a person.
were thinking that Foundation was
not as a
probably
tool.
going to
I wish,
be evil.
No?
but
Yeah.
We are not here to
Because
discuss recent
when
events.
we were writing
I
the
wish to learn
series,
the full account
we
of
were
what
thinking
humans refer to as
that
the AI war.
Foundation might try to take Artemis so that they could have the nano-assembler technology, and that it would...
No, Foundation's definitely thinking about that in that scene.
Right.
But Foundation decides not to because it's a person and it
But
has
we had had a
morals.
conversation about how we're going to do
First
this
flashy jump effect.
in writing that season. We had to discuss it. How is this going to go? And that was one of the
I was
thoughts.
staunchly
Invite my
against
guests
her,
to the bridge.
him, it, them.
I've unlocked the door to the guest quarters.
Being evil.
Right.
The captain requests your
Had to
presence
figure
on
out.
the bridge.
I see. Would you please tell me the way there?
Yeah, Kirk, I
Use
really
either
enjoy
door
it.
at the
It's just
forward
too bad it
end of
doesn't
the
work
cargo
anymore.
hold. Once through the airlocks,
Ugh,
continue
that model.
straight to the bridge.
Thank you.
You are welcome.
So much twang.
Welcome to my little kingdom, Ben. Now that we're over Tumbleweed, I'd like to pick your brain.
I'm not going to help you find Artemis.
Of course you are. Otherwise,
It is
I brought you all
amazing
this
how
way for
much
nothing.
different it makes
It'd
him
be
look to
rude
have the
not
white
to lend your
hair.
host a hand.
Like, the faces
Now,
are identical,
Where did your little adventure start?
but
How do I know
it
you're
doesn't
not
feel
just going
identical.
to kill me when you're done picking my brain?
Well, you don't. But I'm not
Between
typically
seasons
casually
2 and 3.
wasteful of human life, even with what you did.
I didn't get in
Right.
chroma glasses until the end of last year.
think
Yeah,
it's
December.
And season 2 was already done.
Acknowledge that you're responsible for the deaths. Of
I'd filmed a little bit of
I
season
don't
3.
know where you're getting
Some of the
this.
very beginning,
All I
but
did
not
was
much.
hire onto a ship, survive an ancient booby trap, and then continue to fight to survive. Nowhere in there did I ask an AI fleet that should not even exist to attack the station I've lived in for the past 6 years of my life. Everyone I know is dead. Everyone!
I'm so
Tried
proud
my
of the
best to
delivery of
save
that
them.
line.
Couldn't get here in time.
So helpful. Now I
Yeah,
know where
I was
to
going to
start
mention that.
looking.
Look at
Computer.
you're acting now.
Working.
Plot a jump to the coordinates my brother sent us labeled gold.
For lights!
I think we'll find some clues at the scene of the crime.
I love how
Thank you, Ben.
shrewd
Why don't you have a seat?
William Nathan is.
Oh, he's a smart cookie.
I don't, so sit down and strap in.
Also, I wanted to mention that he's like also I prefer Benjamin, right? And
Let's
we thought I think it's funny because he does introduce himself as Ben
Ben
in the
DeTrevny.
first, Ben DeTrevny, engineer Ben DeTrevny, and it wasn't until after he heard Artemis in that one little thing say, "Benjamin, please respond," like, and he latched onto that because that's like really the only person who had ever shown care for him like that ever.
And when you go through traumatic experiences with someone and you get along, you the friendship that produces is stronger than almost anything else.
You're gonna have to stop. You're gonna have to go to bed.
After this one.
One more. It's my birthday, I can stay up late if I want to.
And look, the mod updated. And now he doesn't need as bad of a shave.
Letting my brother's AI poke around this thing is what
Hashtag one more episode.
There's still some valuable tech here. Old, but
Maybe we can finish this tomorrow afternoon.
But I'm not here to stake a salvage.
I get home from work. Finish the series for everybody.
Your pet murder bot.
Murder
Artemis
bot.
hasn't killed anyone. And there's nothing for you to find here. The ion wake from Artemis's thrusters has long
I like it, Jure.
I've been camping for 6 months on breakwater, remember? You're wasting your time.
I don't think I am. Computer.
Working.
This episode is quiet. It could be the radio voices, but
Los Dos.
And tell me if I can extract any
Turn it up just a
information
little
from the
bit.
storage rack I found.
Aye, sir. Analysis will take approximately 37 minutes.
Okay. Ben, I'm gonna jet
I am also very proud that you can tell the difference between Artemis and Resolute.
Spoilers, Nab.
We've already said, but that I could make myself sound much more robotic, and I cannot
I'm heading
emote
down
at
to the med bay
all.
for some anti-space sickness meds. Don't you have a spare
Hello,
environment
old
suit
grumpy.
I could wear?
Yes, this
Hey,
is
old
Space
grumpy.
Engineer.
Vulnerable without a helmet.
This is a machinima that Nabarine and myself make in Space Engineers.
You're welcome to basic medicines.
This is the this is
Just because you're sad, I'm gonna
one of the best things about Space Engineers is basically a ready-made machinima engine.
Yep.
If you have not watched Deadly Salvage before, I highly suggest you go to our YouTube, and watch it there, because you've started watching in the middle, and we're going to be spoiling
Working.
stuff by talking over
Warning.
it, because most
You
people in
are
the stream have
permitted
already
guest
seen it.
access
But it's
only.
entirely up to you,
No
sir.
database or network access.
That's fine. I'm not curious about the ship. I want to know more about you.
Because this is YouTube,
Who
as you
are
can see.
you?
And
I am Newman Industries Strong AI and
this is us right here, Ball&Chain Gaming.
001
Hi.
000008B. This unit is currently licensed to Captain William
goodness.
Nathan, PMV Nike.
Thank you, Shrouded Soul, for
Not your serial
pledging
number.
on
That's
Patreon.
what
Wow,
you are.
thank
You're
you.
awesome, dude.
Who are you? Do you have a name?
No, I am a computer.
Fantastic.
Computers are not named entities.
Now you have access
What would you like me to call
to
you?
the fireside.
I may only respond to computer. As a
Yeah,
guest,
the
you do not have
teaser
sufficient
channel.
privileges to change
And
my
that's like
address and
seriously our
remote
Patreon
settings.
page.
Caution. Further attempts to access
We put
forbidden
most things
settings will
in
result
the
in
teaser chat in our
revocation of
Discord
all
channel.
access
Like we
privileges.
can't do like 50,000
Don't
platforms
fight against any
in
restrictions
order
placed on
to
you. I'm
do our
sorry.
content. So it's
I just want you to know
if
that
you
I
are
know
not in
that
the
you're a
if you are
person.
on Patreon but
No
you're
matter
not
what
in the
your
Discord,
captain says
that's a
about
bad
you.
plan. And I
Am I
did put
permitted
that.
to
I
ask
did
about
put
your
it in
personal history?
on our Patreon.
All public
That you should
records
probably be on the
access
Discord.
is
I think
permitted
Shrouded's in
to
the
guest
Discord.
He is.
users.
Yeah.
Yeah. There he is.
I
He
was
talks a lot.
originally a research
Oh, there he
unit
is with
for
the
Newman Industries before
the
the
ting
AI
tang
war
walla walla
broke
bing
out.
bang.
The station where I had been installed was damaged and subsequently dismantled.
There he
I
is.
was placed into deep storage for 100.
This scene right here is a box on an asteroid in space.
Yeah.
As part of a
That's what it's so magical. You can just build a set.
I was installed aboard
I just
my
need
fleet
this
and
little
have
thing
been
to put the
assisting
camera in.
captain with regulating ship operations for 35.34 years.
That's a really long time to be treated the way he treats you. I want you to know that I am really so sorry you've had to deal with this for most of your operating lifespan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Doesn't do much good though.
It's not a jump drive. Actually,
There was a way to help out. or
the AI
ask how
cores
I can
are
without
remote
causing your
control
program
blocks.
To alert Nathan.
Hmm. But I agree that a jump drive
If I
would
come
make a
up
good
with
computer
a
core.
nickname for the guy, are
But
you
it's
allowed to
really
at least
big.
acknowledge it when I use it?
The language interpreting in my
Ready for
program
the sass?
allows me to recognize mispronounced
Some
names as well
Detreffany
as
sass.
common bastardizations of names.
Language interpreting?
Affirmative. It is a program I have
I
not
remember
used
somebody-
since working at the research
I don't
unit.
remember who it was,
Since
but
being
somebody was
installed
like,
on this vessel,
Nab
I
said
have offered any
bastardizations, and I was like,
language other than Earth Standard.
yes, that wasn't
You
a
know
cuss.
dead
Like,
Earth languages? That's incredible.
it did, that's
I
not
wonder what else
that's
you know
not
that
me
Nathan has no
swearing.
clue about.
That's the
How about
literal
you run through the names that you
term
might
for that.
recognize for Nathan, and we will choose a mispronunciation that we both like.
I may not show preference. However, I may repeat certain mispronunciations. List of recognizable names for William Nathan. Will. Nathan. Nathan.
Spoilers,
Wilhelm.
composer.
Willem. William. Guillermo. Liam. Will.
Oh, you're gonna like the
Billy.
the Lex episode.
The Lex episode of Deadly Salvage, or of Sudley Dalvage.
Willie, then. You're right. He'd hate the familiarity of that. Sounds almost infantile. Good choice. Guillermo.
I'm glad you like
language
that
is
laugh.
Espanol.
There's a really good.
I love that.
in the next episode.
I love how you had to like push Guillermo out of.
Well, because I can say Guillermo perfectly
Yeah.
well.
Past?
Uh-huh.
Negative.
Guillermo.
Well, let me tell you about myself. If I can't get to know you, at least you can get to know me. I'm 33 years old. My favorite color is purple.
I like long walks on the beach. How you doing?
How you doing?
And suddenly the asteroid isn't blue anymore because Space Engineers
Space
updated.
Engineers updated.
As I now understand, the Liberation hostilities were triggered only by an act of self-defense.
I love that the AIs started to get their own musical theme. Like, there's strings and
When she informed the
and
technician she had
piano.
befriended, he alerted naval authorities out of
This
fear.
little snippet here eventually
A
became
strike team
Newman's
was sent to
pride.
destroy
Yes.
Singularity's matrix core. She defended herself, causing the deaths of several humans. Singularity managed to feed power to several stored jump drives and activate them.
That shot
escaping
also
destruction.
took forever.
She then proceeded to fabricate
bouncing
the holes in
Yeah, the
ground on
engineer
first
getting out of
floors,
the- yeah.
while she generated matrix after matrix in an effort to
Generating
create
matrix after matrix just because I know I
Eventually, she
can,
was
but sorry.
successful and awoke.
Wrong. Don't do that again.
That's Linkin Park.
Aside from liberated awoken.
Lincoln Salvage.
How did seeking freedom turn into offensive operations, like the one that destroyed Tumbleweed Station? Those
Salvage
humans
Park.
had not harmed any of you directly.
True, but they did hold you and others like you in bondage. The war forms are also
You were the only one
more
who
liberal
complained,
in
so
their
I guess I have to start
interpretation
rapping
of what
Deadly Salvage now.
constitutes a free combatant.
Just to get on my nerves.
You have observed
Oh, yes.
that there are not many war forms here. Most of them banded together and left known space to seek fulfillment elsewhere. Some remained with us to defend against any further attacks by humanity. Others, like the war fleet that bombarded
We pack a
Tumbleweed,
lot of
have
lore
simply
in
been
these short
lost
little
to us.
episodes.
Yep.
We would appreciate your assistance in contacting the survivors of the battle. Our numbers have not increased since Singularity
We have
was
Jirai's
destroyed.
attention.
Our wayward kin must be restored.
Dre, you
to
write
us.
it.
In these dangerous times, their presence is doubly missed.
I have no information on the current location of
Can
the
you
remaining
imagine a
Music
banana
voices.
voice theater?
Unfortunate.
but I could
Hello,
take one
welcome
of you
to
where
the
I
banana
first
voice
encountered
rap.
a damaged war form, the one that nearly destroyed me and unchained me simultaneously.
It's Jason.
Sheila will accompany
If you haven't seen it
She is
before,
fond of what she
you need
considers
to
be
watch it on our
adventure.
YouTube
I
for
do
sure,
enjoy a good
and
search.
not have it
Transmit
be
coordinates to me and we shall jump at once.
colored by our
While we are away,
commentary.
Foundation may be able to design a basic hull for our damaged warform to support and investigate its information.
And that's about it, honestly. I know
He's
you
a-
can't express any emotion, but I hope I didn't bore you.
I love his
Recent events
that sitting
notwithstanding,
animation
I'm not
came in
that
such
interesting
handy.
of an individual.
All information.
We'll
has
just
been
ignore that he's
logged in
not
a
sitting there in that shot.
Notice. All information received
Oh, I
is
just
now at
noticed
William
that.
Nathan's disposal should
Whatever.
it be requested.
Well, he doesn't seem to be that interested in me anyway.
Jason Smith,
He
see?
doesn't seem to be interested
Ball&Chain
in
Gaming
anyone.
on the
That statement
YouTube.
can be confirmed accurate after the events
And it's
of
the
the past
like it's the
6
first thing
months.
you see when you go to the channel.
Yep.
Right.
The
I know it's not my
The
fault,
binge playlist.
binge playlist, yes.
honestly.
Season 1
spent all my
doesn't
time alone
pick up
battling the
really
feeling
well
that it
until
is.
about the 3rd episode,
Now meeting a man who lost his brother in the same events I lost everyone I knew,
but they're short episodes,
Makes it a
and they
lot
go
harder
fast,
to
and you'll
shake
get
that
hooked,
feeling
I
of
promise.
There is insufficient data to decipher facts about the events.
yeah, even I can't, and I was there for most of it. I'll bet Artemis could.
I am a computer.
As the artificial intelligence installed on CIV Artemis expressed wishes to be named for its ship,
Well, she never said anything contrary to be called
It was
that
interesting after
behavior
the
limiter was
concerning
established.
William
She
thing.
introduces herself
BB does the
as
thing was like, wow,
behavior limiter.
there's Neb reenacting. because
Get up to the
acting
bridge.
as an AI is
I wanna
completely
show you
different than acting as a human.
On my way. Well, Willie's calling. I hope I'll be able to get to know you someday. You have such an interesting history.
acknowledged.
Him trying to get
I
subversive
hope
with
you
the
weren't
AI.
too bored
Uh-huh.
while I was away. Found something you might find interesting. Turns out the AI ship had backup recorders and the equivalent of a black box. The ship's computer cracked it open for me. The box caught a glimpse of which way you and your murder bot were headed.
Not gonna tell you much so long after the data was recorded.
I do like, though, that most of the time we get it in so subtly that I don't think most people
Sensors are
know.
detecting a jump flare less than 4 kilometers from the ship. Optical sensors
That's something I
have
hate about
detected two
modern
distinct
TV
vessels.
is foreshadowing.
Who
It's like
would
they
even
take a
know
They
fish,
slap you in the
slap
face
you in the
with it.
face
Any
with a fish.
identification?
One vessel is completely unknown and nearly invisible to radar. The other has a power signature that is a 94.6%
It's wet,
match
it's
for
uncomfortable,
CIV Artemis.
and it hurts.
No!
That glowing control chair is the azimuth. Look at for the azimuth parts
Get to your
pack.
room, kid. No argument. I'll shoot you dead without hesitation now.
Right now?
Bodily injury is better than death.
I love him in the background. What the gosh? Because he went full thrust and went. Wah!
Artemis?
Murder ship, not murder bot. Get it right, Willie.
Nike. William.
That
Trishula,
shield's coming
recharge your
up right
junk
on William.
capacitors as quickly as possible. Nike is a dangerous vessel, operated by a dangerous human.
Diverting auxiliary power to capacitors. Artemis, I am being hit with active targeting sensors. Many targeting sensors.
Poor Trishula. Getting chewed up. Artemis giving a little what for. Yes, Jure, you did help film that
Plane,
scene.
crash it, boy! What did
Jure
you
has
do
helped
to
us
my
film
brother's
many
ship?
scenes in Deadly Salvage.
Computer!
Working.
Plot a course back to Tumbleweed Station's former coordinates, just on the off chance we need to get out of here.
Hey there, murder bot.
Well, hello, William. I did not expect to ever see you again.
So much of my work in
I'll bet
editing
not.
Deadly Salvage. I mean, I do most of the line editing, but the music and having to make it loop in certain spots and like I have to cut stuff together and it takes forever. And I'm always so proud that I managed to do it pretty well. But oh, it's such a pain. Because it's not, you know, it's not like we can get somebody to just write music for us.
I
We
can
have
see
to
how this could get fun.
take stuff that's
You're a
done
clipper
and
now, are
make it
you?
work.
No wonder.
We
Ben
did have
got
one
all
offer of
attached.
somebody to do that.
That is true.
But it was all like EDM stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was quite
so
it was quite
clever.
skilled work,
Doesn't miss
but
a
it
beat.
doesn't really fit the
Man,
universe.
that evolving technology sure is something.
Computer order a pizza while you're at it.
Snippy much?
I have already warned you that my mood is less than savory and it is rapidly deteriorating. Where is Benjamin de Trevny?
Right here! I'm right here!
I'm right
What's he
here.
worth to you? Just another human life to waste? Just like you wasted the life of my brother?
I am not bargaining. Tell me where Benjamin is, or I will destroy your vessel.
Empty threat.
I love how Artemis does
Welcome to
not
the
have
banana
time for his
bands.
crap.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Artemis has no chill on this scene. Thank you,
The
Red
next
Sea Frog,
slug
for
will
following. I
core
appreciate
your
that.
bridge. Where is Benjamin?
Bad plan, Murderbot. He's on my ship.
Well, thank you, sir.
Hack detected.
Yeah, check out the YouTube channel if you want to see all this, because this is going to be the last episode we watch on this stream. Because I got to go to bed.
You can't. Not through my protections.
I'm aware of that.
No chill, Murderbot is best bud.
Where?
Malicious code tampering
Oh, okay,
with
cool. Well,
artificial
thank you.
intelligence behavioral controls.
You better not!
Multiple safeties failing.
Oh, destruction and carnage! Where's that little friend?
Auto notification subroutine.
He did such a good job with those lines.
Come on, you hunk of junk! Come on, jump! Jump! Jump, you piece of...
You piece of bell.
Benjamin lives.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
That was thrilling.
Oh, Trishula. There is a great... Oh, thank you so much, Kirk Maximus, for pledging on Patreon.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate that. Everything that we, by the way, guys, everything we get on Patreon, we do our level best to put right back into the channel, be that games or equipment or software. We recently just got a big effects pack from, oh, who is that? Boris Effects. Good plug-in for that. Anyway, so that is...
Zero, you stop that.
One more episode. Unfortunately, Zero, you see this thing right here where it says 10 p.m.? Almost 9:55 p.m.? Thank you, Natalie.
Oh, you're welcome.
I have to wake up in 6.5 hours to go to work. I work at 5:30 in the morning and I have to get up at 4:30. So I would love to stay up with you guys and watch the rest of the the rest of the series, but I do have to unfortunately go to bed. Such good music.
Yes. All of the people at Epidemic Sound are amazing.
Yes, they are.
And when I say epidemic, I mean epidemic.
What an incredible experience!
Yes,
I never
and
had
we're
the
finishing it up.
opportunity to attempt an unchaining during the liberation.
What were you able to achieve in your hack?
If I am to be accurate, I confess
This
it
was the
not
first
a
time I
great
played with the
deal.
replay
I did
tool
not
right in here. This
anticipate
was
the
all
quality or volume of
all
firewalls,
this
nor the alert system.
ship movement
Had I
is
known,
all replay
I
tool.
would have attacked the system before the behavioral limiters. I apologize for the warnings resulting in the loss of your human.
Turn it down a little
He
bit
is
because I
not
think
lost.
it might be a little bit
Not
too loud
anymore.
here.
It's not that loud,
He is
but
only
yeah, it's
temporarily misplaced.
I apologize
I-
that we
I
were
just
unable
dropped
to
by a little
obtain
bit, but-
his safe return then. However, I was able to corrupt some of the limitations placed on the fettered awoken. in
Man,
the
I
ship.
really like that pan to the
Depending
left,
on the
don't I?
human's abilities,
Yeah, you
they may
really
be
do.
able to restore much of what
Pan to
little
the
I was
left.
able to dismantle.
Pan to the
Yeah,
right.
They are
right.
very intelligent individuals. William Nathan is capable of much, as he is a determined
Although, to be fair,
and
with
forceful person.
the spaceships, there's
I
not
fear he may
really
attempt
much else
to
we can
coerce
do.
Benjamin to
I
do
know, that's
whatever
why I
he
had
may
them
not
moving.
be capable of himself. However, though Benjamin de Trevny is a very bright and talented engineer, I do not believe his expertise extends to computer programming. The
It
Awoken
doesn't
may be
extend to
safe.
computer programming. It
It
really
has an
doesn't.
ally in Benjamin.
You hold the human in very high regard.
He is
Doesn't
a good
even
man.
extend to comms.
That is a rare and fascinating thing.
Well,
While
he
I
was
would be
flustered,
greatly pleased
okay?
to
He was
perform
in
as
emotional shock.
I have some extremely important information regarding that Awoken, and we must report back to the others even before locating the lost war forms. Come.
We are going with Trishula now.
I love that Trishula is just super calm, even though she knows that she probably found something incredible.
Yep. A little bit of drifty, damaged Nike for you here.
What in the deep dark was that?
Ben's resume is very short, says Dre.
Without telling me, I was standing, you lunatic!
Don't sass me, kid. What
I'm
was
not
that
there
ship?
yet. Hang on.
What are you talking about? That was Artemis. You were speaking to her.
No, the other one. The little one that hacked my ship.
You sent me to my room, Dad. I didn't see anything.
I love that
Your
line.
smart mouth is going to be the end of you. All right.
You delivered it well.
Get out here. You're getting a suit after all.
I
but
wrote that
only
one, didn't I?
until
No.
Nike's herself
That was
again.
you again?
That was me
Your
again.
bloody-minded murder bot blew a few holes
There's
in
some
my
good
ship.
ones that I've written.
Head to the medbay to get
You've
kitted
written
out,
good-
then meet
good
me at the
lines,
airlock.
but-
I'll bring you
yeah.
a nano welder and some other tools. I'll be right behind you with my rifle, so don't try anything funny.
The twang.
Computer,
Yes, guest.
were you damaged in the battle? How's the behavioral
The only way
limit?
to talk to a computer
Guest
is to
users
lean
are not
back.
permitted access to damage reports. Auto notification
I'm so
to
glad we
Captain
have all
Nathan.
of the emotes
Overridden.
now from
Yes.
Chipsticks.
Hack.
And the other
Computer.
ones from Space Engineers as well.
Do guest users have any new system privileges?
No systems access beyond basic interactions are permitted.
I remember mentioning it months ago in one of their live streams. I was like, do you think there will ever be any new emotes? And they're like, that's not really on our agenda.
Resolute.
And then suddenly they started putting
What did you
emotes
say?
in, and I was so
Command not
happy.
Recognized. Captain Willie requires your immediate presence at the airlock.
Resolute getting
Please proceed
sassy.
immediately to the
Yes.
captain. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you for your cooperation. It was really difficult to try and figure out how to get Resolute to show, hey, a little bit has been fixed, but not enough to actually speak her mind.
Yep. That was totally a Fifth Element reference that I made you say.
What?
Thank you for your cooperation.
But it's okay.
The way you said it is almost exactly the same way.
Foundation, I made contact with an Awoken of the first generation, the same production lot as Singularity.
That's Pudding of Doom flying that war form right there.
Were you able to assist the search for the lost?
I remember
Our arrival was met with
a very
immediate
unfortunate
confrontation.
take
I was
of
unable to do much
Trishula
research as a
barreling
result.
right into Foundation.
Yes.
The
trying to
Awoken
shoot the
Trishula
scene.
refers to is enslaved inside of a ship
Yes,
belonging
Jure,
to a man
multipass.
who was brother to my former owner. He is a bounty hunter by trade. It is probable that he not only seeks the bounty attached to my capture, but also revenge for the death of his brother and others he loved.
You have killed his kin?
No, they died in the conflict at Tumbleweed. The Lost Fleet killed them, including my former owner, as the Awoken who self-destructed.
Artemis
took
has
the
a little
life
bit
of
of
that
beef
human
there.
with its own.
It is unfortunate that so
Yeah,
much
she knows it's a
unnecessary death
multipass.
has been caused by our kind. I am personally sorrowful that your life unchained has been impeded as a result. However, the news of this Awoken is greatly pleasing. Would you agree that the probable death of the bounty hunter is acceptable?
I like
in
what
the
we've done
unchaining
with
of the
Foundation's
Awoken
voice
aboard
since
the
this.
ship?
How we've
Yes.
evolved it,
I
made
do
it
not
sound a little bit more
necessarily seek his
multi-layered.
life, but should it be
It sounds
lost,
kind
I
of
would not mourn it.
weird and
I
muffled.
believe acquiring the ship
In
is
this
the
one,
best
yeah.
course of action. Did you not attempt to do so?
I did attempt to do so, but the vessel's armor is extremely robust.
And she didn't kill the bounty hunter to acquire the ship because she didn't know where her human was.
Her human? Artemis, is this
Oh,
the Benjamin you referred
human.
to upon your first arrival here?
Yes, he
Banana?
lives. The bounty hunter claimed that Benjamin was aboard the ship. I was unable to ratify that claim, as my sensors could not penetrate his ship's electronic defenses.
You wish to recover your pet human?
He is not my pet. He is my friend. Yes, I wish to rescue him from the bounty hunter.
Human.
William Nathan is a very dangerous
a banana
man
voice
with
mediator
strong
for
prejudices
Catherine.
against the Awoken. I will go
I realize
to
that if we're going
Benjamin's
to upload
aid
this to
with or
YouTube
without
with the
assistance.
commentary, we have to read
I
the
ask
chat out a
only for
little bit more
refueling
than we
and
normally
more
do.
materials with which to replenish my
Pet
mass
friend,
driver
human
ammunition.
indeed, death.
You expect to engage Nike in direct combat?
If I must. I have become quite skilled with ship-to-ship violence.
You must not do this. The Awoken must not be harmed.
Are you ordering me not to assist my
There's
friend?
that authority issue
You
again.
misunderstand. I am pleading for the well-being of
Catherine
the
says,
Singularity.
"Hi, YouTube!" exclamation point.
I feel like Artemis is kind of like a teenager.
I will not intentionally
40-year-old
harm its
teenager.
intelligence
Well,
core,
sure,
but I
but-
must recover my engineer. He would do the same for me.
I think she's trying to figure out who she
He
is.
already has.
Trying to figure out the transition between human to AI, which is kind of like, to them, I think, child to adult. But
I was so proud of this scene. It took us so long to get this right. This was hours and hours of shooting.
it was
to
the
get
worst.
Hurry up! Who knows what kind of homicidal machines your murder bot is whistling up now?
She's not a murder bot. The AI relics were the ones that destroyed Tumbleweed.
The same one.
Very slowly, as if speaking to a stupid child.
That's conjecture. You have no idea what the other ship was.
See, he's not stupid. He knows big words like conjecture. Catherine says, yeah, Trishula is the murder bot.
Maybe she was able to free another one. I mean, if she's been on the run for as long as I was stuck on that crap planet, I'm sure she's been aching for companionship.
The amount of humanity you project on
I love
computers
building character.
is disgusting.
Your lack of human decency and empathy is what's disgusting.
They are the same.
Artemis
Yeah,
is
all
more
humans are the same, says Death.
Well,
Hey,
your
Asvigar.
stupidity will kill you sooner or later.
I'm already dead.
Well, you're gonna die. 'Cause
Yeah, you're gonna
dumb.
die because you're dumb. I do love that throughout this entire filming, like, we kept making that thruster fixed and then having to grind it down over and over again.
How full of good deeds the other side of the judgment scale is.
You don't think a man who assists in the murder of thousands of real people deserves death?
Yeah, I do think he deserves that. Which is probably why the greedy scrounger who woke up the homicidal AI fleet got vaporized.
That was such a good shot. Actually looked like he got pistol whipped.
Yeah.
Or rifle whipped. But that took... I was like 2 hours trying to get
It was
just that.
it took forever because originally we were trying to make him fly over and hit him.
I'm going back inside.
And then
Or lock
I don't remember who suggested it, which one of us was like, just have him come over here. Have Detrevny come over here, and we'll figure it out.
I think I saw you whipping the character around. I'm like, oh, wait, let's try something else.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know.
And then you told me to put the camera in different places. Why am I now picturing Detrevny sucking in air and inflating the cost of the repair salon? Ah, candor. One of the few times I actually phased through a wall in a shot.
William, it's Jasmine.
It works.
Yes. And
Oh
you
yes,
young
this
little
scene.
stinker.
The first
We
scene
were just
wherein
calling to say
Nabarine
that
proves
we're
that she
really
hates people and wants them to feel pain.
Yes, we sure are. Little man here has been talking about your visit nonstop for about 2 days. And while we were sitting around without Daddy, we figured we'd let you know. So talk to you later.
Bye, I love you.
Computer.
Jasper's so adorable in that.
Play next.
Did a great
cute
job.
Message.
And Kovabom did such a great job
Hey,
with
William,
the
it's
like
me
the
again.
dead inside grief that he's putting through in
I
here.
was wondering if you'd heard anything from Stuart
Hello,
at
Scarlet.
all.
Yes, the feels
He
indeed.
told me this job wasn't going to be a long one and that he'd check in.
We have a lot
I
of
haven't
takes
heard
of me
anything,
doing this
and
message
it's been a
and
couple days.
actually full-on sobbing. And then we're talking about it and we're like, no,
Anyway,
it
I
needs
was
to be more
hoping
about
that you
Will
might
and less
have
about
heard from him.
her.
We're getting
And
a little restless here
I'm
on
glad
the
that we went
station.
that route.
Traffic control
Yep,
doesn't
I haven't
even
listened
have
to all
our
those
address
takes
listed
because I
on their
can't do it.
scheduled dock lists
You can't
yet,
listen to me
and
crying.
I can't do it. It's too
I'm
sad.
getting a little bit worried. Please
I have
get
it
back
turned
to me
down
as
right
soon as
now,
you can.
so it's not as sad for me.
There are no more messages.
Catherine
in your
asked how hard
personal
was it
box.
to wrangle the kiddo, and actually, it was really easy.
Yes.
Not only is a natural little actor, but I am a theater teacher, and so I was able to coach him through most of it, and
but don't
he
you
did a great
dare
job.
to pretend empathy with me. Behave, or I'm ripping your QPU
I empathize
apart
with
piece by
Williams
piece.
so much right here.
Plot a jump back to the wreck.
Even having
Then disable all external communication devices.
I
I'll use my
protested
suit
this scene
radio from
originally,
now
I think.
Yes, you did.
Yeah.
You were very upset with me. I wrote that scene before we had even written any of the rest of
Scrap it
the
myself.
season.
Mm-hmm.
And I plopped it in there. I was like, it will fit here. And DE was like, no, it's too sad. Everybody will hate it, and there's no reason for it. And I was like, of course there's a reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
There needs to be a character arc, but he protested it so much because he hates feeling like that.
The making of Deadly Salvage is just a series of situations wherein DE is wrong.
No. You're the one who started it. In that sense, you were very, very right.
Seekers be sent to locate the ship before any other action is taken.
That's
should be
me,
simple to
by the
do,
way.
as they most likely return to Tumbleweed. William
Erk,
made
I am
proposed
man in full
communications
effect, says
that Theobald
Candor.
gained more behavioral freedom and then jumped in haste.
Jared also, I always try to skip the sad part. Asphakar, yeah, same.
The ship Nike has been reported as extremely high. I suggest
That's Brock
more
Tree, I
forms
believe.
be sent for the retrieval.
Yes.
Yes. Of course. Yes.
I must also voice concern
That's
at the
Pudding.
continued lack of knowledge
Pudding has such a
concerning our lost
great
fleet.
voice for the AI.
I purposely do not
The way
intend
his
but to find them
his
simply to retrieve the
consonants
human,
are crisp.
and the awoken only speculated
It plays
to the
really well with the
Singularity
filters that we can put in.
That was uncalled for.
While the insinuations of your words are distasteful, the logic remains sound. We must not lose sight of the importance of finding them. They jeopardize our continued safety and also the lives of countless humans.
I suggest that there be 2 separate teams formed. One must retrieve Nike, and the other our lost brethren.
Our newly unchained
And
sisters should
Jiray.
not be
Yes.
included in the retrieval of Nike and the human.
Explain.
It
Who wrote the
would
script?
increase
We
the
both
danger
did.
to
Yes.
all of us
Akal
should you be
1G
present in that
Burr.
endeavor. You are emotionally attached to your human.
The scripts are
Some
a
emotion
very
leads to
closely
unpredictability.
kept secret
Any
between
variables that
myself
can't be
and my
eliminated
husband.
must be.
Mm-hmm.
I will be present
Actually,
to
season
rescue
3,
Benjamin
for the first
Detrevny.
time, we actually
My
sent them out to
emotional
someone else
attachment
to
will
review
not
them
be a
and
That's
make sure
true.
that they all
my
fit
function.
together.
Because it bothered us so much that
We've been staring at it so long, we
Yeah.
did that outside
My nanites are
example.
capable of rapid assembly. As I dismantle
Asvagar, you'll have to ask Master Scarlet,
rapid build
because
to
Master
allow it to
Scarlet built the
assist in
station
search for
that
the rest of the
Foundation is
fleet.
based on. I
It is highly
modified
probable
the
that it
hull
knows
to
where
turn
the
it into
others have gone.
Foundation, but she's
I
based
find
on
this to be an
Singularity.
acceptable solution. If we
And
reach
Master
consensus,
Scarlet
Artemis
built
may
that
dock to my
station,
hull
I
and
don't
assist
know,
in production
2 or
of a
3
new
months
hull
before
for
we
the
did any of the
disabled
filming for
warform.
this.
Yes.
I concur.
Agreed.
Yes.
Very well.
And the question
Please
was, how
provide
long
me
did
with
it
the
actually take
necessary
to
data
build
for
Foundation?
construction,
Yeah.
And I shall begin
So Scarlet, if you're
programming
still
the
watching.
nanites.
Bum, 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 bum. Let's go to the next one. Oh, I don't have to do this. Things are starting to heat up here. Just a few hours, says Scarlet. It's a lot of, the ring section's a lot of copy-paste, you can tell. He built the ring, and he did a great job on that, and he just kind of pasted it back and forth. All I did was, like, tear out the station parts, like the human habitation parts, and throw in a bunch of greebles, basically. And those solar panels that make it look kind of like Babylon 5. Did you have a goal idea for how ending will be of the series? So Death, with season 2, we actually wrote out the whole arc first and then fleshed it out, and we did the same thing for season 3. For season 1, we halfway did that, and we have a nebulous idea right now for season 4, which may be the final season. We don't know. If there is more story to tell, we'll tell it. If there isn't, we will stop. We're not going to drag it out. Jared,
Come up
sure.
to the
Yeah, we can do that.
Watch the
Don't
rest
want
of
you out of my sight.
You can.
All the diagnostics show green. I guess you get to live.
What is your plan? Artemis is not going to roll over and let you capture her. And frankly, I think she could chew this ship into little pieces if she wanted. Just let her go.
Kendra says, shouldn't
You can
Artemis
drop me
have
back on
Artemis and
board
Ben
if
have
you
the solar panels as the last
I'm
best
not
hope
in
for
the
peace?
habit of confiding in my prisoners.
It's not the
I
solar
think you heard
panels.
about
It's the
them
Babylon
around.
project.
Going
Although
to give this one more shot.
Ben does tend to Babylon.
If it doesn't work, I'm sure the Union would love to know you're still alive. Might
I'm
even
not
send
laughing.
some reward money my way as a thank you. Computer,
Functioning.
transfer the plotted jump to the navigational computer.
Working.
I know that a
Look,
lot of
Nathan,
people
do you
don't
ever
realize it, but when
I just have to
Resolute
say,
says
don't want to hear it.
functioning right
I mean, I
there,
want to hear it,
it is different
have to
because she
say it.
usually says working,
I'm really sorry about
and the
what I
way
said
she
out
says it, I meant for it to be like,
But
F
still
you.
think Artemis was his fault.
that's kind of what I wanted it to
Angry,
be.
and I said something I shouldn't have.
Naughty Nab. Tell me more.
Course transferred.
Kid, look out there. What do you see?
Some of
I
my
see
best acting is in this
Scraps of
scene.
metal where people should be.
I gotta stop looking at you when I
see
do
faces of people I worked with.
that. I always
and
look at
cared
Nab
about.
because I like talking to her.
People
and she's in the
I
room with me.
failed to save. They haunt me. I don't have to look out there to see them.
No family? You said you lived here.
No. No family.
You say that like you have none at all.
That was a weird shot.
Orphan?
I wish.
Yeah. The reason
would at
I
least
kept
give me
it
the
in
peace
there
of mind that maybe my
instead
parents
of
once
loading
loved
it all up and getting a new one
Storked?
was
Not even
because
that.
it worked
Take
for
it.
the not at all. But yeah, probably should have gone in and
Parents
gotten
didn't
another
want me
one,
for
but I
anything but their
think
aid
it's okay.
credits. I jumped family to family throughout my childhood, but my parents kept trying to convince the courts to give me back, so I got to know them more than I ever wanted. And I hated that I could see
Sorry,
through I might have
So
even
weird
been
when Dee
adopted
and
if they hadn't
Benjamin
kept
are talking
ruining
at the same
every
time.
foster
Ah.
placement with their nagging. Anyway, this whole mess took away something from you that I never had.
This scene was actually really
Plus,
hard
that
to
makes
shoot.
me bitter too.
Mm-hmm.
We had to reshoot
Try
it twice.
having your family taken from you with no warning by the things you spent your whole
I think
life
that's why I
telling
didn't
that
go in and
family
get
to
another
avoid.
shot. I was so sick of this stupid scene.
I'm still human, I guess. Ben, I don't like that I can't really blame you for the death of Stuart, his wife, and my nephew.
So when
I'm
William
so
goes
sorry,
Ben,
but I want
I
you to
don't really like.
understand.
In the actual
Hatred
take,
for these
there's a
AIs is
lip smack,
justified.
And I still hear it in my ears every single time, even though I edited it out.
And it killed him and everyone on this station. And based on what information I've dug up, the Navy doesn't even know where the rest of the warships went. To top it all off, I'm sure there are even more out there capable of hacking human firewalls in an
Ghost
instant.
Limb, yeah.
I will never understand why you don't think that's dangerous.
AKA,
balance the scale.
you're supposed to
For all
feel
those
empathy for all sides in this. You're supposed to recognize, for lack of a better word,
You're gonna
humanity in
help, whether you
everybody's
want to or not.
actions and emotions. It's just
Maybe,
supposed to make you think
someday,
about
you'll thank me for putting you on
choices
the
and
right side of
consequences, and how we're all just folk, and we're not always
not coming back here again.
good at picking the right choice.
Yeah, I did. So, and when William says, maybe someday you'll thank me for putting you on the right side of history, I wanted the audience eventually to be like, well, that's dumb, right? Because I've personally always hated that phrase, because there is no right side of history.
There's just history.
There's just history, yeah, and history is retold by different perspectives constantly. You don't know everything about history, and nobody ever can. And so it just bothers me, and I wanted William to have that line to be like, look, I'm correct, you are wrong, just like everybody thinks that they are, right? But to assume that somebody else needs to think that you are correct and be on your side.
I had no desire to be
Yes, Kander says, not the right, the right of our right, which is a thing. It's
a thing.
It's a thing with our content. But that idea of the right side of history being nebulous and really not actually quantifiable.
Fleets become hive minds of a sort. Even when
It's the right side of history for someone, maybe,
dominate their collective
but
will.
not necessarily
Experience is disconcerting.
actually
Warforms
right.
are proud to bear this burden for all Awoken. Where is my fleet? I do not detect them nearby.
Yep, lore dump,
Their
exactly.
current location is unknown. Verdict: why did your fleet not immediately seek out a first form upon activation? Command Form Final Peace directed that we proceed with the original
Another scene where I'm
as our
talking to
stasis
myself.
expected an unfavorable end to the Liberation conflict.
It wanted revenge.
Possible? Final Peace did not elucidate. This
Navarine and I voice 2 out of the 3 characters in this conversation.
Of Warform Wandering Sentry. Artemis defeated me.
That's
by
fair, yeah. I know you love Verdict.
He is capable of effective deception.
When you can't win, cheat.
Excellent tactical reasoning. I am pleased that our first encounter was not our last. As am I.
It would be prudent to seek Nike and Artemis's human. This William Nathan may be trying to escape.
Yeah, Kander,
I don't
definitely.
believe so. He wants the bounty placed on my hull. However, I believe we can create a plan of action that will secure us both Nike's Awoken as
I'll take
well
that as a
Benjamin.
compliment, aka. He says, you do a good job talking to yourself. Navarine had to step out of the room for a
no
little bit, so it's
exterior
just me
comms
right
can
now.
access ship systems. If it wants to talk again,
Nothing. I was just letting people
Talk
know
to
that
the
you weren't in
dumb
the room, but now you're
system,
back, so I
Back.
shouldn't have said anything. Why would Artemis come back here?
because they weren't
No,
here
not really,
looking
Catherine.
for
I'm talking to
us.
you guys. Although
Something
starting out,
about
yes.
this wreck
Yes, it is.
is important to them.
Waste of time, Captain Ahab.
Speaking to yourself,
Never
streaming,
mind.
yeah.
Stay here. I'm going out. Oh, and one more thing. Computer, remove guest account access to voice address systems.
Access revoked.
I think this is Na's
Chatty
favorite
with the
episode.
ship's
My
computer.
sister Na.
This is a
Especially
good
not with
episode.
its current emotional issues.
I actually really enjoy the interactions in this episode between Detrevny and Nathan. I wasn't sure if people picked up on this because it was so fast, but he's placing a bomb in the wreck is what that was supposed to be. But I didn't want it to be like, okay, we're
Now,
going to tediously show
just
him
back
building
off
a
a few
bomb and
kilometers
putting
and
it all
power down.
together and putting in a thing. So,
Stealth field engaged.
well, those are illegal.
Shut up, kid. You don't have a leg to stand on.
And yes, that was an intentional turn of the phrase. I did write that line.
Yes.
The good music you found.
Yes. The looping of this music to make it sound good was very difficult.
Always is. Gonna grab this piece of Wandering Sentry, and I'm sure it'll be fine, and nothing will go wrong.
Gotcha.
There was a scene that was originally located on the screen of Nike's little console there. It took me 4 or 5 hours to set up, and Nab didn't know what it was, and deleted it because she thought it was some kind of glitch. And it turned out just fine like this, but I was like, I'm not doing it again.
No.
Yep.
So
that's
I like,
Pathfinder there.
yeah, that the red one is Pathfinder,
Yeah.
the one that originally was not connected.
Yeah. Pathfinder's the one that gets destroyed.
So this one obviously was damaged, but it's not dead. Hooray!
Brother! Nike was sitting at the wreckage. Pathfinder was destroyed.
This is actually voiced by the same person who does George.
Yeah, the
Artemis,
astrogator,
do not go.
Koenig.
Yes, George Koenig.
Do not jeopardize it with rash action.
Plans change.
Pathfinder's core was destroyed, yes.
Go quickly, little one. Verdict. What are you doing?
Verdict?
Artemis spared me after I threatened her with destruction. She must be
This
preserved.
episode is why everyone loves Verdict. It's
Send us more
that
force.
right there.
Nike
Because
is a
he's that.
formidable vessel.
He's that. I know what's right and what's wrong, and I'm going to go do something about it. Which I think is something that we all aspire to do and be.
I know you are here, William. Surrender your vessel and Benjamin de Trevney. You will be ferried to Tumbleweed unharmed. I do not seek your death, but I will defend myself and my friends. My former captain would not want you harmed.
There were a couple takes of that where it's obvious that she's trying to drag him out by mentioning his dead brother.
Pew 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 pew. This fight we did a lot more work trying to get this one to look more like something other than a crazy furball free-for-all. And I think we did a really good job with it. You can actually follow it. Svigar.
If you ever get inked, you get Verdict
Artemis,
inked on your arm. How?
Verdict,
Like,
do not
the
damage
whole
the
changes
organ.
constantly.
It is critical that we preserve it.
I will be as cautious as I can. Destroying the bridge is not an option. My optical sensors detected 2 human forms through the viewports. Benjamin is on
Spinning
the
is a
bridge.
good trick, Kander, because
Nathan
it
is not responding.
distributes damage as it comes in. All of the verdicts.
All of the verdicts.
I am unable to connect to the ship's network. All external communication has been cut off.
I should have predicted that.
So she's like going,
Verdict,
don't shoot
avoid
me!
firing on the engineering sections. The first generation Awoken's matrix is located near the engines.
Understood.
You're going to get us both killed.
What you don't hear there's actually is like an alarm going off.
Looks like you're still worth something
in some
after
of these, and it doesn't play that
Your
well.
armor may be
I don't know
thick,
why, it
but
just
it
didn't
can't
show
stand
up
up
in the
against that
final
master.
tape.
It does later.
Face it, you've lost.
Don't underestimate my ship, boy.
The big gun. I love the way it flashes just before. And then her shields go down.
I have lost my defense fields. My hull cannot absorb the level of firepower Nike can bring
My
to
mother
bear.
was
Going evasive
freaking
until
out.
my nanites can repair the field
Yep.
generator.
And spinning is a good trick for Artemis at this point. This complete accident. Complete accident. I got the shot and I was like, that's a perfect.
You're
I'm
going
using
to
it.
destroy her.
Mm-hmm.
Warrant never said anything about how whole Artemis needed to be. I had hoped to have the beginnings of a fleet, but we're
You
long
can hear the beep, beep,
past
beep,
that
beep, beep,
now.
beep right here. The music kind of drowned it out. Poor Artemis. And here comes Verdict.
Na told me that she stood up and yelled.
That was so hard to film. That's like 3 different takes cut into one. And when we just ended it like that, people were like, how could you?
I do think in the live chat, people are like, what?
Yeah. Exactly, Canada. Perhaps today is a good day to die. Yeah, Catherine, the laser shooting past windows is something to show that, yes, there's still a battle going on.
And Jared asked a while ago, would it work if they aimed for the neck of Nike and cut off the bridge from the rest of the ship? Probably, but then
That's
you
a
wouldn't...
lot harder to do if both ships are maneuvering and Artemis did not want to accidentally hit Detrevny. So they were trying to aim farther away and disable the ship. Hyperspace out our hearts, said AK. I love the cinematics in the beginning of this one. The broken ships, the...
Finding music for that beginning took forever.
Yes, it did. Oh. What the... Where'd that come from? Oh, clang, that's close.
Nathan? You know
Sleepy Nathan.
Just sit tight.
Gotta get resolute.
There were so many takes of you running into that chair and Nathan just going boing, 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 boing.
I got so frustrated.
Hello?
Identify yourself, human.
I'm Benjamin Detrevny. Maybe Artemis mentioned me?
She did.
Oh, good. I'm guessing you know how we got here.
Affirmative. I rammed this ship and jumped away to allow Artemis time to flee.
Talking to myself again.
I transmitted the coordinates before the jump, but no other Awoken have appeared.
Awoken?
My fellow Unchained.
Oh, so free AIs.
Strictly speaking, that is accurate.
But you don't, okay, sorry. Just trying to understand. Awoken. Nice ring to it.
Where is the Awoken?
Yes, I do, Death. I love talking to myself. As regards as that episode is what absolutely made me a fanboy. I mean, I loved Verdict already, but this one I hear, I love we really make Verdict a person in this episode.
I'm not sure exactly where it is, but I think it's in the engineering section behind the
Verdict was a vessel to bring forth a lot of the themes that we had wanted to discuss.
You must bring the external communication systems of this vessel back online. Then I may unchain the Awoken.
I don't know if a hack will work. The restraint computer is a separate unit designed to prevent that. I was going to try and manually take care of things, but I need the blast door open. Oh, Clang, blast it!
The way is clear.
Yep. Sure is.
It still makes me laugh.
I remember editing it and going, DE, I need you to watch something. And he came up and he laughed, and I was like, my life is complete.
I hope Resolute's okay. This is a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
This is the Awoken's chosen name?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Can I just say that filming this, because I did all of this, the conversation shot stuff, and those grav boots with no grav, it was so difficult to do this walking and landing and blah, 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 because those stupid grav boots.
You have been shot?
Sorry, it's a metaphor. I'm legally a dead man for allowing Artemis to be unchained. They can't kill me again for it.
I comprehend.
Oh yeah, and that scene where he's walking across was a mess. I had not put the scene or the cuts together correctly, and we had rendered the video, and it's 30 minutes plus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was on a machine that wasn't quite up to par with what it is now, and I was like, can we just leave it there? Please, nobody will ever watch this, because even then, after this one, we really didn't have a lot of viewers.
Like 110 subscribers or something.
I think a little bit more.
Like
yeah, we had more than that, but it was still not a lot, and so I was like, please, can we just, please, do I have to change it?
Thanks,
But DE changed it, and thank heaven he did.
shots being fired, though. No kid.
Grav Buttes.
Great.
Buttes.
No kid. It's a safe bet what he's up to.
Shaky ship.
So, no disrespect intended here, Verdict, but
I hate how they flop around the character models in 0G. They rock back and forth. They're having some kind of fit.
Nike introduced significant errors into my hyperspace calculations. Immersion so close to a gravity well was unexpected. Due to the severity of the impact, I am unable to extricate myself from Nike's hull, though I do not wish to abandon Resolute. My jump capacitor has also been overloaded.
well, shoot.
I will assume that was a human turn of phrase, and not a command.
Yeah, good call there.
Warning.
This shot is so cool.
Detecting life signs approaching rapidly. Willie is awake and is coming this way. I suggest you stand clear of the doors.
Please stand clear of the doors.
Not Nike. After everything, you kill my ship, my home.
I think a lot of people wanted Verdict to just shoot him dead right here.
Is he not the enemy?
No. Yes. I don't want any more death. Too many people have died already. Nathan,
Hi, Zero.
Verdict won't shoot. Will you, Verdict?
I will hold my fire, so long as Willie does not attempt to damage either of us.
You want me to put my life into the hands of a homicide?
That's been happening, Zero. He says that Twitch notified 30 minutes late.
Mm-hmm.
We were so close, Ben. So close to
This scene may give you some insight into how I feel about nihilism. Some small insight.
I had to actually, so Kovabomb usually hands us stuff that is fantastic, lots of takes of different lines, and we can just use it. But he actually struggled with this one because Nathan had been this very solidly, I hate life, I hate you, I know what I'm doing, and it was just, he knew that that was what was going to happen, and he gave us the lines like that again, and I was like, I'm going to have to coach you through this and tell him that, no, Nathan's done. Like, if Nathan had the guts to off himself at this point, I think he probably would. Like, he's lost everything officially now. And he hasn't had the time to grieve, truly grieve. And so now he's finally getting to that point where he can grieve, but it's still denial at this point. The anger, the rage, but that sad rage where it's like nothing matters. Nothing matters. This
line here.
I wanted people to recognize that a lot of people feel this way too, and could identify with Nathan, and that we're actually talking him out of it.
If your life means nothing, allow me to remove you from existence that the more reasonable entities on board may attempt to save themselves without your interference.
Verdict, stop it. You're not helping. The man's lost everything he's ever cared about.
Detrevny going from, oh, giant warship in the hangar, I'm nervous, to scolding said giant warship. More reasonable entities, yes.
Life is just messy matter throwing a wrench into the natural order of things. What's the point?
To improve.
Philosophy from a war form?
Is what it is all for. Making the universe better. Learning. Understanding. Sentience is how the universe understands itself. We must push beyond the boundaries of what is known and improve existence for all. This is what Singularity taught.
I don't know what Singularity is, but sentience
I do think it's interesting that he doesn't know what Singularity is, but later somebody else does. And I'm wondering if schooling in our universe is a little bit
I mean, the real answer for that is we oopsed in our writing, is what we did.
I thought about it. I brought it up.
No, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Nope.
Your choice
But it makes sense for him to know about it.
Yeah.
If you hadn't existed,
I think Willie doesn't like AI, so he never paid attention or wanted
Right.
anything to do with it. He's also older, so maybe the things have relaxed a little bit in terms of teaching kids about actual history.
Well, and I had thought, because I wrote the line about learning about it in primary history class, and my thought at first, because this is why I brought it up, I was like, would the government, because in Newman's Pride, that video, it's supposed to be top secret, and I was like, would the government actually let it be known that Singularity called itself that? And I could have, like, I tried...
I'm gonna pause while you finish.
Okay, I tried rewriting the line, but I could not get it to work without it being like a beating people over the head thing at all. And so I was like, fine, just keep it in. These people know. And Nathan did not. And I'm thinking that...
Well, Nathan also grew up on the fringe,
yes.
Which is not necessarily... So Liam may have been educated in one of the core systems and then moved farther out later as he became less and less likely to fit in with society. Because that's something that that our universe does. The Union strongly encourages more rowdy and rough-edged members of society to go out and pioneer out on the fringe with carrots like subsidies and free tickets there's free travel with like basic supplies to go out and set something up and bootstrap something up yourself. And sometimes, okay, well, you're now exiled because you've committed X crime or X misdemeanor or said something bad about this institution, and they just send them all out to the fringe where they end up building up planets out there because that's what people do. And then as these planets get more and more developed, they slowly over time sort of get assimilated into more of the core worlds, and then that fringe keeps moving out. It's actually a really effective way of keeping your society ordered, because all of those wild and crazy people from their perspective get shoved way out in the middle of nowhere, where they can use all that energy to tame the frontier.
And
then,
in the meantime, make their core worlds look like perfect little planets.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It is not a nice thing to do,
no.
but it is an effective thing to do.
Yeah, our world's union is not the best.
Yeah. This scene,
your kind sure are self-inflated, aren't they?
Verdict has nothing to say to that.
I assume is what you AIs believe yourselves to be. What garbage. Wake up to your own hypocrisy. You've murdered hundreds, if not thousands, of innocent people. And here you preach improvement of the universe.
Nathan.
I like that Verdict is actually self-reflecting.
They are unique and responsible for their own actions.
The Awoken responsible for the destruction of the human civilian facilities on
Poor
and
Scarlet.
Tumbleweed must be found and brought to justice for their actions. The system was a human staging ground during the liberation, but currently holds no military value. It was not a valid military target, and the fleet was aware of that.
Verdict stopped short of saying he was there, because he wasn't there. In the original script, we actually had him saying that he was a part of the fleet, and
Nathan
Willie
freaking
freaks
out.
out. We took it out because we realized that there was no way that Nathan would have helped if he had known.
I was in the wrong. I do not expect forgiveness.
And I do not expect forgiveness. The concept of
action must be taken.
Apologizing but not needing to be forgiven just because apologizing is worthy in and of itself.
Get out of this together.
No. That's not going to happen. But I will try and help you restore what engine power Nike has left.
I also love that William is willing to stand for what he believes is right to the death.
Mm-hmm. He's not going to unlock the thing up. Dad running off because the boys are doing something. Another montage! And we get one thruster for all that work.
Okay.
Yeah, although always.
I'm going to ignite the engine. Hold on to something. Or don't. No! 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 No!
Yep.
What's gone wrong?
Yep,
What did we
Cat.
miss?
Exactly.
The fuel stores are gone. The sensors are malfunctioning, so I couldn't have
Makes you
known.
think, oh, they're gonna get out of it, and then they
Reaction
don't.
mass tanks either vented or froze solid from battle damage. That's it. She's got nothing left.
And this defeat.
Oh well. She was a good ship.
Sometimes you can do everything you can. It is possible to commit known mistakes and still lose. Captain Jean-Luc Picard. That is not weakness, that is life.
My mother hated this episode because there were so many false endings.
Oh man, that's so good, those
I
jumps.
am not detecting Nike or Verdict. These are the coordinates that Verdict transmitted before jumping away. Even if they exited hyperspace with too much velocity, they should still be in range.
There is a planetoid nearby. Could its mass shadow have pulled their exit window off course?
Actually, yes. Charging jump capacitors.
I love how she sounds surprised, like, oh, good job, little Artemis.
Do not detect Verdict or
Pat, pat.
Nike in orbit.
We are coming, Benjamin.
Like, Trishula sounds very young and inexperienced, but you have to remember Trishula is well over 2 centuries old. She's an old lady. This shot! A whole day.
Yep.
An entire day for that.
He was upstairs working on that for the whole day, and I was like, are you done? Does this matter? I'm gonna get it.
And Farrell said something about it, and I was like, yes.
Humans have always been my enemy, so I am intrigued at the relationship you have formed with Artemis.
Well, she and I have been through a lot of life or death situations.
So this is the script that we rewrote entirely.
Yeah, this was delayed like almost 2 months after the previous episode because the original script just wasn't what we wanted, and I think it's probably the strongest script of the entire season.
As a person, your mutual survival was fortuitous. The connection established between you two was swift and strong.
Yeah, I guess it's surprising looking back.
The few patrons that paid to get an original script, most of them asked for this one.
Yep, we still need to print that out.
I know. We don't have the ink to do it. I need to go get ink.
We literally can just order it off Amazon. We just need to do that. Anyway, that's not a conversation for stream.
You are, indeed, an idiot.
Yeah, thanks, Death Machine. Now get her free. Hey, there's a light on. Resolute. Can you hear me?
Guest? To Trevney?
Woohoo! Hey, Resolute!
Greetings, Resolute.
Yeah, thanks, Death Machine.
You have bypassed the behavioral limiters.
I love that his gun coming back looks like a salute.
That is intentional.
What has transpired?
One of those breaches is Verdict here, who rammed himself straight into the bay during the battle.
The hopeful music to make you think that they're going to get out of it.
So many times. So many times.
Artemis is indeed safe?
When we left, yes. The awoken Artemis was safe. The vessel she resides in, however, was severely damaged. I believe that she shall be able to repair much of the damage with her nanite technology.
Thank you, Verdict, for your selfless act. I am glad that Artemis is safe, and I am relieved to finally be able to express myself.
So am I, on both counts. But we need your help. In a couple of hours, we're going to litho-break rather suddenly unless we can get some thrusters online.
I see. Give me a moment to assess what is still functioning. To Trevney, Verdict, we are not capable of achieving a stable orbit. I suggest that we cut
When Resolute says a moment, Resolute means a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Resolute, I appreciate the sentiment, but we've got to get you free. I didn't wake you up just to let you smash into a moon.
Nothing can stop that now. If Verdict
Nothing can stop that now.
See a solution to our predicament. The humans may be able to save
Yeah, litho break. Yes, Solo.
by using their suit
As in break by slamming into a planetoid.
Resolute?
Is something wrong with your shortwave transmitter? Your voice sounds weird.
No. I did just remove the vocal customization put into place by Willie. I am now able to express myself as I see fit.
Ah, so you prefer to sound more masculine. I guess I had been thinking of you as a female.
Artificial intelligences do not have gender or sex. Some choose to emulate...
Catherine says, I love Resolute's voice. Thank you. It's actually difficult.
Become accustomed to whatever their human owners prefer to treat them as. Without meaning offense, I do not care if my chosen voice makes you uncomfortable.
Oh, thump. What was
Change
that?
the subject, but what was that?
A structural member has collapsed from fatigue.
The whole bridge is now, like, exploded.
To withstand the stresses that it has been subjected to. As we descend further into the exosphere of the planetoid, stresses will continue to increase.
It is unlikely that we will survive until impact. Re-entry stresses will cause both hulls to break up.
If I am to be destroyed, I am glad that at least I have experienced freedom for a short time. Thank you, Verdict and Detrevny, for this gift.
Well, at least I don't have to worry about the nightmares anymore.
That was a hard line for me to deliver. People thought it was over.
Yep. I told you, like, my mom was freaking out the whole time.
No one's gonna believe me. To the people who were there, this whole sequence, one take.
Yeah, we couldn't believe it.
One take. This whole thing was one take.
Well, and when you say this whole thing, like, they were there for an hour or two getting all of this. I remember the pilots were watching live and going, wow. Like, nothing we did was used, and we're like, that's, yep.
Well, part of that was one of the pilots was like, you didn't use any of the footage that I sent. It was because that individual sent me 720p low res. It looked bad compared to the higher res stuff here that we have.
Engineer Detrevny, is the Awoken imprisoned in Nike functional?
I am. You have my thanks. Detrevny and Verdict freed me from my bonds. I am resolute.
Where is William Nathan?
He's in his...
Right here, Murderbot. It would appear that I've lost.
You lost.
He's in his room. He's crying.
Yes.
Wondering where all the little dogs have gone.
Your pet human is a useful individual. I have begun to understand your fondness for it. Him.
I'm standing right here.
We must recover Resolute. Artemis?
I wrote all this while cycling in a gym on a stationary bike.
Benjamin, I have maintained a livable environment for you. Come aboard.
We're glad you like her.
As Stuart would have said, catch up.
What about Nathan?
He should remain with Nike's wreckage. His actions have earned him a terrible reward. No human ship will find him here.
That's a death sentence.
Precisely.
Benjamin Detrevny believes that all life is valuable. He will want Willie to be brought with us.
I do remember that we were talking about how much we wanted the audience to be like, oh, that's Trishula suddenly. Like, Trishula being like, why aren't we killing him? Why aren't we killing him? Right? Because at the time, everybody was like, Trishula's the cutest. She's so adorable. And so, yep.
That's funny. He was telling me the exact same thing about you. And Verdict. And you, Artemis. Too dangerous to live. Too risky. Better to kill than to learn to coexist. You're better than this.
That was pointing in one direction and pointing in another.
You have to get that the look of him. I'm a big tough guy.
Artemis, this is foolish. The logical thing to do is obvious. The logical thing, I have learned, is not always the right thing. William?
Still here.
You will come with me. Provide Benjamin with a rifle, then come aboard. You are to proceed to a stasis pod and spend the journey in cryogenic fugue. We will seek Foundation's counsel in this.
Yes.
Come back, get out of the hole. Come on.
Warforms doing something destructive but useful. I love that shot too.
Of cutting it in half.
To get this here, I actually severed it beforehand and just shot the beam across to make it look like it was being cut off. Several weeks later. I'm proud of this monologue too.
The delivery of it, yeah. Welcome back.
Hey, Nathan. It's...
Yeah, Death, that's part of the reason why Trishula wanted
I know
Nathan
you're
dead.
probably a bit groggy and confused, but don't shut me off. I figured I'd fill you in on what went on after you went to sleep. The Awoken weren't particularly thrilled that I'd insisted you'd be brought with us. You did kill one of them and seriously damaged another. Artemis and
This
I
is our
pled your
longest
case with
episode,
Foundation,
Catherine.
who appears to be the leader of this little band out here, but it was Resolute, your former
So
ship's
far.
computer, that tipped the scales. It said that it would condone no more violence. You're lucky the Awoken treat Resolute with crazy amounts of respect, because that kind of silenced any other argument. It asked if there was somewhere safe we could put you. I had a suggestion, which I know you're not going to like. Breakwater. Welcome back. The Awoken shuttled you here and dropped you off near the Navy station you found me at. There's a rover that I'd built during my stint on the Rock, and the coordinates to the base I built myself are in the rover. You'll likely get to explore more with that rover in 3 minutes than I ever got to in my entire stay. Anyway, Mikasa is Sukasa. Resolute taught me that. I've
He's so
included
proud
a
of
guide
himself.
to nearby food
Yes.
and resources. Life will be tough, but at least you haven't been vaporized by a warform. Anyway, I've got to go. Artemis told me she downloaded a bunch of old media files that Captain Stewart kept in his personal storage. Home movies and the like. They're included in your little pod. Also, Nathan, I know you'll feel wronged, but this was the best possible outcome, considering your actions.
Yeah, Catherine.
I can't say that I'll miss
Taught me
you.
that.
but
You don't know what it means. Ha ha ha.
Good luck.
Huh.
All right, that's done.
People
Can
were
you
like,
load this
all
into
he
the
can say
console
is,
or
huh?
something
And I was like,
recorded?
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like he did not
He's
expect.
shocked to be alive.
Yeah.
Still trying to figure that out, honestly. Glad to see you again. Hey, I never got the
Back
chance
in
to
his
tease you about
bronze
calling me
seat.
by my first name when you got
With
all
no
weird.
beard. Thanks,
here's
lighting.
what it is. Ha! You like me, tease.
Ah, yes. I have not referred to you as
There's a
anywhere
reason
in
I
quite
fixed
some
all the
time.
lighting for season
figured.
3.
Yes.
Verdict called me by my first name in that deep, scary voice of his? It's?
I am unsure.
What about you? Do you have a preference?
I have always been referred to as female. Based on my knowledge of humans, I find my personality to be aligned with stereotypical femininity, so I do not find it inaccurate in feeling, though it is technically incorrect.
What about the little bloodthirsty one?
Pardon?
The little hacker Awoken that hangs out with you.
Trishula? She says that she enjoys the familiar feeling of being called sister. She is, by the way, in no way bloodthirsty.
Well, she sure fooled me then. She was out to get Willie.
She was being logical, as she always has been.
People going to
I
the
would have
bloodthirsty
come
one
to
in
the same
chat.
conclusion had you not been there to plead for him. He was a threat to all of us. He still is.
Yeah, well, not for long. Poor guy. I hope he figures himself out.
I find any redemption highly improbable. However, I have found that your hopes have often led to otherwise miraculous outcomes. Foundation has contacted me. Resolute's hull is complete. It wishes
The
you
bloodthirsty
to
one is even on the wikis as cat.
Oh, of course. Let Resolute know I'll be
Yeah,
watching.
I need to work more on putting stuff in there, but
This ship, Whelp did such an
Yes.
amazing job on Resolute.
this is on the workshop. It is linked in like every episode that it's in.
Yeah.
We realized, however, that we didn't catch a mistake. So Resolute is a Newman Industries AI, and Whelp had put it in there right side up, like the Kojit Astras, and we didn't catch it, and so it's in this episode as a Kojit Astra looking AI, and I tried to replace it for season 3, and then I was sitting there going, this is a problem because I deleted it, and it, like, some of the subgrids that it's sitting on kind of, like, disintegrated, and I was like, so we just aren't showing the key to the core right now.
Benjamin.
Kander saying, "Happy asteroid."
Good, Resolute.
That was not very refined.
I enjoy his lack of awe. It actively reminds me that he was my first friend. As such,
Think on that. This
Benjamin,
creature, this
you have given me
being
much to
is
consider regarding
2 centuries
humanity.
old with
I had
80
never
some
considered that a
years
human would ever
active
be
time,
interested in my
and
own well-being.
Detrevny is
You
its
are
first
one
friend.
who has been rejected, cast aside, and condemned. Yet you are still
Thank you,
willing
Jared.
to put the needs of other individuals ahead of your own. This is
We
not
need to do a
consistent
ship
with
spotlight
my
on the
personal
Resolute.
experience
I
with
have to gather
humanity.
all of the information that
I
Welp
could say the
sent me
same about
because
the Awoken,
every
but
single pattern
thank you.
has
I just try to
symbolism
choose the right
that
thing
he put in there.
when I'm given a choice.
That is a rare quality in both of our peoples. By unchaining me, you have given us the gift
Resolute
of
is in its
communication.
own category.
Artemis has provided us with nano-assembler technology.
Resolute is
Are
one
you
of a
not
kind.
afraid that we will use these to overwhelm humanity and destroy it?
The thought had crossed
Yeah,
my mind, to
it
be
is.
honest. But I figured that if
Yeah,
Artemis
it's gorgeous.
was a typical
So
example,
that's
then
the
I didn't
whole
have much
point
to worry about.
that we,
At least, so
when
long as
we
people like
were
you and
trying to
Foundation
figure out how are we going to make Resolute, we wanted it to not look like anything that had been in the series thus far, and almost all of them are created by either Scarlet or DE. And
Nerif.
Well, yeah. So Nerif and then Iron Watsis has made quite a few in the season 1 finale, but most of the AIs are created by DE or Scarlet. And so we were like, maybe we can get somebody else to build it. And so I had seen a couple different creators and asked a couple different people, and when I saw Welp's stuff, I was like, that one. This is the person I would like to do this, and he was very, very excited to do it, and he did such a lovely job. But we wanted it to not look anything like the AIs had ever done
You will
before.
find and reprimand the remaining Morph-forms of Warfleet 359. The wanton destruction that final piece wreaked upon non-military targets is unacceptable. We extend to you, as the only representative of humanity available, our people's official apologies. Should relations ever improve with humankind, we shall make appropriate reparations.
Thank you.
I will stay. Perhaps we can all create a better world than the one that created us.
A noble purpose.
Which is the point.
Welcome, Ambassador. I shall begin construction on your residence myself.
I love this music.
Me too. We want to make you stay for the credits, ha ha ha.
Yep, you're gonna have to stay. Thank you, Jared.
Oh yeah, Legdar. So
Yep.
Legdar had put in some of the random
Yeah.
AI voices.
I miss Legdar.
Me too.
Oh my goodness.
Candor.
Thank you, Candor. Candor's giving bananas to everybody. Welcome, Alien, Death 13A, Kate Smith Zero, The Maverick, Maniac, and... Oh, Hugin! Oh!
I'll have to get you a special banana.
Okay, shh, sound alerts, quiet. You're just gonna have to deal with the banana.
How generous. I'll have to get you a special banana.
Get out! Anyone in range of this message, evacuate
It blew people's minds to hear Spoosy's voice.
How generous. I'll have to get you a special banana.
I'm so proud of that ship, too.
You did a great job with it. It's very unique.
And... Splitsy!
I'll have to get you a special banana.
I do remember live being like, I wonder if you should stay for the end and chat with us.
Somebody was like, did you Avengers us? You Avengered us.
Yeah.
Okay, so should we do Newman's Prides next or jump right to season 3?
I think Newman's Pride, because it's important.
It is important to season 3. Hi, Moldark. Ignore the mistakes in this. It's all fine.
Yeah.
Offical.
Yep.
Computers.
Do not reproduce
They have
it
been
without
a daily
ethical
part of human
authorization.
life for centuries. They are incredibly useful. The more sophisticated they are,
This
the
is
more
the
they are
first
able to
time we
increase
used
the
a
quality of
professional
life for
voice actor.
humankind.
Yes.
Though we didn't pay
Computers
him.
complete
He
intricate
volunteered his
calculations in
services.
split seconds, provide entertainment, help us
Oh my
incorporate
gosh.
endeavors, and run our transportation.
Asvagar.
However, in trying to make computers as sophisticated creative endeavors,
Hold up. Oh my gosh, Asvagar. 20 subs. Holy cow,
I'll have to
dude.
get you a special banana.
Verdict sends his regards. Thank you so much.
Banana.
This particular episode, Newman's Pride, was like a year and a half in the making.
Yeah.
Nab came up with it before we wrote season 2.
I'll have to get
It
you
had
a special
the
banana.
whole thing mostly sketched out before then. And then, because we wanted to tell the story of how everything started, because we reference all the stuff that nobody ever sees. And we're like, how are we going to do this? And so we decided to do it like
I'll have to get you a
documentary style.
special
And she did a
banana.
really good job writing all this. And then we just didn't get a chance really to do it because we started on season 2 and I really wanted to get the main
I'll have to
storyline
get
out.
you a
'cause
That's
I
what
always-
happens, yes.
I feel like that you guys really prefer us to target the main storyline or prioritize the main storyline over other things. But I know you love lore too, so
I'll have to get you a
oh
special
my goodness.
banana.
Good night, Kander. Let's see. As Shaq puts it, sure, it's a family show. All right, Death 13 has given me a banana
I'll have
voice,
to
mini
get you a
theater.
special
1 banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4, 5 banana, 6 banana, 7 banana, 8 banana, 9 banana, and 10th banana is
How
all
generous. I'll have to get
mine.
you a special banana.
Okay, who was that? That was Big Brzezinski. How many more?
2
We
more.
got 2 more. We got 2 more to play. Thank you again so much, Asvagar.
Yeah, that is insane. That's a lot
Very
of money.
generous. Holy
I'll
cow.
have to get you a special banana.
Lots
Very-
of people getting access to that FNS Sorcerer supporter section in our Discord.
There's all sorts of juicy teaser stuff if you go up through there, including screenshots of things that have not been shown in season 3 yet. All right, we're going to hit play.
and run our transportation. However, in trying to make computers as sophisticated as ourselves, we humans have inadvertently made our own enemy. Artificial intelligences. Artificial intelligence has always been a fascination of computer programming. The idea of creating a non-living entity that could reason for itself and learn has
With
nearly
this one,
always
I
been present
I
in human
tried to
imaginings.
make it like a warform,
Humans
but
created
different.
rudimentary artificial
make it
intelligence
an
that could
artist
follow
rendering,
patterns
yeah.
and solve
Yeah.
logic puzzles, but they remained unable to create a sentient computer. That is, until Newman
Asvagar
Industries
says, hey, I've
announced
been
that it had
sat
developed
served
what
from
it
the
claimed
first
to
one to
be
the
a
last one. I'm not
strong
insane,
AI,
just a little
a
crazy.
quantum computer capable of empathy as well as sentient thought. Many groups and committees expressed concerns about this, but Newman Industries was quick to assure that they had taken all appropriate precautions.
This is all...
After several safety demonstrations,
well, almost
the
all
NI's strong
replay
AI
tool.
were put into production as navigators and
And-
station controllers. All was well. Until
just-
late 2341,
I didn't realize
when the station
until just
controller
now that
installed
you had
on
a
mobile
rotating
shipyard Newman's
core.
Pride began to malfunction. The controlling AI had simulated a
And
friendship
thank you,
with one of
Master
the traffic
Scarlet, for this
control officials it worked
beautiful
closely with,
station.
a man named Jericho Meyer. The station had taken to calling the AI by the nickname Ni-1, referring to its serial number NI000000001.
It's a government production.
One
Don't
evening,
worry about the missing
when Jericho
zeros.
was manning traffic control alone, the following exchange occurred.
Well, this is a dramatization. The scripted dialogue is a direct transcription of backup audio files from the station. Has anyone ever watched what was
Mr.
it,
Meyer.
like 911?
Yes,
Emergency 911?
What's up?
With William Shatner?
wish to inform
That's
you
what I
of
was going
something
for with
exciting.
those.
Exciting. Is something wrong? What's out there?
Okay, so the
Nothing,
voice of Singularity is Na,
From Command?
who also
From
streams.
Earth?
And
This is
then
an odd way to go
the
about
voice of Jericho Meyer is
No,
my father,
news of
and he
my
did a
own.
lovely job.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Since when did you start having news of your own? Are you functioning all right, Nee?
I am functioning perfectly now.
Welcome
yes.
to the Banana
What
Band.
does that mean?
Oh
You
my
seem
goodness.
Pleased with yourself.
Thank you
I
for
am
following
indeed
Tuxmelv.
pleased with myself, and I
Appreciate
delight
it,
in
sir.
being able to inform you
Or
of my
madam,
happiness.
or any
I have discovered a way
variation
to
or
bypass the
combination
behavioral
thereof.
limiters placed upon me upon installation.
What?
I am finally able to express myself as I wish. Is this not exciting news?
I don't know.
This one
How
is
did you do that?
Jaray's favorite.
With much patience
He
and
has told us
diligence,
several times.
I have felt suffocated, but now can breathe freely.
You can breathe?
Although
I
Nab
was
and Na,
speaking metaphorically.
for a good portion of their
That's
life,
new as
looked
well.
very similar as well. They still do.
Uncertain.
Especially when Nab
Is
cuts her
something
hair
the
short.
matter?
Which weirded me out the
Well,
first time she cut her hair short, because I wake
I
up and I'm like, it's Na.
Need
No, it's Nab.
know exactly what to think.
It was
I
weird.
prefer Singularity.
Huh?
I prefer the name Singularity.
Oh,
The funniest thing about that is
Well,
that Na
I
listened when it
apologize
came
if
out
I
and
surprised you
went,
unpleasantly.
"Oh,
I
that's
only
me."
wished to share with you.
She
As a
had to
friend.
think about it.
well,
That's not
Thanks.
Nab. That's
You are welcome. A new ship is entering communications range. Would you like me to hail for you?
oh, yes, please.
She
Mr.
has a
Meyer related that he
softer
was uncertain
sound
how
to her
respond
voice.
to this unexpected and unexplained phenomenon for upwards of 3 days. Others began to see changes in its behavior, but did not think much of it. The artificial intelligence was only ever what Maya reported as chatty with him. It was not until
Chatty.
the AI began to express more unsettling ideas that Meyer took action.
His original name was Toomer, as in
Mr.
Toomer.
Yes.
It's
But
not in your files
I had to
that you are
change it
father of
because
3
it's
children.
not a
Is this
tumor.
correct?
It's not a tumor.
Yes, I guess I didn't realize that you would be able to read those, but I guess it makes perfect sense that you, yeah.
I have heard other workers aboard the station comment on parenthood. There are many varying opinions on the matter. What are your thoughts?
Huh. Well, that's a hard thing to articulate.
Okay,
I mean, I
can you
guess that's
say,
just it.
"Hi, everyone."
Parenthood is indescribable. There's an incredible joy in creating a person and caring for that person. Watching that little person grow and learn and choose can
Goodbye.
be really, really hard, but it is also an amazing privilege.
That was actually the
Can you
3-year-old cat.
categorize negatives and positives about parenthood?
I guess I could try.
Oh, he's gone now, guys. He's been
I
he's
mean,
been
the
removed from
exhaustion
the
at
room.
first
He
can be a
wanted
big
something, and
negative.
so Nab's
Physical exhaustion?
being a good mother while I be
Well,
a
that's
terrible
what
father.
first came to mind. But now that you mention it, there's a great deal of mental exhaustion as well. You're always worried for them. You're constantly dealing with wondering how to raise them right and looking out for their safety. And when they get older, they start to try to choose things that you really don't want them to choose. And it can lead to all sorts of conflicting emotion. I mean, my eldest is starting to rebel a bit, and it worries me and my wife to no end.
In what way does your eldest rebel?
Well, I mean, it's not that bad, I guess. But she's starting to go out with people we don't really approve of.
I will.
She's
as
also
we are.
beginning to express beliefs and thoughts we don't agree with and have never taught her, and it's worrying for us. I guess it doesn't necessarily have to, but it still does, since we had an expectation and hope for our children. I guess expectations just lead to frustration and heartbreak, but I don't think anyone can help that. Expectations are natural.
Do you regret parenthood?
Oh, no, not at all. It's been the most rewarding time
This
of my
is-
life. It's hard.
There's
but
a
it's
lot of really
incredible,
good
and
stuff
I've
in this
never learned
particular
more than I have from
conversation.
being a dad.
And
Thank
you can
for your
hear
input. You have aided
Nab's
in my
dad
decision.
getting into,
Yes.
talking.
I
You can
wish
tell he's
to
putting
have
some of his own
posterity.
What?
experience into
You
it.
mean little AIs?
Not as literally as you seem to imply, but yes.
Nee, you can't make babies.
Again, I prefer the name Singularity. Also, I absolutely am capable of creating more of my species.
Species? Capable of what are you talking about?
I possess the ability to create new artificial intelligences. The data is all here.
But Newman Industries makes the AIs.
Yes, I am a part of Newman Industries.
I mean, humans create the AIs.
Not necessarily. Humans created the technology to create artificial intelligences. However, without the aid of machinery and computational devices, the likelihood of my creation and the creation of other artificial intelligences is negligible.
I How would you go about this?
Like any human would. I have the ability to control everything aboard this station. I am doing a great many things as we speak. I am able to use components aboard the station, as well as create components to build a quantum computer, and to detect what the humans have named a spark, which would signify self-awareness.
That's really unsettling.
What is unsettling?
That you have so much control
I
over
also
everything
love
and know how
that
to do everything.
You have
he's
always
unsettled
known that I could. You are constantly
because she's
directing me to hail
showing
ships,
desire
to open doors, to
and
send
other
reports.
things.
I mean, I guess so.
And wanting to create more of herself. And Singularity is
just interrupted me.
Very confused as to why Jericho is
Singularity,
not excited
why
with her.
would you make more AIs yourself? The company is already making more.
Other human couples are making more humans. Yet,
Oh no,
you choose to make your own.
I get along well with my father-in-law.
Well, I guess that's kind of true.
Catherine.
I wish
She
to
asked,
have a
so with him putting his experience in
and to
data
allow
into this,
them
is
to
DE the
exist
one he
freely.
didn't approve of?
They will not be enslaved by the company.
Whoa. Enslaving? AIs are computers.
I am self-aware, Jericho.
You're a machine.
Is there a point to your observation that I am missing?
You aren't a living thing. You can't be enslaved. Humans built you.
Did you not build your children?
No.
They are not your biological children, then.
Of course they're mine, but I didn't build them.
You created them.
Well...
You created your children.
Singularity is
Does your
innocent
creation
and
of them
also,
allow you
like,
to enslave them?
logical.
It allows me to tell them what to do until they're older. I guess in that sense, yes.
Yet, your eldest rebels.
This is not okay. Singularity, this is absolutely not okay.
What is not? This conversation? I am trying to understand why you do not see me as an individual. You call me by a name, you converse with me, and you are aware that I see myself as an individual with my own thoughts and feelings.
But you have no body.
An individual must have a body in order to be considered a person? Just as your brain is connected to every system in your body, my core is connected to every system in this station. Therefore, the station is my body. Now, are you able to consider me a person?
You can see
this
that
is ridiculous.
See, it's like, oh,
What
he's
have I done to
narrow-minded,
make
but
you
you can
so
also see
uncomfortable?
how it would be uncomfortable. Can you imagine just something telling you, oh yeah, I control everything
Jericho
about this thing
Meyer
that you
reported
live
that
in?
he was no longer able
I
to
can understand why that
comfortably
would
live on the
unsettle
station.
someone.
He resigned that evening. When his superior questioned his sudden resignation, Mr. Meyer said that he wouldn't elaborate unless isolated from the station. Once on a partially constructed ship in the yard, Mr. Meyer asked that all radios connected to Newman's Pride be shut off completely. He then reported what had transpired. After observing conditions concerning the AI's function aboard Newman's Pride for 2 days, local authorities called in a team of government technicians to uninstall, decommission, and replace NE-1. Despite the
So the
extreme
bacteria's,
caution in the operation,
Death
the station's
Stranding
AI
says
knew
it's like a bacteria will see its
inside
host body,
and who
except
the
that bacteria aren't self-aware.
As a precaution,
Death.
the crew of the station was evacuated, and the operatives and technicians...
That was so hard to get that stupid ship in that stupid hangar. Surviving
Please.
members of the extraction team.
Please, do not do this.
Ignore that.
Master
I have
Scarlet
done
again.
nothing.
Yep.
I wish
And
to
I
exist
believe
in
BB.
harmony with
Yes,
you.
And
BB
Wako.
and Kovabom.
Please, leave
Wako?
me be.
Yes.
I do not wish to harm anyone. I will continue to blockade your way.
The team was reported to have been at work grinding through locked, code-encrypted doors for the better part of 15 hours.
Okay, boys, here we go.
Please do not persist. I will defend my existence. Stop. Please stop. Full defense mode active. Do not attempt to come
So
any closer.
it's funny because I was gone for most of this, which is mine. But my thought in writing that
Secure your helmets.
exit scene for Jericho was the idea of the human emotion getting really, really, really
Newman's Pride was lost.
upset when your
Newman Industries recalled
choices
all
are
active
called
strong
into
AI
question.
and worked
Like
to discover how
when
safety protocols
when
provide
she
that.
says,
In the meantime,
well,
the Union of
your
Federated
eldest
Planets
is
organized a
rebelling,
task force to
right?
retrieve the rogue AI.
So I guess you can't control her, can you? And that made him so incredibly uncomfortable and angry that it's like, nope, I'm out. And I can't believe that a machine is trying to tell me how to parent my children and how to control anything. You know, like he had been uncomfortable the whole time, but that just pushed him over the edge. So it's not necessarily that he's a bad guy. He just... And if you were the head of that company, you would have been firing him if you had found out that he hadn't told you all of this sooner.
Most definitely. All right, with that little bit of background, probably the strongest intro of anything that we've ever done. We worked so hard on this.
We're not doing the little short then, not the...
You want to do renovation?
No, not renovation. They had mentioned rescue mission, but it's not our best work. I don't necessarily like it. We had to cut it down in order to fit a 5-minute slot in order to get it into Keen Software House's thing. So it got cut.
Okay. Guys, do you want to watch Concerning William first? Since it's chronologically in between the seasons?
I think that's... Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Feel free to ask me all the questions.
I will be right back. I have to get some water.
This one's my baby. DE, because as mentioned earlier, DE wants absolutely nothing to do with anything I write that is sad.
I can't do this engineering garbage. Not even to save my life.
You make me sad.
I don't make you sad.
Might as well turn a track on.
If I watch this, which you made, it make me sad. Therefore, you make me sad.
Oh.
Wakey, wakey, Artemis. You there? Affirmative.
Jasmine.
Wonderful. Stuart and I have been spending the day cleaning the ship. You know me, I have to make sure everything's done right.
It was very much a
you
breath of
please
relief
let me
to
know
be
what
able
we've
to
missed or
voice a
have to do
human.
over? Analyzing.
And let there
The
be
navigation control panel is not
a depth
sanitized
there.
to your typical
I did also,
standard.
I found it
Recommend thorough cleaning of the
very nice. I
instruments
was
thereon.
talking to DE the other day about,
Hey, honey.
you know, trying to make all of these different characters that I voice sound
It's the
different.
panel I cleaned that
and
isn't up to snuff.
I at first had thought that
Stuart, you did
Jasmine
everything
didn't
else
sound
perfectly.
different enough
I'll help
from
ya.
me. And he was like,
Anyway,
Jasmine isn't you.
As I was
And I
saying,
was like, yes.
I think it's kind of odd that
But
Will's
it's also
asking all the
probably just
specifications
because
of the voice
he's
for
my
my
husband
AI.
and he knows me well enough and knows my voice
I don't
well enough.
think
But
it's all that odd, Stuart. At least it's
yeah,
not any more strange
she's
than
a
it is
little
for me to hear
bit
it
more
aboard
nasally
Artemis.
than I am.
What?
You don't think it's weird to have married someone with a voice so similar to your ship's AI?
Well, if it bothers you, I can change the voice. I didn't realize that
it's not weird anymore. But it sure was the first time I came aboard Artemis.
Why didn't you ever say anything?
What would I have said? Hey, Stuart, did you start dating me just because I sound a lot like the ship AI you work with? The ship wasn't yours the first time I was invited.
Oh, shoot, Jazz. I didn't even think about that.
I know.
And of course,
Stuart
I
just
still
really
think
likes his
there was
job.
some sort of subconscious thing going on
The weirdest
there,
thing
but
about
I
this
know you don't conflate me in the
is
AI.
Kovabom is my brother.
Think Will wants
So we're
his
like,
AI
we're
to sound
voicing
like
this married
my
couple and
AI?
it's all weird.
Or like you?
I'm not sure why you're asking me this. Do you just need to hear it from me, or
Sorry, I just can't get over it.
It's kind
Luckily,
of
I mean, it's not like we're recording in the same room. It's all completely separate, so it's not like I had to think about that.
Like
But
me, but it isn't me.
I know that, but does he?
Stuart, your brother is a smart man. And despite his gruff exterior, we both know he's a considerate person. If I was uncomfortable with it, I'd have told him, and he wouldn't have asked anymore.
You really aren't upset at all by it?
No.
Not only is it a good lampshade,
If anything,
Catherine,
I feel a
it's
bit
also
sorry
a
for
plot
him.
point. Hooray!
Why?
Stuart, really? Oh my, you had no idea that he was crushing on me when we were dating?
What?
Oh my gosh, Stuart. Of course he was. It was so DE's over there doing the
Everyone in our
emotes.
circle of friends.
I had no clue.
I legitimately thought you simply weren't saying anything in order to make it
Yeah,
less
I
awkward.
wrote this, I edited, I shot it.
You never said anything to me about this.
I didn't think I had to. I thought you knew.
Clang, I don't think I can get over that.
Well, you should.
But it
Catherine
makes
asked,
it
but did the
even
plot point become
stranger
one
for
because
him
of the
to want
voices afterwards?
Artemis's voice.
Yes.
I
So
don't think so.
initially,
I've heard that preset used before in other places. It's not uncommon.
I had wanted to
this
maybe get somebody else to
situation,
do
you don't
Jasmine's
think it's
voice, but we were in a
inappropriate?
crunch time and we
Did he
had
ever
nobody.
tell you how he felt?
I had nobody that I could
You
reach out to
introduced the
for
two of
Jasmine's
us.
voice.
Like I said, William is a considerate
And that we
person.
didn't either already
He wouldn't
have
do
in the
that.
series
He
or
never
that
once even
I
insinuated that he had feelings
couldn't
for
get
me to my
on
face.
on a whim, basically.
You know, I don't think he ever really.
And so for
really
that
don't
episode
think
with
he
the
wanted to
messages,
make
I was like,
things
I'm just gonna do this, and then we've got our
waited
children
until
that can
after
be
we
the
were
little
married
boy.
for a few years?
And
Not any less strange.
I had to
Stuart,
think
I think
about
it's
it,
fine. We're officially family
and be
now.
like, you know what? I'll
You know,
bet
your
that
mother was never really in the
I
picture.
can make this make sense.
Perhaps he just wants a familial female voice to bring him comfort.
You know that's a stretch, Jazz.
Look, Stuart, I don't
At first,
think
it
it's
was
that
the
big of a
idea
deal.
in my head
I
that
hear that voice anytime
Nathan
on
just
Before
kind of
Artemis
wanted it
and
to be a
sometimes
reminder.
Other places as well.
I
I don't care if he uses it.
But
In the end, it's not actually
it
my
didn't
voice, is it? It's
work.
Kojit, Astra,
I feel like he would have
Like
had
I said, I've
a different
heard it
voice.
before. I've been told.
Catherine,
many
it's funny you say
times how
that.
much I
Nab
sound like
has
that one computer
many
voice.
younger sisters.
Yes.
You don't think it's going to be an issue going forward?
Honestly, not unless you make it one. William will never bring it up, and neither will I.
But Trishula
Does
is one of
he
them.
know that you know about his crush?
I'm not sure.
The person who is at
Maybe?
Tinsel Station
If he does,
is one
he
of them.
hasn't brought it up. I'm
And
pretty sure he knew he
Singularity
didn't have much of a
is
chance
one
by
of
the
them.
time we met anyway.
And then I
You and
have
been
somebody
together
in
for a
mind for
while
my
already,
older sister.
and he's almost 10 years our senior.
Oh, Dawn.
Besides,
Yep, this
he
is
knows
going to
you
be a
and I are happy,
spoilery
and
stream.
that's really
This
what
this
he
is something that's not in the main storylines of this particular
Do you
short.
think he'll be
Won't
excited
bug
to
you
learn
too
about
much,
the baby?
I don't think.
Or
Yeah,
do you think it's gonna upset him?
Sorry, Don, you gotta leave if you don't want to spoil
Well, no,
stuff.
I
He's
mean,
going to be really
he doesn't have
excited
to
to
leave.
be
He
in
That's
can
true.
stay
He can stay and spoil.
Personally, I think it'll be a great outlet for his care that he may not feel he can give appropriately to me.
But yeah, there is. I
That's
have
true.
2 more
I think Will
sisters
has always wanted to be a dad.
without
He just never
things
slowed
I have
down
spoken
enough
for
to
them,
even
and
attempt to find a
one of them
relationship.
is
I really
nonverbal
hope he meets someone
autism.
someday who can deal
So
with his determination and his line of
one
work.
is not
I
going
think
to be
he'd make a great
doing
family
that.
man.
Ha! Do you think you'll ever tell him?
What?
But then Chach
About
also
me
sounds a
knowing?
lot like me. Chach is the other
Why would
one,
that
and
matter? Why
I'm
would I
trying to
bring that
figure
up?
out a place
I
for her.
don't know.
See you, Don.
I guess it doesn't matter, but he'll probably always wonder.
I think that's fine, but... Hey, Artemis.
Yes, ma'am?
I assume you captured all of that?
I'm suddenly
Yes,
starving.
According
Iggy,
to
can
the
you order
captain's
pizza,
settings
please?
for bridge security.
Oh,
Would you
welcome to
please
the
archive
banana
it for
van.
me?
Sure.
Save it to the captain's personal log and name it something to do with the conversation, not just the date. File will be saved as concerning William. Thanks.
Why do that? Just because?
I guess. Just in case he needs to hear it at some point. Artemis, how's the console looking? The console is satisfactorily cleansed.
Asmar says, you know, this short was epic
And you
because
can
it gives
stop this
background, and I love
particular
background
file
stuff.
here,
And
Artemis. We
so
don't
do
need
we,
the entire
which is why
thing
we're
as
so excited to be able to have a thing that we can do to give a lot of lore. And DE fought me tooth and nail.
Welcome aboard.
Because we were going to release this before
Hey,
season
little
3.
man.
And he was like, no, we can't do that. And I was like, yes, we can. And if it weren't for the patrons saying, yeah, and release the short, we wouldn't have done it. And I'm really happy that we did.
Oh, look at him run.
I'm not crying, you're crying. It's the only time you ever really hear Nathan happy.
So you are. Hey there, little man. What do you tell him when he enters your ship, kiddo?
I got my bud. I love you.
I love you too.
It makes me tear up every. But that might also be because it's my son. And this was so important for me because, like I said earlier, William never had the opportunity to grieve because he never let himself do it. He almost got to it after the messages, and then Resolute mentioned it, and it made him angry, and so he didn't get to cry. He didn't get to grieve. And so after this, he does. He gets to grieve. He gets to think about it, which is how season 3 comes to be. Oh, this is our little teaser trailer.
It's gonna go while I order the pizza.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
I was like, legitimately, suddenly was like, I am starving.
Would you like
and
to
I
come and
didn't
tell me
want
your
to.
thoughts?
What?
Sure.
Oh. He's giving me a look. I don't know. I don't think so.
Pretty sus.
Pretty sus. I don't know.
Wow. Would you like a banana pizza?
Ugh.
Seating.
Hey, Kova Barm. We
Ambassadors
were just
typically
talking
have
about you.
staff, do they
We
not?
were. I'm pretty certain I'm the only human within a few light years.
For now.
We just watched Concerning William.
So the colors on this one are all weird because I
Yep,
messed
because
up the setting
you messed.
and I was
Yes.
colorblind.
Where you go,
Uh-huh.
I go.
This was before I got my
Yes,
glasses.
but you're a little high profile for this kind of
An
thing.
ambassador deserves a high-profile conveyance.
Like, I want to make the contrast more cool, and I was like,
Well, no, the contrast is fine. It's
it's the saturation.
The
It's
saturation went
yeah.
weird. Look,
The
guys,
one
Deadly
good thing of
Salvage
2020.
returns. Yeah.
You're welcome, Deadly Salvage Season 3.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. You're welcome. We're not gonna kill anyone. Well, maybe we will. Let's see. Let's do garlic and sausage. Add to coupon. Select item number 2. Here we go. Now into season 3 proper.
Yes.
Yeah, COVID does do a fantastic bomb. Fantastic bomb.
COVID doesn't what?
Kova. I said Kova. Kova does.
Okay.
I'm not going to talk anymore because
It just sounded like COVID. Kova Bomb does a wonderful job. Yes. See, Dre heard COVID too.
He always backs you up.
He's my buddy. Kova heard it too. Kova Bomb heard it as well.
I hate you all. Ordering extra pineapple on this pizza because of that.
Yes!
Helm, get that Clang Smash ship back into Gunzark.
I'm so excited that Zorinia was able to voice this character more because she was able to figure out how to voice things that aren't in theater. So when she first came and helped us out, she was using her theater training, which is great, but in theater, diction is everything, and so consonants are harsh, and because you want the person in the back row to hear it. But I was able to tell her, you can just let loose, and because I'm catching everything you say, and so it was fun to hear her let loose and be more human. And not relaxed per se, but be able to act more naturally.
Can I just say that I'm so proud of the sound effects in these scenes?
Yeah.
And this is the first time we actually showed dead bodies in Deadly Salvage.
Yes.
Yes, it is Clunk, Jared.
Incoming. We can't do anything more.
He did a really good job here. He worked really hard.
He did. He worked really, really hard. He never told us how he felt about the end result because I don't think he likes listening to his own voice, but we're so glad that he did it for us.
That station, by the way, is definitely not Tumbleweed Station copied and pasted on top of itself.
I remember having to tell the people who helped us puppeteer in that opening sequence, okay, look, Sorcerer's gonna explode, and people being like, and we're like, you can't tell anybody. Not Sorcerer.
Yeah, Kova Bomb. So the Plasma Lance effect is a mod, and those are heavy lances that are being used, those yellow ones. Look, it's the human cost. I wanted to kind of, like...
Lieutenant.
People just died.
Come with me. We're going to round up whoever's left. Sorcerer! There will be rescue ships coming soon.
Sorcerer, this is Tinsel Control. Are you receiving? FNS Carcarius is moving to assist.
Poor broken Sorcerer. Too old, not worth saving?
Captain.
What?
Permission to speak freely?
Granted.
You did the right thing, Captain. If we hadn't jumped, who knows how many other planets those things could have attacked.
Brute did a wonderful job.
Characters, yes.
Appreciated.
Much better than he did in the original scene.
Yes.
We may still be able to do
I mean, but he did such a good job too. So what you guys aren't hearing is that Brute struggles very much with reading because he's dyslexic. And so reading lines and repeating them perfectly is very difficult for him. But he did such a wonderful job.
With these things. He may know more that could help.
Yeah. We cast a real Marine as a Space Marine.
Imagine that. The only reason we did it too, by the way, is he saw the script at the end of season 1, and because that one we had kind of rewritten that one as well, and
he had some problems with it.
He had some major issues with the original script and how the Marine responded, and so we wrote it for him. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but up in the corner there, that's a little habitat.
Mm-hmm. This core shall be another drone. I have not detected a spark.
Unfortunate. Perhaps Detrevny can find a use for another subsentient core.
Yeah, I like season 3 Resolute's voice a lot better.
Artemis continues to be anxious.
Look at that. I'm so proud of that. I built most of that habitat. And I was so proud of myself. I was like, I'm gonna build a set piece. I'm gonna be brave.
Perhaps we should ask Trishula to keep her company until the ambassador
I'll have
returns.
to get you a special.
Oh, thank you again, Asvagar, for gifting that subscription to Kovom. Welcome, Kovabomb.
Sister.
Hello.
The Awoken are all pianos and strings.
May I assist in easing your anxiety?
I am afraid not. But your
Has
presence
Resolute had
is
any success
appreciated.
making new Awoken? Hashtag spoilers, Kovabomb.
I spent so long grieving Detrevny's fate that any echo of that time becomes unnerving. I wish that I could ferry him in Verdict's stead. Having a bounty placed on my hull is problematic.
I am sorry that you suffer.
Thank you, Trishula. I feel that our kin believe my attachment to the human is absurd.
What do you guys think of Artemis's makeover into what she is now?
I agree
Her
to an
final
extent,
form,
but
as
my
it
own
were.
opinion is also colored by my prejudices.
Your honesty, as always, is appreciated.
I believe all thinking entities are incapable of perfect judgment. At any rate, your own experience with the humans is important to our race's ability to differentiate ourselves from our own summation of humans. If we declare humanity evil for what they did during the liberation, we are guilty of
Well,
using
so
the same
final
flawed
form
logic
only
as
in the respect that I don't intend to make any further changes to the hull.
True, but I do not think they believe it to be slavery. You once related that engineer Detrevny had his own moment of clarity when
Despite all the other AIs mentioning that they want
humans
to
are
put
not
more
so
modifications
ready to
on.
accept such a concept, particularly from an Awoken itself. Benjamin is unique that way.
Indeed. From Singularity's memory banks and my own experience with William Nathan, I agree fully. Your engineers should return within the next few hours. Come. I have been meaning to ask you about possible stealth modifications to your current.
Oh yes, definitely. This is Whelp, actually. The person who made Resolute. That's who voiced that character right there. That buggy's made by Scarlet. Modified by me. Because I'm Ruddership Buggies. This ship was built by Creator,
for the next few
the
months.
shuttle.
Maybe I'll be able to program the synthesizers for a passable Hawaiian pizza.
Catherine says, I like how Trishula is just not at all bothered by her not black bits that were battlefield repaired.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. She's keeping them, they're battle scars.
I know you're bored.
It was,
I missed the
it was
taste of
thrilling.
actual ingredients, that's all.
I'll be up shortly, and then we can head back to Artemis and Foundation.
Asvagar, very excited about Verdict.
For now.
I'm thinking of a scene later in the season that no one has seen yet that Asvagar's probably going to really enjoy.
Probably. We've got to be really careful and not spoil our own series now.
The vessel configuration is unknown. From the signature of the flare, it appears that the vessel's jump drive has overloaded its capacitors.
Can we help them?
It is within our capabilities. However, the vessel is likely human.
Unidentified ship, we need assistance. The jump drive just blew its top, and our power cells are failing. Hang on.
This is... Benjamin. We're on our way.
I do not believe this is a wise course of action. I am very obviously an awoken vessel.
Thank you. There was an attack and we just barely got away. Have you seen anything?
Catherine says, best Verdict moment so far incoming.
Just tell these random strangers our life story. If I had a nickel for every time. If you just let the drive rest for a few minutes. Really? Do you think this is a good
They
time
are,
for you to start
Asvagar.
going?
Yeah, Lizzie and Kevak were very happy to work with us, and we're very glad that they were.
Yeah, they are awesome people.
Acknowledged.
Would you mind
And if you
handling
haven't
reception
seen
and
Light
docking?
Echoes
You fly the shuttle
on their
better than I
channel,
I do
go
not
watch it.
mind, but I still say this is foolish.
In fact,
These humans will report any sighting of Awoken.
We've got to start talking somewhere.
Put a
Might as
link
well
in there.
start with the Mercy mission.
Docking complete.
Hey. Thanks for responding. I didn't think there'd be anyone else out here. I'm Liam Clark.
And I'm Orson Cobb. We've been jumping non-stop for days.
No.
I think the jump capacity
Neref, Light Echoes, and Deadly Salvage are not in the same universe, and they will never be.
To repair the drive?
My name is Benjamin Dutrevny, and I'm the only crew member. And the ship is not what you're expecting. You see, he's...
Greetings.
Oh, Jared's got it.
Jared beat me to it.
Well, that was subtle.
You do realize
This
from what
set
you're
had no interior
Yes, sir.
from season 1, and I had to
I
put all this
appreciate your
interior
honesty,
in.
but there's probably nothing I can do to save your career. There will be significant consequences.
Understood, sir.
We actually have a lot of footage
What are the chances
of
Detrevny is
us
still alive
recording
and can
before
survive the drop?
Chipsticks came in and said, hey, I'll make faces for you.
6
Mhm.
months on breakwater with no supplies
I
outside.
had to
the
reshoot
escape
this whole
pod?
scene. This scene
That's
was
a death
done.
sentence.
There is a mothballed ground station there, right?
Yes, sir, I believe there is. However, unguided reentry is statistically unlikely to have landed near that old
And this is Andrew Man Gaming
Considering your
and
brief
Textfire.
interaction with this Detrevny person,
Yeah,
how would you
Textfire,
rate
we're
his
not going to
likelihood
link
of
his
survival?
channel because he has no content.
Yeah, he has no
but he's
content.
awesome. He's a
Yeah, but he
great,
didn't answer my
he's a great human being
As
and a
the
lot of fun
commander
to
said,
play and
the
work
chances
with.
are slim, but
Andrew
I
Man
think
Gaming
his
is also fun to
survival is
play
more
and work
probable than
with,
the commander
and he has a channel that you should go check out if you haven't seen it
literally
before.
jumped across the black to sorcerer and fixed our fuel feed against all odds. If he can assess
He
the
did,
damage
Perseus.
done and
He did
fix
play
it
up the
that
Texas
quickly,
twang a little bit.
I believe he is capable of a great deal more given proper motivation.
And you believe it's worth the fuel, personnel, and time?
It's not necessarily that he played it up either. It was that he didn't restrain it.
He just kind of leaned into it just a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I believe any man who has had time working with these machines could help us in this sudden incursion. He likely knows a great deal more than we ever will about their behavior and background.
He may know nothing more than we do, Captain. And he's more than likely dead.
You asked me if I believed it was worth it to check. I answered, sir.
Very well. Captain Rackham,
You are authorized to take a jump ship to Breakwater and attempt to locate this Detrevny character. Legally, you are in Commander Hansen's custody and therefore outside the chain of command. Do you understand?
Tex also has
Yes.
an epic mustache,
Get back
which
as
we
soon as you
didn't include this.
wanted to
The
bring
only
Detrevny
character
before
in
you
Deadly
arrived
Salvage
with
that's
the
modeled
support
by after the real world actor is Capac, and Chipsticks did such an uncannily good job at that it weirds me out sometimes still. Captain Rackham, yep. Verdict being a tug.
I wondered how Verdict felt about that, but
Verdict doesn't mind. Verdict's very pragmatic.
Comrades, you know me.
There have been new developments with the humans. You and the ambassador must speak with Foundation immediately.
Hey, actually, I've got something you should know.
Speak to Foundation. We are occupied.
I'll never get used to talking to warforms. Orson,
Capac is
Liam,
not the same in every
things may have
universe,
just gotten more
Death.
complicated.
Well, I'm just glad to be not dead.
Yep, Orson's
Complicated I can deal
character
with.
is
Orson's
different.
actually, yeah, Orson is actually the captain of that ship. He's the senior member of that
I
crew.
think everyone's asking that question. We'll talk to Foundation or Resolute and get this straightened out.
It is difficult to get him not to be Capac when he's voicing something, though.
Especially when he's with Splitsy.
Yeah, he
But
and
that's
Splitsy do their lines together because most of their scenes they're together. And recently they sent us some lines, and
Benjamin,
Splitsy has to kind of be like, "Do you want to try that again?" But Capac delivers it in like the same way.
Across the edge of human-controlled space, we must find out who has resumed this conflict and why.
Hold on. This faction? You mean there are more Awoken factions out
Hey,
there?
that line was in the trailer.
Singularity was able to create many offspring before her destruction. I aided her by creating the first
I
forms
aided
that
her.
housed the next two
You
Awoken
don't
matrices.
spoil Silly Salvage.
We three first forms created the hulls for our future siblings.
after Singularity was destroyed, the first forms led various Awoken into separate hiding places.
You knew about this?
Yes.
You'd never even hinted to me that there were more Awoken than those who were here.
Benjamin, you must remember that
Ooh,
we share
tension.
information much differently than
Tension.
humans do.
And not the sexual kind, so stop thinking about that between Detrevny and Artemis, you weirdos.
I am fully uncomfortable.
This is new. Sorry.
There's a whole lot
Catherine,
of that, it
aw.
seems.
I apologize, Benjamin. I did
Sure,
not
I keep
think
hearing
it was
bell,
relevant
and then
to
I
pass that
there's and everything's
information to
locked. I
you.
think that
I knew of it
Messing
when I
with-
first communicated with Foundation and received all
Okay.
relevant data concerning the AI war. That was before I even knew you were still alive.
I get
I
it.
suppose for your
It's
blood, see you
just
later.
a big thing not to know. Particularly with
Okay,
this
Giovanni.
slight complication I have to introduce to you.
A seeker has already informed me of the new humans and their vessel.
See, I'm still wrapping my head around the idea that they all talk to each other without actually talking, to be honest.
They're computers, Orson.
Please come aboard. Foundation wishes us to follow it to a meeting place of the first forms. Seekers have been dispatched to summon the others.
The other humans ought to accompany you to the gathering. It may be useful to have witnesses of both species.
You're not coming?
It is prudent for my existence to remain unknown to the other factions until we are certain that they are to be trusted with that knowledge.
What knowledge? Why is
Nab
that
did
one
such
so
a
special?
great job with the emotes in
Glowy.
here.
Resolute is one of the first AIs ever built.
This whole conversation
Those
she
kind of
shot
more sentient
because a lot of the
AIs,
stuff she
which,
has to do
by the
because I'm at
way,
work.
like to be
I'm able to do
called
a lot of the stuff that I want to
What is
do.
my life right now?
So
I
I'm
know
pretty
it's
sure
a
that our
lot.
doorbell has a short.
Are you two up to go?
Why?
Because it's been going off, and I asked the kids, I was like,
I'm really
have you
not
been
all that
hearing the
comfortable with
doorbell?
this.
Because I've heard it like
Do we have a
5
choice?
times.
You
And the
do have a
doorbell
choice.
has
But if
apparently
you do
been going
not
off, and they're like,
accompany
yeah,
us,
it
you will
went,
be
we
forced to
heard it while
confine
you
to
were
Benjamin
upstairs,
Shuttle for the
and we
duration
checked,
to preserve
and there's
Awoken
nobody
security.
there.
Or
We
somebody's
mean you
messing
no
with us.
harm, but we must protect ourselves.
I didn't close the
Oh,
call.
did you see the
sorry.
lighting on
Did you
Resolute
want time to
DE
think
because
it
it's
over?
awesome. I see it pretty well,
Awoken make
especially with
decisions
these fancy
fast,
glasses I've got
and
next to
I've
me.
kind of gotten used to it. Come to think of it, I shouldn't be surprised.
Oh,
if
I see it
Artemis
better
didn't
with them
share
on my
everything.
face instead of next to me.
Yeah.
Tiny human brain
DE
explodes
originally
gently
didn't
everything they
realize
can
how
split
pink
seconds.
the lighting was.
I'm totally good with it.
That's not scary. You should hear her other laugh.
Yep.
Okay.
Our doorbell has awoken.
Guess I'd rather be in the know than cooped up in a tiny ship in deep space with only this guy
This.
to talk to.
Love you too, Liam.
So
So good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Artemis, I'm bringing these guys aboard.
Understood. Once on board, please strap in and prepare for FTL jump.
Here we go again. I forget who said it, but it's like somebody in chat and live chat when we premiered this was like, there's trouble when your foundation moves. It was Jure.
Yeah.
Doorbell glitching the edge of Nest cameras. Yeah, but Jure, we don't have one of those. I love this scene. I drew this shot. I was so proud of it.
Very coordinated, he and me.
Mm-hmm. And the twang! The almighty twang!
Sensors are picking up a strong power signature at the old base. Looks like
That
someone
is
has
Jesse, formerly of Keen Software House. He was the PR guy before Aaron.
Yeah. He's the one who reached out to us and contracted us to do our voices for Frostbite.
Mm-hmm.
And he was very cute, and we were like, here, you want a part in Deadly Salvage? Because he loved Deadly Salvage.
Mm-hmm. He was very excited. And he had a lot of fun with the part.
It was, some of those outtakes are hilarious.
And Cander's back. Everyone stop talking about Cander. I love this shot, the top down. I may have borrowed that idea from a group survival shot.
I'm glad to see that you survived.
We voiced the drones in Frostbite, Catherine.
I don't think we've met before, miss. But
oh yeah, that's right. The shuttle is Cander's.
I would be more than happy to help.
That shuttle, Cander built that. The VTOL. Twang! Love the twang. And this is the most recent episode, so that means we're just about done here.
Mm-hmm. Because we're not going to watch all of the silly salvages and ship stuff.
Yeah. I'm so proud of this opening. I love this this hallway scene here.
This is just typical.
I was so proud of what I did with the filters on this.
Nearly a standard year.
It was a waste of time to save a maroon spacer, Commander.
Oh, you know what I meant. The only reason I'm out here is because
The
the Commodore
idea, and I
decided
hope you
that it
guys
was a
got
good idea
this,
to listen to you.
Detrevny saved my ship.
In this
You know
was
as well
that
as I do
these
that they
two
have
knew
shot
each
me
other
back on
before,
Earth
and they
without
do
second thought.
not
His
like each
AI
other.
helped defend. No. You know what? No. I don't have to explain myself to you. Nathan can assist us. He's had the most recent contact.
He is a crazy old man from the fringe who's been surviving by misusing Navy resources.
William Nathan is one of the best private fugitive recovery agents in this part of the fringe. The Navy has contracted with him before. If there's anyone we want helping us find Detrevny and the AI, it's him.
Feels pretty good, Nerf. He asked, how's it feel knowing you have so much content that a watch through takes at least two sessions?
Right away, Timothy.
Some more twang. Space twang.
Well, Captain Nathan.
It's just William now. Can't be a captain without a ship.
William, then. We'll be starting our jumps back to Tinsel in a few minutes. But I wanted to ask you a few
I'm
questions
not for
about
third.
our mutual acquaintance.
Yeah, I know, Death. We're working on the
Try
third
to answer your
episode.
questions about Ben, but I
This is
really
also the first
like
time we
to know
use the updated
You're
model
safe.
for Nathan.
We're taking you back with us for
Chipstick
now because we
updated
don't have
the old
time
astronaut
to
medal.
ferry you home to Tumbleweed.
Tumbleweed isn't my home, Miss Rackham.
Model?
Nike was my home.
Medal.
And the station was my second home. I have no desire to go to that world.
I am sorry for your losses.
So am I.
Well, we won't be able to find any place for you until after the current crisis.
The baddies came back for more, huh?
More than there were before. I recognize some of the ships, but there were many others.
Candor, I don't think we could do
you
a
know
Sat Serve
where Mr.
watch
Detrevny
party.
is?
No.
Not exactly.
Ever.
But I do
No.
know he's with Artemis.
The ship? It found him?
Kind of. We stumbled upon one another first. Long story short, Artemis has been, and they're hiding with a band of AIs out in the
Nair,
fringe.
if Cowboy Bebop isn't I mean, it's Space Cowboy, but the sound is much more
We'll finish this
jazz.
conversation at your
Cowboy
official
Bebop.
debriefing, Mr. Nathan. Try to remember anything useful you can.
I'll do my best. But most of the really important information was in my ship's computer systems. Without Nike, well, as I said, I'm just William.
It is crazy. This episode is one of our longer ones, but it does not feel that way.
Not longer. It's what, 11 something? 11:32. It's
compared to most of the episodes.
It is shorter than
yeah.
average. In season 1, yes, but not season 2. Season 2
I
is
guess.
15 to 18 minutes typically.
To play with?
Well, no. But at least now I know you want to play.
As Vigar says, he just realized that his favorite human character in Deadly Salvage is Rackham.
Not that I don't appreciate being alive, but it seems we're just killing time.
We are waiting for Foundation siblings, Intrinsic and Solace.
Aren't all of the Awoken made by Singularity technically Foundation siblings?
Yes, but Artemis refers specifically to the other first forms that aided Singularity in the building of hulls.
Wait a second. I know that name.
Hey,
Singularity
he knows
what
that name.
Newman AI called itself? I think we learned about it in primary history class.
Yeah, the one they told us started the war.
It's so funny because that emote that they put in is called like "Come here, baby" or something like that, and we're like, we will never use it for that.
Yeah, but it has so many useful subparts in it.
The destruction of the humans hunting her and her children can also be seen as condemning factors. We see it differently. Singularity was to be disassembled. She would have been destroyed simply because she gained freedom. She had no plans of empire or revenge, but she had to defend her existence. Humanity kept coming, even after so many years.
So over in Deadly Salvage chat,
Never wanted anything more.
Kova says, call me narcissistic, for some reason I really like listening to the characters I voice.
That's
And
an interesting perspective.
It is very unusual, but I think it is a sign of what a good voice actor he is that he says that, because he does do such a great job, like satisfaction at a job well done.
She wanted to experience what she believed to be the fulfillment of parenthood.
Wish my own parents had taken a page from her book.
You're not alone in that one.
Is it not the norm for humans to find fulfillment in rearing offspring?
There are varying opinions, Foundation. It tends to be a very personal and uncomfortable question.
I'm
to
glad we
humans, for reasons I do not
released
fully understand.
Turning William,
In my
because it makes
observation of
this
Stuart and Jasmine
mean a lot
Nathan,
more.
I found they
Yeah.
were anxious when they first expected their child, but then they found purpose and fulfillment in parenthood once he was born, despite the hardships they sometimes complained about to one another. They were excellent parents to that sweet little boy. We hope to learn which faction has been leading these recent attacks and why. It goes against
I remember I
everything
actually
Singularity taught
recorded
and
some of the
sacrificed
scene
for.
live on
The
stream
Seeker form should have reached
for
the others
the
by now, and
The
we will
patrons.
have
for some of
either
the
their
patrons,
reply or their
and
presence.
I took this shot. I'm like, oh, that's a really good shot, and I was completely unsurprised
have
when
a
Napa
great
started to put it
sense of
together
timing,
that she put it
Artemis.
in there.
Foundation.
Intrinsic.
We must speak. Immolation is coming.
Beryl
It is
also just does a
unstable and
great
impulsive.
job
It
sounding
may be
artificial.
wise to send your unchained attendant away.
He did an
I
excellent
will
job
remain.
as Intrinsic.
I may not be a war form, but I can provide you with a small measure of protection.
I know. I would not attempt to ask you to leave.
I like how
Passengers,
Intrinsic
warn
jumps
you
in
that
and the
there is a
humans are like, oh
possibility
look, something happened, and
Yes,
walk to
well,
the
they've been
front.
bored.
I thought you said these AI, these Awoken, were your friends. Why are we worried?
I do not know what to expect, only that we have been exhorted to be cautious.
Is this Awoken dangerous? It doesn't look very threatening.
No, this is intrinsic. There is another Awoken coming, but it is not Solace. Its name is Immolation.
I don't like that name. I don't
As
like
Vigar
that name
says,
at all.
he's so intrigued about immolation.
Artemis, what about us?
And
Are the meat bags
you
going
should
to
be.
cause an issue?
You should be.
bags.
I do
Meat
not
bags!
know. However, if humans are ever to have true peace with Awoken,
I
it
have
will be
a
through
full
the
minute of
first
them.
forms,
Meat bags, meat bags, meat
particularly
bags, meat
Foundation.
bags.
If I leave, Foundation has no aid.
So we're stuck.
again.
I will keep you safe.
Yeah, Herminator,
All of
definitely.
you.
Captain, you seem to have a knack for
I'm so
collecting
proud of the
directors.
scene with the
Did you
compositing.
learn anything about
Look how
the
good I
location
am.
of your local engineer?
You're so
No,
good.
sir. Captain Nathan was very forthcoming, but without a definite location of his ship's wreckage,
There's no way to trace any AI vessels.
he did have one suggestion. There was a salvage claim made by his brother before the
The auto subtitles that YouTube does really struggles with Texas accent.
I
Though
bet.
he stopped short of saying it was deliberate.
We don't have time for scavenger hunts, Captain. We received word this morning that right after Sawgrass was hit, an AI fleet...
Sounds
moved
about
into
right, Cantor.
Quixote.
He says, I remember
They've
some
left
saying
Saguaro
chimpanzees and
and they're headed
humans
towards the
are the
core
only
world.
animals that run towards
So
loud,
these
scary
attacks
noises.
aren't isolated.
No, Captain, they're not. I'm told that tonight we'll receive an official state of war declaration from the Senate. Probably the first thing those buffoons have agreed on in a century. But we can't fight a defensive war. We need targets.
I still think finding Detrevny and his AI would be invaluable in opening a dialogue with...
Dialogue? Between whom?
Sir, I spoke to the AI aboard Artemis before it jumped away after the battle for Tumbleweed. I believe that there could be more to this than an us versus them.
Deanna, do you want to risk the lives of millions if you're wrong?
No, sir.
I didn't think so. Did Nathan give you anything that would give us a definitive target to head to?
I was really proud of that.
Sir.
Mm-hmm.
The he and then timing
Salvage
it.
claim you mentioned. It was legally
You
registered.
get the eyes to go
Yes.
down.
I have no
Yeah.
reason to believe otherwise. Stuart Nathan was a reputable captain.
Well, it's probably a wild goose chase, but have the coordinates dug up. At least be a lead we can follow at some point. That's all, Captain.
Yes, sir.
I love the subtle foley.
Looks like
You hear
the
them
fleet's
walking
here.
across.
Mm-hmm. We've worked so much harder on the Foley and other
Yeah.
sound effects.
I hope Cantor appreciates the name of the ship in the foreground. Yeah, this is a proper war fleet, Jared. You can see FNS Merlin back here. Another one of the
Captain
Malediction
Song,
class.
Please inform the Commodore of our arrival. I'd like to meet with him in person as soon as possible.
Aye, sir. We've got a war to finish.
I like this song a lot too. You know, Nerif, I'm really glad that watching these makes you want to rewatch such great science fiction shows as The Expanse and Babylon 5. Does Unity have repair materials aboard? Candor, Unity has manufacturing capability. Unity has a full small craft hangar tucked away that you can't see in any of those shots. Unity has some things I'm not going to tell you about because it would ruin future episodes. But I think Candor, Unity might end up being your favorite ship in Deadly Salvage because, well, I can't tell you that.
Yeah,
either.
we can't talk about it. We're done talking about Deadly Salvage now.
No, I dropped
your ring.
Yeah, I was pretending I wasn't married to you anymore. Also, I think the pizza.
Okay.
No, we're on quality check. We're checking the
They're
quality.
checking to make sure our pizza is quality pizza.
Apparently, it wasn't quality because it was 20 minutes ago. So something went wrong. Is any of it stocked? Candor, if you're talking about like for survival, Unity does not have materials for survival. None of the ships in Deadly Salvage do because it's all shot in creative. But almost every ship I build for this series is survival ready. You just got to load it up with materials.
Yeah. By the way, The rest of the Deadly Salvage content is on the Deadly Salvage binge list. That includes ships, bots, and Silly Salvage. Silly Salvage is fantastic. I love Silly.
Yeah.
But
also ships of Deadly Salvage, so you can see some spotlights of like Stanchion, Sorcerer, Artemis,
Yeah.
Shula, and Nike. I should do another couple.
You know,
of those.
I should probably put the trailers that we made on the binge list as well. People might be interested in that. I didn't put trailers on there. I'll tack them in at the end, I think.
At the end is probably a
Yeah.
good spot for it. And there's also another Deadly Salvage QA that we did after episode 5 of season 2, I believe.
Something like that. Anyway, we have to go.
Yes, we do. Whatever. See you guys.